Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576. His most glorious moment is not now. The independent regiment, which had not been assembled for a long time, assembled again to participate in the war, and the Western theater naturally had to cooperate with all its strength. The orbital airborne pangolin had not yet fallen into the alien atmosphere, and the weapon washing the ground used for mecha warfare because of Ji Xinghe had already fallen from the sky. The Empire, which was also prepared, could not allow its thousands of mechas to be interfered with or even damaged by the firepower of the Federation. Anti-missile weapons had already been put into use. However, although the military weapons of both sides were of similar level, in the battle of firepower bombardment, the defending party would always be at a disadvantage. They could not stop them all. The earth trembled first, and then in the midst of the earthquake, the orange-red dust covered the entire battlefield at a very fast speed. Like a dust storm. Washing the ground, from the moment it was chosen by Ji Xinghe to use it, only Ji Xinghe could exert its true power. It is because this weapon can create dust storms. The dust that flies all over the battlefield is orange-red because it contains rich hematite. This almost useless ore has always been hated by the Federation and the Empire. Because hematite can interfere with communications and various detection equipment. For example, a long time ago, the blind man lost communication with base number 6 in the 36th Grand Canyon. One of the reasons was that hematite combined with the unique environment of the alien planet and other minerals formed a magnetic field interference. The Federation, which has air superiority, is still like this, let alone the Empire, which does not have a satellite on the alien planet. Relying on the communication equipment arranged on the surface, if you want to completely avoid this interference, you can only hope for the geographical environment. The biggest difference between the Battle Scar Canyon and the 36th Grand Canyon is that the Battle Scar Canyon is wide enough. The widest part is more than 600 kilometers. When you are in it, you don't feel like you are in a canyon at all, just like you are on the surface plane. This geographical environment allows the Empire's communications to be maintained and various reconnaissance devices can also play their due role. But now, the geographical environment of this battlefield has been changed by the weapons of the Federation. Even if it is very short, it is enough to make the Imperial mecha on the battlefield blind. Of course, the Federation mecha on this battlefield will also become blind. It is more disadvantageous than the Imperial mecha, because most of the Federation mecha are used to having more detailed intelligence support. This is why only Ji Xinghe would choose to use this kind of weapon. He will not become blind. At this moment in this battlefield, there is only one Federation mecha he is driving. Except for him, all are Imperial mecha. All can be killed. If it were other mecha warriors, except Li Yuanba, it would be impossible for anyone to attract so many Imperial mechas to besiege. Therefore, the weapons used by the Western theater this time to wash the ground can be said to be the stock of 3 years. Some people have opposed the continued manufacture of such weapons with no obvious effect, but some people insist because they know that this moment will come. It is now. When the dust storm covered everything. The two mecha swords hidden in it bloomed with unprecedented light. Everything she encountered was like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun of summer. It seemed that it could exist for a long time, but after just a few blinks, it had all melted away. What was even brighter was the 6 3-section lances made of tungsten steel gold on the back of Xinghe armor. Their breaking efficiency, individually, was completely inferior to that of the two swords, but they were superior in number. Moreover, Xinghe, who controlled the 6 3-section lances, was also not affected by the dust storm at this time. She did not have the ability of Ji Xinghe to sense the autumn wind before the cicada moved, but she could clearly capture Ji Xinghe's consciousness through the brainwave sensing helmet that Ji Xinghe was using at this time. Ji Xinghe was constantly fighting and killing, and he was always telling her where she needed to attack. This was an experience that she had never had before. Ji Xinghe could not clearly convey his will to Xinghe when using the brainwave sensing device. The relevant instructions acted on part of the mecha itself at most. For example, the hands holding the weapons, such as the feet responsible for moving the mecha, did not have the other 4 arms in the regular form, nor the 6 3-section lances in the overclocked form. But 3 years have passed, and Ji Xinghe's spirit and his spiritual will have all been improved like a qualitative change. The 6-arm mode that can fully control the regular form of Xinghe armor can naturally help Xinghe control her weapons more effectively on the chaotic battlefield. When she and Ji Xinghe were in the same armor, they fought side by side with weapons. The process is actually very simple. The Xinghe armor that rushed left and right in the dust storm was under the control of Ji Xinghe, except for the 6 3-section spears. He drove the Xinghe armor as if he could predict the future. In the violent shaking of the earth, he smashed the orange-red dust, suddenly appeared in front of several Earl armor, and then attacked the Earl armor that posed the greatest threat to him. Before this attack was completed, Xinghe already knew the approximate location and number of these Earl armor. From invisible to visible, Xinghe, who completed the judgment and analysis in an instant, even had a feeling of being latecomers, and completed her own destruction 1 second before Ji Xinghe. Of course, when the world did not know the existence of Xinghe, the Federation believed that she was the armored clone of Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, and the Empire believed that she was the chief disciple of Ji Xinghe, Wu Ming. All the defeats were all due to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who had previously defeated 59 Earl armors, used the firepower cover of the Federation and the cover of the light of divine punishment to leap into the Empire's regular mecha corps. 30 mechas form a team, and 300 mechas form a group. Those that can be called mecha corps often have thousands of mechas. This time, the Imperial Mecha Corps composed of 1,500 regular mechas came. They originally surrounded the anti-Xinghe Mecha Independent Regiment and Ji Xinghe, the Federation's strongest mecha warrior. But when Ji Xinghe appeared among them, their number was less than 1,500. In the subsequent pursuit of Ji Xinghe by the Earls, Ji Xinghe took advantage of the situation to defeat some of them. The Earls who only wanted to kill Ji Xinghe also mercilessly destroyed those conventional mechas. From a certain perspective, all these defeats can be counted on Ji Xinghe. Therefore, his number of red stars has increased. 3 years ago, when he left the alien planet, he was the mecha warrior with the most red stars in the Federation, and he was also the mecha warrior who pioneered the red star system. 60. This number has been surpassed by Li Yuanba in the past 3 years. If it were not for paralyzing the Empire and using the armor clone technique to create an unknown person, Li Yuanba's number of red stars would actually be higher, almost breaking 100. According to the rules of the red star system, it is equivalent to another form of Wang Xingzhen, which is much more difficult than Chen Sun's Wang Xingzhen. Many people therefore believe that, let alone the possibility that Ji Xinghe will not return to the alien planet, even if he comes back, it will be difficult for him to catch up with Li Yuanba and then surpass Li Yuanba like the last time he came to the alien planet. But people's ideas had already changed in the 39th minute after Ji Xinghe returned and joined the battle. 62, 209, 93 of them are Earl armor. The dust storm caused by the floor washing could not completely cut off the communication. Under the state of sometimes not, Ji Xinghe's destruction and the destruction caused by him before were all seen by the Western Theater Command, which was watching the battle nervously, and counted in the system. This is what the relevant personnel want to do, what they should do, and it is also Tang Qiao's request. Because Ji Xinghe's destruction must be counted as the resources he wants, and then he will turn it into the combat resources of the independent regiment. Just like 3 years ago. The people in the command became emotional. Those who were originally worried about Ji Xinghe's safety seemed to have returned to 3 years ago at this moment. They don't need to worry about whether Ji Xinghe will sacrifice, they only need to worry about whether they have calculated clearly, and whether they can maximize their advantages after Ji Xinghe led the independent regiment to win one great mecha battle after another. Let the balance of victory in this war continue to tilt towards the Federation. The Empire's conventional mecha corps has 1,500 mechas, the anti-galaxy corps has more than 100 mechas, and the miniaturized jump gates that have been successfully opened have not been closed. The situation is not optimistic. But people have begun to look forward to the news of victory in their hearts, because the independent regiment that has assembled to participate in the war has not really arrived at the battlefield until now. General Ji has arrived at the jump gate. This is an excited exclamation. Through occasional communications, people saw the jump gate that was still open from the perspective of Xinghe or Ji Xinghe. Because of the artificial dust storm, it can be seen clearly, which means that the distance between the two sides is actually very close, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as within reach. Many people in the Western Theater Command thought of the battle more than 2 months ago. The blind man, the ace mecha warrior of the independent regiment, drove a general-level mecha sprayed with 11 red stars, and did the same. He single-handedly broke through the defensive formation of the Empire's mechas, and then appeared next to the miniaturized jump gate, wielding a weapon made of tungsten steel gold. With the tremendous power of the mecha, he destroyed the jump gate and the reinforcements that the Empire could continue to send. He sacrificed, and the Cripples team, and the many mecha warriors in the Western Theater who participated in the war at that time all survived. Is this moment going to be repeated? People thought of the last words left by the blind man at that time, and many people had heard it. The blind man said, "Old man, it's a pity that I didn't see your most glorious moment with my own eyes. But you don't have to regret it, because you can see my most glorious moment. That is, now." Yes, for the blind man, the most glorious moment in his life was the moment when he broke the formation and destroyed the jump gate alone, saved more than 200 Federal mecha warriors, and helped the Federation win a key victory. And for Ji Xinghe, this kind of thing seems to be a little too simple. Who can see Ji Xinghe's most glorious moment? People regret that the blind man really can't see, and people are fortunate that they may have a chance to see. But not now. Many people thought of the challenge in front of the battle 7 days later, and then shook their heads at the same time. That's not it. General Ji didn't destroy the warp gate. He didn't destroy the warp gate. When the excited shots rang again, people suddenly realized that even if they had already looked up to Ji Xinghe still made a choice they dared not think of. Using the artificial dust storm, Ji Xinghe turned on the overclocking form and started the battle with the strongest attitude. He successfully broke through to the side of the warp gate. Guarding here are 3 Marcus armors. The standard configuration of the anti-galaxy independent group is the Earl armor, but it is far more than the Earl armor. There have been several times before. Because of the unexpected appearance of the Duke armor, Chen Sun almost died. If Ji Xinghe hadn't mastered the power of the gift and decisively came to the alien planet, he might have become a useless person and would never be able to go to the real battlefield again. Some injuries are unlikely to be completely healed by relying only on the Imperial Dukes of the Nanchaman space station. The anger of the guerrillas is only the anger of the guerrillas after all. Perhaps it is because the Empire did not select more civilian guerrillas who can drive the Duke armor, or there may not be so many Duke armors for the anti-galaxy corps, or the Empire still believes that this kind of power should be in the hands of the great nobles. Therefore, what Ji Xinghe needs to face today is not chickens and dogs, but only one ant after another. The 3 Marcus armors were broken by Ji Xinghe without any surprise. The Earl armors that came out of the jump gate and the Earl armors that were originally guarding around the jump gate all charged and attacked Ji Xinghe. They didn't want Ji Xinghe to destroy the jump gate, because they only had this jump gate today, and the time they wanted to transport it again was enough for all the Imperial mechas on this battlefield to be annihilated by the Federation. But what they didn't find out for the time being was that Ji Xinghe really didn't think about destroying this jump gate device. Yes, if it was destroyed, the Empire would have no reinforcements. But if it was destroyed, how could the Empire's anti-galaxy mecha independent corps be neat and tidy? Ji Xinghe wanted a neat and tidy battle. The battle was based on the location of the jump gate device, because the jump gate device could not be moved during the startup process and was restricted to this area. The dust storm created by the floor washing was short-lived and negligible compared to the dust storm produced by the alien nature. When the orange-red dust in the air became more and more sparse, the communication signal of the Empire was fully restored. All the Imperial mechas on the battlefield knew the location of Ji Xinghe, and knew that Ji Xinghe would not change his position again this time. The real siege began. But thousands of Imperial mechas could not go all out, including those Earl armors whose only target was Ji Xinghe. Because the independent regiment's mountain-chopping armors all completed the orbital airdrop, and then assembled to charge them. This was really a long-lost experience for some old people in the independent regiment. When the independent regiment was showing its edge, the Empire was unwilling to fight in groups with the independent regiment, because the front line was too long, so the areas that needed to be defended and attacked were very many for both the Federation and the Empire. The Empire can completely ignore the losses, even if they win and lose again and again. They don't care at all. But the independent regiment and the Western Theater cannot ignore it. Therefore, the independent regiment had to divide its troops to fight, and then it was eaten up one by one in front of the Empire's endless mechas and the elusive anti-galaxy corps. The damage to the Pantherine armor is not that difficult to repair, even if the resources of the Federation are already very tight. The real key is that those mecha warriors who can play the performance of the Pantherine armor cannot be resurrected after their sacrifice. Under the premise of spending every penny, it is natural that the independent regiment cannot get the supplement of the Pantherine armor. Therefore, the independent regiment's assets are getting less and less. But when Ji Xinghe returned, everything was different. The most critical point was not the resources that Ji Xinghe could get. Instead, when Ji Xinghe appeared on the battlefield, the Empire would desperately gather its forces to kill him. This kind of gathering is the long-lost cluster combat of the independent regiment, and it is also the combat method that can best bring out the performance advantages of the independent regiment's mecha. I know you are very excited, I know you are all eager for revenge, and look forward to victory coming sooner. When the communication was restored, when the independent regiment's pangolins began to charge, Ji Xinghe's voice rang in the independent regiment's communication channel. He said, "But we still have a lot of time, we still have a lot of battles, and we still have a lot of enemies to face. So, my request to you is, not to seek merit, but to avoid mistakes." This is also a long-lost request for the old people of the independent regiment. 3 years ago, the independent regiment grew into the most powerful mecha corps in the Federation under this requirement. After Ji Xinghe left, no one in the independent regiment could make this request to the independent regiment. Because no one in the independent regiment could take away the greatest pressure and danger on the battlefield by himself in a mecha cluster combat of this scale. Han Li can't do it either. All teams, listen to my orders. Qin Tong repeated the relevant instructions after Ji Xinghe's voice fell. The captains of each team made demands on their team members in different ways and clarified the combat orders again. The passionate mecha warriors of the independent regiment calmed down while maintaining their blood-boiling state. They did not go crazy because they fought side by side with Ji Xinghe for the first time, and they did not lose their minds because of the long-awaited victory and revenge. Fanaticism does not mean that they will suddenly become stupid. The selection rules that the independent regiment insisted on because of Ji Xinghe once again showed unexpected results. Because they all have spiritual will that ordinary people can hardly reach. And this is the power above the sequence. Chapter 577. Interesting. The tremors of the earth had completely stopped, and the dust storm that had only appeared for a moment had completely disappeared. The entire battlefield had become clearer, and the environment did not seem to have changed much from before. However, the formation of more than 1,300 regular-class imperial mechas was already in a completely scattered state. Not only were they separated from their own team, but they were also separated by the mechas of other teams. Some imperial mechas had not been able to stand up again until this moment. They were not damaged by the Federation's cleansing. The mines, whose main function was to overturn the earth, were almost all absorbed by the dust during the process of drilling into the ground and then detonating. Very little of it acted on the mechas, and even if they fell to the ground, they should be able to get up quickly and continue fighting. But the problem was that the mechas were really heavy. When the alien Earth was overturned, it became very soft. After the regular class imperial mechas were trapped in it, it was difficult to break free by relying on the power of their own engines, and they could only rely on the rescue of their teammates. However, in order to avoid communication interference and confusion of commands, the communication channels of mechas of different teams are all separate. Although there are specific communication channels for mechas of different teams, the chaotic battlefield at this time has made the communication of this channel chaotic. The voices shouting for support were drowned out by the voices shouting for support. Most of the Imperial mecha warriors who were eager to make merit did not want to waste time pulling out unfamiliar comrades from the ground like pulling out carrots. Of course, this kind of thing is not as simple as pulling out carrots. If you are not careful, you will fall into it. If the weight of two mechas is superimposed on each other, it will only sink deeper. It was in such a chaotic environment that the independent regiment that appeared near the battlefield using orbital airdrops and then assembled and charged finally arrived. Their mechas are heavier than the regular level standard mechas of the Empire, but how could they not be prepared when they knew that Ji Xinghe would use this weapon? All the metal giant feet of the pangolins were like wearing shoes, increasing the contact area between the mecha and the ground. At the same time, the level of the Zhongshangya, which is comparable to the Imperial Marcus armor, is far superior to the Empire's conventional mecha in performance, and the power that the core engine can give is even stronger. Even if there is a fall, it can be easily broken free. It doesn't matter if there are really unlucky people. The comradeship of the independent regiment is much more important than the comradeship of the Empire. The difference between human nature and ape nature is not really related, but there are fewer people, more time to get along, and the benefits of taking the elite route. A national-level mecha is like Ji Xinghe, leading the way. Su Chuanyan said it well. Now he is indeed the strongest mecha warrior in the independent regiment besides Ji Xinghe. The performance and defense advantages of the national-level mecha, combined with the advantages brought by the neural link technology operation mode, and there are still several years of growth. The current Su Chuanyan's combat effectiveness is only stronger than when Ji Xinghe defeated Bilrosi IV in the Zhongshanjia. Even the Duke armor was not his opponent, let alone these conventional imperial standard mechas that were just ants to Ji Xinghe. Although there were many enemy mechas, he was not alone. Qin Tong was on his left hand, and Harris was on his right hand. The three of them did not present a trident attack mode, because between the three of them, there were also Lame, Zuo Xiao, Zhang Yun, and Wang Kang. The 7 captains of the independent regiment all rushed to the front, with a feeling of moving forward in unison. Even Wang Kang, who could only drive the Zhongshanjia, was able to keep up with the other 6 ace mecha warriors because of the lowest difficulty in the attack position. And their team members all followed behind them, taking advantage of the opportunity created by their charge to strangle the imperial mechas left behind between the 7 people. The battle line was actually very wide and long. The 197 Zhongshanjias were divided into 7 teams. Except for the captain who led the charge, each team was almost in a row of 2, and then row after row. When the 2 panzers in the front encountered the imperial mechas and slowed down to start the battle, the panzers behind them jumped over them and caught up with the captain who was in the front. Then they encountered the imperial mechas and started fighting. When the panzers that fought first finished the battle, some were already at the end of the team, so they were able to catch up with the team again. Some were still in the middle of the team, but they did not fight for the position, but slowed down to let the teammates behind them jump over them and catch up with the team. And so on and so forth. Each panzer had to face basically only one imperial mech. With the performance advantages of the mechas and the operational advantages brought by the neural link technology, how could there be any problems? The independent regiment rushed into the battlefield in a cluster and directly killed through the imperial mech corps with a complete victory. It can be said that 7 empty paths appeared on the battlefield densely covered with mechas, and on these 7 paths, only the imperial mechas that fell to the ground were left. It was like a giant, using a 7-tooth rake that matched its body size, casually sweeping across the battlefield. The ant-like imperial mechas were simply unable to stop it, leaving behind 7 gullies full of mecha corpses. In one group charge, more than 200 imperial mechas were destroyed. This scene made everyone in the Western Theater Command cheer excitedly. For them, such an independent regiment was also a long time ago. But it was a pity that the independent regiment was not originally a 7-toothed rake. Its sharp and indestructible teeth were more 3 years ago. But it doesn't matter, the old man is back. The independent regiment is like an old beast that has regained its vitality. Those collapsed teeth will eventually grow again, and they will be sharper and more numerous than before. The independent regiment that killed through the enemy's formation did not stop fighting. While all the members turned around, the mechas of the 7 team leaders had already completed the turn and appeared at the end of the original team, and now at the front of the team. The charge began again. The Imperial Mecha Corps, which was already in a disorganized formation, was in a state of disarray after the charge of the independent regiment. The Anti-Galaxy Corps, the only hope they could place on, had no time to take care of them at this time. The Jump Gate, which should have had a steady stream of reinforcements, also had no time to take care of them. Earl A and Marcus A had only one goal, and that was Ji Xinghe. This familiar scene was also long lost for the Imperial Command in the Battle Scar Canyon. Long lost fear. Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment he led had been constantly charging in the Western Theater, forcing them to retreat continuously until the Federation's nuclear weapon exploded in the Battle Scar Canyon. When the independent regiment killed through the Imperial Mecha Corps again at a faster speed, Tao Wuchen knew that the Empire had lost today's battle. There were less than 900 conventional Imperial mechas on the battlefield, and the formation was completely disintegrated. Facing the charge of the independent regiment, there was no chance to assemble at all. Many Imperial mechas had already turned around and fled. This means that the independent regiment can already provide support to Ji Xinghe. This is indeed the case. When the gap between the enemy and us became increasingly obvious, Su Chuanyan led his team to the battlefield where Ji Xinghe was. The battle on this battlefield, which was originally avoided by the independent regiment, did not end as the Empire expected. The siege of hundreds of Earl armor not only failed to break Ji Xinghe's Xingaiyu armor, but it was broken by Ji Xinghe for more than 50. Before, an aide told Tao Wuche that even Ji Xinghe could not fight against 100 like before when facing the anti-galaxy mecha core. But the facts slapped it in the face and directly threw it into the abyss. It is no longer Tao Wuche's aide, and will never have the opportunity to become an aide similar to the federal staff. Although it has never really participated in the war and has never really faced Ji Xinghe, its fate has been changed because of Ji Xinghe. It is not just this monkey that has had its fate changed because of Ji Xinghe. There are many other monkeys and many gorillas. For example, when Tao Wuche found that things were impossible, he ordered the anti-Xinghe independent regiment to retreat. Although more Earl armor could be sent through the warp gate, the problem was that if Ji Xinghe could not be killed and Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment had the opportunity to destroy the warp gate device, no matter how many were sent out, they would die today. This is actually not accurate. If there were more than 500 Earl armor, coupled with some Marcus armor and Duke armor, even if Ji Xinghe was there, if the independent regiment did not have more reinforcements today, it would most likely end up being wiped out. But it was too late. The many mechas of the anti-Xinghe mecha core were not all in the warp base in the Battle Scar Canyon before. When the order to retreat was issued, the Earl armor who rushed out of the warp gate but had no chance to face Ji Xinghe directly re-entered the warp gate without hesitation. Before that, 3 Earl armor had come out of the warp gate and were ready to destroy the miniaturized warp gate device at any time. They came to die, because the warp gate was much more precious than their lives and the lives of the mecha warriors in the Earl armor who would not have time to retreat. Ji Xinghe also discovered this. The importance of the warp gate to the Federation is self-evident. When he left the alien planet, Tu Yuan said that one day in the future, he might come to the alien planet through the warp gate. In the past 3 years, the Federation has indeed seized more warp gate fragments and learned about the existence of the Saint Crystal. But the problem is that the Federation's warp gate technology has not yet reached the stage where it can be applied. It can even be described as a distant future. And if you want to turn the distant future into a prospect, you need to seize more warp gate devices with a higher degree of completeness. For example, this one. Ji Xinghe, who is already very close to the warp gate, wanted to attract more Earls to come, so he moved farther away from the warp gate, but he always maintained the ability to quickly rush to the warp gate. The Earls blocking him and the warp gate were stacked up like layers, which was one of the reasons why Ji Xinghe was able to fight 1 against 100 today. Before the outcome was determined, the Empire did not want to give Ji Xinghe the opportunity to destroy the warp gate. But now, the outcome has been determined. The Earls who were originally guarding the warp gate can finally attack Ji Xinghe without scruples. Even if Ji Xinghe does not want to destroy the warp gate now, they will destroy it themselves. If Ji Xinghe can be killed at this time, Ji Xinghe's opportunity to rush to the warp gate was blocked because of the sudden madness of the Earls. In this case, even he could not bear the fate of Tangayu. The weapons used by these Earls are all tungsten steel gold. Ji Xinghe's space for maneuver was also restricted. The Earls used their mechas to squeeze Ji Xinghe's Xingaiyu armor at all costs, trying to create opportunities for their teammates to attack Ji Xinghe. Dead gorilla, stinky gorilla, oh my, it's so stinky and dirty, get out of my way, don't get close to me, Xingaiyu was angry. The 6-3 section spears were used to the extreme by her. At this time, she could see everything clearly and naturally no longer needed Ji Xinghe's help. Ji Xinghe was able to go all out, and while the activity space of the metro was shrinking, he fought for more activity space with his unparalleled combat power. Just at this time, Su Chuanyan led the team to arrive. Facing a national-level federal mecha, how could the Earls of the anti-galaxy independent group dare to show their backs? Ji Xinghe, who had been unable to attack for a long time, was no longer their only target. Su Chuanyan, who decisively chose to charge at the jump gate, became another target of their attack. However, when they stopped besieging Ji Xinghe with all their strength, Ji Xinghe once again became unstoppable. Ji Xinghe, who got the 273rd gold star he had participated in today, finally had the opportunity to rush to the location of the jump gate. But the 3 Earl armor that had been waiting for a long time, did not hesitate to act when they noticed this. In just a moment, they could completely destroy the most important parts of the jump gate device, and then leave the Federation with almost worthless fragments. After all, was it a step slower? Just when Ji Xinghe felt a little regretful but did not give up, he saw a scene that surprised him. The 3 Earl armor guarding the jump gate took action before the jump gate was completely closed. But only 2 of the Earl armor weapons chopped at the jump gate device. One Earl Armor's knife chopped at the arm of an Earl Armor next to it, with the sharpness of the tungsten steel gold weapon and the power of the Earl Armor. It was well prepared and actually cut off the arms of its teammates with one knife. Then, when the other Earl A was shocked and angry, it raised its sword again and launched an attack. Therefore, a Mecha heavy sword that was supposed to fall on the jump gate device blocked the Mecha sword at the critical moment. But the incident happened suddenly, and the Earl A that had already had the intention to kill was one level higher in operation level. So, the second Earl A was destroyed. At this time, the first Earl A that was destroyed had already crashed into the Earl A that launched the attack, but was resolved by the Earl A with a turning maneuver, and then the Mecha sword penetrated into its cockpit. Although it was intentional, it was still a clean and neat two-time destruction. Because of these two destructions, Ji Xinghe was able to rush to the side of the completely closed jump gate. The other guards on the site or the Earl A that was originally preparing to retreat had no time to think about why their teammates attacked them, and no time to question anything, and they had to face Ji Xinghe's sword. To be more precise, it is a butcher's knife. The only one who did not face the butcher knife in Ji Xinghe's hand was the Earl Armor, which theoretically helped Ji Xinghe protect the warp gate. It did not participate in the battle afterwards, but just stood beside the warp gate, with a Mecha sword in its hand hanging down. It actually completely entrusted its life and death to Ji Xinghe. "My lord, your leadership charm is really unmatched." When Xinghe exclaimed in admiration, she had already shouted to the Earl Armor. She had already learned the language of the Empire. She originally wanted to take advantage of these 3 years to go to the Empire, but in the end she chose to give up because it was too dangerous. Moreover, Ji Xinghe could not do without his help in these 3 years, and the same was true for the Heroic Spirit Council. The Earl Armor also responded, but Ji Xinghe could not understand it very well. His time was very limited. He had never given up learning and progressing, and he did not become an omniscient and omnipotent existence in 3 years. But it was enough for Xinghe to understand. "My lord, it said it wants to follow you. It also said that if you want to imprison it or kill it, it will accept it, but if you are willing to let it fight in a mecha, it will be no more lenient than us in killing its own kind." Ji Xinghe raised his eyebrows slightly. Interesting. Chapter 578 The Sun and Ominousness. From the perspective of the sky, the battlefield has changed again. If before it was a giant seven-toothed rake that kept passing through the positions formed by the imperial mechas, leaving gullies formed by the corpses of the imperial mechas, shaped like a chessboard. Now it is a light snow. The snowflakes of the light snow are not big, and the hexagonalized crystals are not clear. The gaps between the snowflakes are also very large, because this light snow is not dense. But winter has arrived, and the light snow falls without melting. In just a few blinks of an eye, the earth has been covered by this light snow. Until this time, this light snow has revealed its true appearance. It is the metal bodies of those imperial mechas that are freezing to the bone, and it is the blood of the imperial apes that purifies the filth of the world. As long as the apes are dead, the planet will naturally return to peace, so this is a kind of purification. The snowflakes that really completed the purification were the many 10-man teams composed of the mechas of the independent regiment. After the formal teams composed of the mountain-chopping armors completely defeated the Imperial Mecha Corps, they were divided into 10-man teams again in a short time together with the independent regiment's array-breaking armors that charged from the surface. Like the seven-toothed rake suddenly shattered, because of the hardness of its main material, the fragments were still extremely sharp when splashing, and its armor-breaking ability was unparalleled. From the perspective of high altitude, the end of this battle was faster than everyone expected. The independent regiment, with 10 mechas as a team, faced those scattered imperial mechas like a ruthless killing machine, constantly chasing and killing. When the Imperial Mecha Corps and the Anti-Galaxy Mecha Corps besieged Ji Xinghe alone, the battlefield occupied an area of only 3 square kilometers. When the battle finally ended, the area of the entire battlefield had spread to a range of 20 square kilometers. This is exaggerated. But it is not that the battlefield area spread too fast, but that it spread too slowly. Because of the speed of the mechas of both sides, when the final pursuit battle began, the more numerous Imperial mechas could easily run a distance of more than 10 kilometers. They fled from different directions, and the length of several dozen kilometers could be counted as the battlefield, and it was easy to form a battlefield covering hundreds of square kilometers. This can only show that the independent regiment is really strong, and the speed of pursuit is too fast. The Imperial mechas had no time to escape further and were caught up and broken. The final result of the battle can also prove this point. The battle between 301 mechas and 1,792 mechas ended with the independent regiment, which had fewer people and mechas, winning. Even if the independent regiment had 198 mountain-cutting mechas, 2 national-level mechas, and 5 general-level mechas, the remaining formation-breaking mechas would still be better than the regular-level mechas of the Imperial Mecha Corps in terms of performance. This is still a victory that shocked the entire Federation. People know that the independent regiment is very good at fighting, but that was the independent regiment that once had Ji Xinghe. Although the current independent regiment also has Ji Xinghe, or even a stronger Ji Xinghe. The problem is that the independent regiment's assets have been beaten to a point where only 1/10 of them remain in the past 3 years. It has little to do with the number of Pantherifus slayers. For mecha warfare, the real assets have always been those elite mecha warriors. In the peak period, all the members of the independent regiment were special grade. How many special grade mecha warriors do they have now? The 120 Pantherifus slayers that Ji Xinghe brought from the Azure Star. If it were the previous independent regiment, no one would dare to ask the independent regiment to give them up. They would wish that the independent regiment could have more. But when the victory of this battle spread for the first time, people finally understood a truth. As long as Ji Xinghe is there, the independent regiment is there. Compared with this truth, the fact that the independent regiment is really just as Ji Xinghe said 3 days ago, the fact that it is put together is not so worth discussing. Yes, when the independent regiment won this victory, it was exactly within the 3 days mentioned by Ji Xinghe. In the past 3.5 years, the independent regiment has destroyed a total of 8,759 imperial mechas, becoming the first mecha corps in the entire Federation to achieve the 10,000 ape kills. Even compared with those mecha corps of the Federation, it is unique, and it can be said to be a victory that has created an era. Those who believe that Ji Xinghe will return as a king finally saw his kingly demeanor. Those who do not believe that Ji Xinghe can return as a king finally realized that in this war where mechas are king, Ji Xinghe is the only king. And the challenge in front of the battle 7 days later was the moment when Ji Xinghe ascended the throne. Thinking of this, people became a little worried again. Speaking of which, Adakang is said to be in the top 10 of the Empire's combat power. His strength is 1 level higher than that of the Imperial Prince killed by General Li Yuanba, so what? So, I'm worried that General Ji Xinghe can't beat him. Adakang is only in the top 10 of the Empire, and General Ji is number 1 in the Federation. How can he not beat him? Ki. How long has it taken General Ji to cultivate the power of Ki? Adakang must have been several decades old. He must be stronger than General Ji, so what? General Ji is not fighting a battle of disarming it, but a battle of piercing it. In a battle of mechas, of course the Ji family is stronger. Is the homophonic pun funny? Of course I know it's a battle of piercing armor, but the problem is that General Ji doesn't have a mecha, Xinghe armor. The Star Moon armor is not as good as the Prince armor, it was before and it is still now. Also, the combat effectiveness shown by General Ji in this battle is too strong, and the combat effectiveness of the Star Moon armor is fully exerted. If Adakang does not want to die, he will definitely find a way to get a better mecha. For example, the legendary Emperor armor, the reputation of the Emperor armor, even if it has never appeared on the alien battlefield, the Federation's mecha warriors and many soldiers who are not mecha warriors are not unfamiliar. The Federation and the Empire have been fighting for more than 20 years, especially because of the battlefield exchanges that started with Ji Xinghe, which have become more and more frequent in the past few years. The Federation will shout to the Empire, and the Empire will also shout to the Federation. The Federation says that the gorillas are equal, and the Empire says that the king is rich and powerful. The Federation says that we have Ji Xinghe, and the Empire says that we have the invincible Wu Di. And so on. Although the Federation shouts the Imperial language that the soldiers cannot understand, and the Empire shouts the Federation language that the guerrillas cannot understand, but after listening more and communicating more, they will always understand a little. The legendary Emperor armor was then known to people. After the Federation disclosed the existence of Ki, the soldiers on the alien planet were the first to learn about the powerful aspects of Ki. For example, some incurable wounded were captured by the Imperial Du guerrillas after being sent to the Nanshanmen space station and cured with their Ki. Chen Sun could have been sent to the Nanshanmen space station for treatment before, but at that time Ji Xinghe had completely disclosed that he had mastered the power of Ki, so Chen Sun decided to wait and try. There were also those military masters who used the inflatable treasure. They would not all stay in the Nanchaman space station to participate in the experiment. Except for the hundreds of people at the beginning, everyone else would continue to participate in this war. And these people were able to experience the inflatable treasure because the previous experiments had never made any progress. The research team held the idea that one more participant would give one more hope, so they inflated thousands of elite soldiers. Not to mention that the imperial dukes were exhausted, just the power of Qi was becoming more and more exaggerated in the rumors. So now when people are discussing the challenge in front of the battle 7 days later, they will naturally take into account the power of Qi and the performance gap of the mecha. In the final analysis, people believe in Ji Xinghe. But in the final analysis, it is difficult for a good cook to cook without rice. Can Ji Xinghe, who does not have a mecha of the same level, really win? If only General Ji's new mecha had not been destroyed, yes, those people really deserve to die. Didn't General Ji kill those people? Do you think a former vice president of the Federation can destroy General Ji's new mecha? With a little logical thinking ability, you know that there are actually many things involved in this matter, but what can the people participating in the discussion do at this moment? In addition to supporting Ji Xinghe did not explain how he would fight without a mecha, but questions always came one after another. General Ji, you should not expose your full strength today. As the commander of the Western Theater Command, Tang Qiao represented the will of some higher-level people and questioned Ji Xinghe, who returned victoriously in public. The Empire must have a detailed record of this battle and analyzed it, just like we did. According to our analysis, your combat effectiveness in driving the Star Moon armor is stronger than when you returned to the Azure Star 3 years ago. This is certainly a good thing, but the problem is that the Empire now knows it. If this leads to other ways of dealing with it, for example, when Ada Kang fights you, he no longer uses a mecha at the Prince armor level, but a higher level mecha. I think you should seriously consider borrowing Colonel Han Li's mecha King Chang for use. After all, Ji Xinghe still has to change his armor. Because Ji Xinghe's current attitude is to drive the National Master level Star Moon armor to fight Ada Kang, just like Ji Xinghe used to use the Federation's first mountain cutting armor and the Empire's Duke armor to challenge each other in front of the battle. But at that time, Ji Xinghe was really not as important as he is now, so not many people stopped him and wanted him to change his armor. Moreover, the exclusive mechas of the Ace Mecha warriors at that time were all limited and had users. How could they convince other Ace Mecha warriors to give their mechas to Ji Xinghe? It would be better to let other Ace Mecha warriors fight. But now it is different. No one will choose to refuse whoever Ji Xinghe wants to borrow the mecha. Dylan, Ravich, and Jackson have all applied to lend their mechas to Ji Xinghe, although their mechas are not much better than the Xinghe mecha. Although Han Li did not apply, no one doubted that Han Li would refuse. It was just because Ji Xinghe did not want it, so Han Li did not mention it. How long have you not seen the sun? Facing Tang Qiao, who questioned in public, Ji Xinghe was expressionless, just like Chen Sun in the past, and asked a question softly. Tang Qiao said in a daze, I see it every day, but the sun here is blue, not as beautiful and warm as the sun on our Azure Star. The sun on Azure Star is still there. After saying this, Ji Xinghe turned and left, and asked Chen Sun, who had basically recovered, to attend the meeting on his behalf. The people in the command center subconsciously had an idea. The relationship between General Ji Xinghe and Major General Tang Qiao seemed to be as bad as ever. Then they were deeply puzzled. What does it mean? Tang Qiao, who was stunned in the same place, thought seriously and forgot that everyone had arrived and could hold a meeting immediately. It was not until a few minutes later that he looked as if he had suddenly realized something. I understand. General Ji Xinghe means that even if we haven't seen the sun on Azure Star for many years, the sun has not changed at all. What does it mean? Most people's eyes were still in a daze, and even more dazed than before. A small number of people seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes gradually became amazed. Tang Qiao felt the confusion and raised his tone. General Ji Xinghe means that he is the sun. No matter if anyone sees him or not, no matter how people look at him, no matter how much the imperial apes know about him, he is there, shining forever. Hiss. Is that what he means? People think it might be this, but they also think Ji Xinghe shouldn't mean this, because it's too pretentious. But thinking of the 5 classes that Ji Xinghe gave to the entire Federation in the Western Theater 3 years ago, especially the last class, I said, there must be light. And in the documentary The Old Man and the Sea of Stars, when Ji Xinghe just arrived at the machine repair area of base number 6, he said, The reason why I am an 8th level fitter is because the highest level of fitter is only 8th level. And so on. General Ji Xinghe seems to have always been very pretentious. The meeting was held, everything was normal, but there were many differences. For example, the Western theater has stronger confidence and dares to propose more risky combat plans, no longer limited to constantly exchanging damage with the Empire. For example, the Empire's jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon, which has not been captured for a long time, has been put on the agenda again. For example, when Chen Sun was in a meeting, his face trembled from time to time as if he had a cramp. Sometimes he looked ferocious and sometimes he smiled exaggeratedly. People were concerned about his physical condition, but they were also relieved because he finally had an expression. Qi is really a good thing. Facial nerve damage that cannot be cured by federal medical technology has already begun to heal without medicine in just a few days? No wonder, after General Ji Xinghe came to the Western theater, except for a limited number of people such as Chen Sun and Liu Mian, the objects of his gift were all military doctors in the Western theater. That is, it is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Ji Xinghe is giving gifts, and his target is still the military doctors in the Western theater. The reason why he is unwilling to go to Nanchunmen is that he does not want to waste time and join the war as soon as possible, and he wants to maximize the effect of Qi. Military doctors are really suitable for receiving the power of Qi. Compared with the doctors on the Azure Star, these military doctors on the alien planet have been in the flames of war for many years. Their spiritual will is unquestionable, and their success rate is very high. Even if they fail, it will not affect their functions. After all, not all injuries need to be treated with Qi. It is just a gift of the first stage, and their ability to heal is actually very limited. But Qi can grow. If they complete the gift of the first stage earlier, they will be able to enter the second stage earlier and truly have the ability to heal injuries. Moreover, the service time of military doctors will be longer in comparison, because in theory, they are relatively safer. You actually mastered the power of gift. During Ji Xinghe's gift, the surprised roar of the gorilla suddenly sounded next to him. After the translation of Liu Yingzi, who hurried to the Western theater, Ji Xinghe understood. Yes, Ji Xinghe responded softly. This attitude made the people around a little puzzled. It was just an imperial slave gorilla without Qi, and the information it had was very scarce, and it had all been revealed just now. According to Ji Xinghe's previous character, he must have killed it as soon as possible. Even if he didn't kill it, he would have sent it to the gorilla experiment that was worse than death. Why do we have to bring it with us? Let it read confidential information and answer its questions. What is so special about this gorilla? It can't be, because this gorilla is covered with white hair, right? Yes, this is an imperial gorilla with white hair all over its body. In the empire that advocates pure black hair, this color of hair is considered the most ominous. P.S. You may not believe it, but I have been really busy and tired these days. It's okay to hand out flyers all day, but tonight I wore a white bear doll costume and was beaten up by a group of children. It really hurt. Chapter 579 6 years. Logically speaking, as a mecha warrior or a military doctor, one should not be superstitious. Even if one is really superstitious, one should not pay attention to the superstition of the empire. But at this time, the unscientific Ji Xinghe is right beside them, and is doing unscientific things. These unscientific things are, in a way, originated from the empire. So it is understandable to be a little superstitious. When will it be killed? People thought so, but did not ask aloud, because Ji Xinghe has always been very opinionated and there is no need to question. Can I try it? The white-haired gorilla made a request that sounded a bit incredible. As a prisoner who could be killed at any time, how could he give people a sense of righteousness when making such a request? Yes, although it surrendered voluntarily and destroyed 2 Earl armor once surrendering, from this point of view, it has exceeded 99% of the Federation's mecha warriors, destroyed, and also helped the Federation get half of the complete jump gate device. But people still think that it is a prisoner. How much do you think you have contributed to the Federation? Without waiting for Ji Xinghe to respond, Su Chuanian asked directly after Liu Yingzi finished translating, I can destroy the 2 Earl armor without you taking action. The jump gate device can only be regarded as half. We have seized many fragments before, and it is almost the same if we put them together. This statement actually made no sense, so Liu Yingzi did not translate it. Of course, the real reason was that Ji Xinghe did not speak. The miniaturized jump gate device, based on the research and known intelligence of the Federation, is actually divided into two parts. One part is the diamond-shaped metal body that often appears on the battlefield, and the other part is located in the Empire jump base, which is called the jump base by Dongguosilian. According to Dongguosilian, the two are similar in appearance, but the internal structure is very different. To put it simply, one is like the dragon language of the Federation, and the other is like the eagle language of the Federation. Although they are both languages of the Federation and can be translated into each other, they are very different in form. From the perspective of usage, the biggest difference between the miniaturized jump gate device and the jump base is that the former can be moved freely on the surface of the alien planet, while the latter must be used in a fixed position. Strictly speaking, the term fixed position is not accurate, because the alien planet is always in motion, orbiting the sun, and rotating itself. But the general reason is this. After the Federation seized many fragments of miniaturized jump gate devices, including the core driving energy such as St. Crystal, the jump gate technology has never made significant progress, because the Federation has never seized the Empire's jump base device. The jump gate is not a real door. If it must be said that it is a door, then although the two sides of this door can be said to be integrated, there are actually two locks with very different structures. If only one of the locks is seen and it is not cracked, it is almost impossible to crack the other lock. From this point of view, what Sichuanian said makes some sense, but not much. Because even if it is half, it is complete and can bring great help to the Federation's research on jump gate technology. In a situation where there is no clue at all, any progress can be said to be a huge progress. You said, "You are no more ruthless than us when killing your own people." After Ji Xinghe opened his mouth, Liu Yingzi immediately translated it, which made Sichuanian look at Liu Yingzi strangely, and he even glanced at Ji Xinghe twice in a bold way. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe was too lazy to pay attention to him now. "Yes, I might be more ruthless than you when I kill them." After the white-haired gorilla confirmed this, he asked, "Do I have a chance to tell my story?" Ji Xinghe, who was giving gifts to the military doctors in turn, whispered, "Tell me." Anyway, he was free anyway, and he didn't need to concentrate when giving people the first stage of the gift. After all, he had given gifts too many times and had a lot of experience. On the Azure Star and the spaceship that was going to the Azure Star, the number of people with key had reached 3,000. Including those who failed to receive the gift, Ji Xinghe had given it 5,000 times. Even Emperor Wu Yi couldn't compare to him in this respect. Not to mention that there were still many gorillas with key in the Empire, which were granted by Emperor Wu Yi. Just to say that before a certain change began in the Empire, the number of gorillas with key in existence did not exceed 5,000. And the grants of Emperor Wu Yi and Emperor Wu Yi were said to be 100% successful. Of course, it's just that the number of grants is more, but the quality of the grants is incomparable. So far, Ji Xinghe has only performed the third stage of the grant once, and the second stage of the grant has never been performed. Because it's too tiring, the number of grants that can be performed every day will be reduced. My story is actually very simple, the white-haired gorilla set a general tone when he started telling the story, which shows that he has received education. My father is the Earl of the Empire. My family has a fiefdom that belongs entirely to us, and has the power and wealth of more than 3 billion gorillas. In an empire with more than 3 billion gorillas, being able to become an earl naturally means being able to have more than 3 billion gorillas. Don't look at the earls, marquises, dukes, etc. Ji Xinghe kills like ants and chickens, but they really have the wealth and splendor that many people envy in the empire. But because of my birth, my family began to decline. Because in the empire, gorillas like me represent an ominous sign, which will bring endless disasters, and as I grow up, the harm of these disasters will continue to increase. In fact, I should have been thrown into the lake in my yard by my father when I was born and drowned. Yes, there is a lake in my yard. It's very big. According to the area of your federation, it is 170 square kilometers. The white-haired gorilla's eyes showed the emotion of reminiscence, but these emotions did not affect its storytelling. My father did not choose to kill me. He chose to kill the monkey who delivered me, and all the servants present, including my mother, leaving me alone. This simple story is really not simple. A simple sentence makes people feel tingling. Cruel? Great? Ruthless? Fatherly love? People didn't know how to describe it, nor were they sure whether what the white-haired gorilla said was true or not, so they could only continue to listen quietly. This was different from the mentality just now. The white-haired gorilla continued to tell the story. I was hidden and then grew up slowly, but my existence was not an absolute secret, and it could not be a secret forever. Because of me, my family continued to decline, as if I could really bring disaster. In fact, it was because my father killed my mother and was then retaliated by my grandfather. There is nothing much to say about these, and you should understand the general meaning. As I grew up, I understood a lot of things, but there was one thing I couldn't figure out. I asked my father why he killed my mother at that time. He said that when my mother was born, she wanted to strangle me to death, and then kill all the gorillas and monkeys present, including my father. The reason is actually very simple. My mother, like almost all gorillas and monkeys, thinks that I am an ominous existence. It will bring disaster and it will also bring disaster to her. My father wants to kill her because of this. Isn't it stupid? Some of the words in this story were supplemented by Liu Yingzi in the translation process by paraphrasing, making this story easier for people to accept, understand, and even empathize with. It has nothing to do with sympathy. Liu Yingzi and everyone present will not sympathize with an orangutan. It is just based on the translator's duty to respect the facts. I doubted my father because I kept growing up and learned a lot of knowledge. I also knew that my father had many children. My brothers and sisters could replace me. I was not that important. He shouldn't have done so much for me. But when my existence was known to my brothers and sisters and spread, my father used his life, the lives of my brothers and sisters, my family and my relatives, to save me. Although I became a war slave, at least I survived. After translating this paragraph, Liu Yingzi added, the slaves of the empire are divided into several types. War slaves are slaves who can participate in the war. They are different from the slaves in charge of logistics in the imperial army. Their status is relatively higher, but the mortality rate is extremely high, similar to the death squad. The white-haired orangutan continued to speak after Liu Yingzi stopped. When my father died, he told me the truth. He didn't love me that much. He believed more than any gorilla or monkey that my existence was ominous. I would bring disaster to my relatives when I was born, to my family when I was a child, and to the empire when I grew up. He protected me because he wanted me to grow up and bring disaster to the empire. He said that the empire's system was wrong and would bring destruction to a race. If we want to save our race, we must let the empire be reborn from the ashes. I agree with him. I think the only thing that can turn the empire into ashes is the Federation. So, that's it. The white-haired gorilla paused when he said the last three sentences, and Liu Yingzi also paused when she translated. Ji Xinghe continued to give gifts. He had completed 10 times, and all of them were successful. He still had 6 chances today. In fact, he could have more, but it would have some impact on him. If a war broke out suddenly, he would not be able to recover to his peak state as soon as possible. Su Chuanian raised questions again. Since you are a bad omen, why did you become a mecha warrior? And you joined the Shida Corps. The Shida Corps refers to the anti-galaxy Mecha Corps. The federal government does not call it that, but everyone in the independent corps likes to call it that. Liu Yingzi glanced at Ji Xinghe and completed the translation after getting the instruction. The white-haired gorilla replied, because I am very strong. When the Mecha warriors of the anti-galaxy Mecha Corps were selected, I should have been killed as a record, but I killed 75 Mecha warriors, 47 of which were killed in battle without armor, and the rest were killed when they were wearing armor. So, I joined the anti-galaxy Mecha Corps. Haha, you are really strong, Su Chuanian sneered and asked. Even so, why was the war gate given to you to protect? Isn't the Empire aware of the hatred of slaves like you towards the Empire? What you need to understand is that I was bound to die at that time, because I was responsible for destroying the war gate, so the other 2 and I were all war slaves. So, you just took action and surrendered because you didn't want to die, and you made up such a story. Yes, I really don't want to die, because my dream has not been completed. But this story is true, and I am also famous in the Empire. You can interrogate and get corroborative information. Su Chuanian was speechless and looked at Ji Xinghe. The same is true for others. The story has been heard, and now of course it is time to make a decision, and the only one who can make the decision is Ji Xinghe. The Nanshanman command cannot control it because this is his independent regiment. Come here. Ji Xinghe stopped the gift and waved to the white-haired gorilla. Everyone else was shocked. What is this? The white-haired gorilla walked to Ji Xinghe without hesitation, and then knelt down. Its attitude looked very humble. No one else stopped it, but just watched quietly in shock. Ji Xinghe's hand pressed on the white-haired gorilla's head. A minute later, Ji Xinghe raised his hand. The gift has been completed and successful. Everyone around became nervous. A gorilla with ki can obviously bring a much greater threat. Even if there are shackles, with Ji Xinghe present, people can completely ignore it. Ji Xinghe looked at the white-haired gorilla who closed his eyes and still kept kneeling, and finally explained it. If my gift can allow gorillas and monkeys to gain the power of ki, then there will be more rebels in the empire. People suddenly realized. Emperor Wu Yi was able to control the empire. In addition to the dictatorship of nuclear weapons and various high-tech weapons, there was also a unique gift from Emperor Wu Yi. The Federation has solved the former through technical support for Dongguosilian, and now Ji Xinghe has solved the latter. When the resources owned by Emperor Wu Yi are no longer unique, then he should not be the supreme emperor of the empire. What about this white-haired gorilla? Let it participate in the war. After Ji Xinghe said something shocking again, he added, talk to Shen Mu and ask him to customize a formation-breaking mecha for this white-haired gorilla. My requirement is that the empire can clearly see it driving that mecha. This doesn't seem so unacceptable. Su Chuanayan suggested, old man, put it in my team. I'll watch it. If it dares to make trouble, I'll kill it directly. Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. Zhang Yun, you come. Yes. Compared with a reckless Su Chuanayan, Zhang Yun is more intelligent. He is also the only member of the second batch of Xinghe team who has survived to this day. It has nothing to do with fear of death or cowardice. It's just because everyone in the independent regiment knows that he has brains. When Ji Xinghe led the independent regiment 3 years ago, Zhang Yun had already been responsible for the rear line and recruits of the independent regiment. Su Chuanayan felt a little regretful, but he also knew that Zhang Yun was actually the most suitable one. He couldn't compare with him in terms of command ability and overall view. As for the difference in combat power, it was just a white-haired gorilla and a formation-breaking mecha. Zhang Yun was an ace mecha warrior anyway, with a general-level mecha, and there were many pangolins in the team. There was no problem. Liu Yingzi didn't translate these words, so the white-haired gorilla didn't understand, but it understood that its fate had been completely changed. Bring 4 gorillas here, Ji Xinghe ordered again, and the people who had understood what he wanted to do executed the order at the first time. Although the military doctors in the queue felt a little regretful, they were actually very excited and proposed to take the opportunity to conduct research. At the same time, the research team that hurried to the Western Theater Command also put forward the research requirements. They were not like Ivanovich and his men. They were not afraid of the dangers of the front battlefield at all and came down directly from the Nanchaman space station. The group of people who had opinions were the masters who came with the research team. They were already queuing up. There were so many military doctors in front, and now there were more gorillas. It was really hard to accept. But they didn't dare to question Ji Xinghe. They could only report the situation to the senior military and federal officials and put pressure on Ji Xinghe. But these were meaningless. When Ji Xinghe said that sentence on the Azure Star, everything was different. Moreover, what Ji Xinghe was going to do was indeed meaningful. The 4 gorillas were brought over soon. When they saw the white-haired gorilla, their emotions all changed from fear to anger. It seemed that in their opinion, the reason why they were defeated and ended up like this was because of what a white-haired gorilla brought. Ji Xinghe didn't need to care about the interrogation of the story of the white-haired gorilla. There was a special person who would be responsible for this matter. And it didn't matter whether the story of the white-haired gorilla was true or not. The important thing is that it won't be long before the Empire knows that a white-haired gorilla has joined the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps and starts to kill them. Or, it will be gorillas of other hair colors. Ji Xinghe gave the last 4 grace opportunities of the day to 4 gorillas who obviously would not really join the independent group. What will happen to them after they get the grace is also not important. What is important is whether they can successfully get the grace like the white-haired gorilla. The result disappointed Ji Xinghe a little, because the grace of the 4 gorillas all failed. But a kind of expectation was generated. A researcher made a conjecture. General Ji, is it possible that only humans or gorillas with strong will and the belief of destroying the empire can successfully obtain your gift? After all, the success rate of your gift to soldiers is much higher than that to non-military personnel. And almost all non-military personnel who can succeed have evidence that they want to destroy the empire very much. Also, if the story of this white-haired gorilla is true, then it has the same belief as those who have successfully obtained your gift and you. I think that having the same belief as you is the most critical factor in the success of the gift. This conjecture is really meaningful, both for the Federation and for Ji Xinghe, but there is currently insufficient evidence to support it, so it can only be a conjecture. However, the evidence should not take too long to appear. Because Shen Mu was very fast, the white-haired gorilla joined the war. The Nanshanman command was still shocked when it received the news, but Ivanovich did not order it to stop, perhaps because he knew he could not control Ji Xinghe. The same is true in other aspects. What everyone can be sure of is that before the second person with a gift ability appears in the Federation, no one can control Ji Xinghe. Because they didn't dare to intervene. What's the name of that white-haired gorilla? It said its name was Matero, which has been confirmed by other gorilla captives, including most of the stories it told. But General Ji changed its name to Liuer. Liuer? Who is Ji Xinghe reminding everyone, including himself? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 588 Brand New Beginning. When the independent regiment chose to gather for battle, the Empire continued to use the previous tactics after trying to annihilate it in vain. In simple terms, it was a bit like a home-changing tactic. Allow the independent regiment to attack the Empire's frontline positions, and block them with the sacrifice of inferior forces, while concentrating superior forces on other frontline positions to attack the Federation's frontline positions. In the entire Western theater, except for the independent regiment, there was no force that could stop the Empire's superior forces. At this time, the battle zone was very close to the Empire's jump base. The Empire's support and logistics supplies, as well as the layout of various reconnaissance facilities, were more complete than those of the Federation. Although it had air superiority, even the independent regiment could not go deep into the enemy's hinterland alone. Once it was surrounded by a large number of superior forces of the Empire, it would be much more difficult for the independent regiment to retreat and obtain supplies. On the contrary, the Empire had more troops and devices such as jump gates. The loss of inferior forces could be completely ignored because of the Empire's system. Therefore, even if there is the same disadvantage of a lone army deep into the heart of the Federation's position, the losses can be minimized. Fighting like this is extremely disadvantageous to the Western theater. Therefore, before, the independent regiment had to split into 10 teams because of this tactic chosen by the Empire, and passively fell into the trap of the Empire, and gradually lost its wealth. But now, it is different. Inside the Pinyin space battleship, the Star Moon armor, which maintains its overclocked form, stands quietly in the orbital airborne delivery platform, ready to provide rapid support by orbital airborne at any time. The time since the last battle is too short. Although the parts that flew away when the Star Moon armor was overclocked, and the thousands of Empire mechas destroyed by the independent regiment in the last battle, have all been captured and recovered by the Federation. But there is no time to restore the Star Moon armor to its normal form. However, because of the micronuclear fusion reactor, the current Star Moon armor has greatly improved its endurance in the overclocked form. Even in continuous high-intensity combat, it can last for about 3 hours. It still sounds a bit too short, but it is actually very strong, because the overclocked Xinghe armor is really strong. In addition to its defensive capabilities, its speed and explosive power have surpassed all the mechas in the Federation. If we only look at this point, the Xinghe armor has actually surpassed the mecha level of Guoshi, but it still cannot be rated as the higher level Washuang level. Because the energy shield device for the mecha developed by the Federation has not been installed on the Xinghe armor, it cannot directly withstand the damage of nuclear weapons in theory. This handy level classified by Ji Xinghe has not become an official mecha level, because the official is relatively rigorous, and this handy level mecha cannot kill the Woody. But if it is a mecha that uses tungsten steel gold to build the main body, equipped with the Federation's 13th generation core engine, and has an energy shield device, as well as other configurations, then in theory, it can remain intact in a nuclear explosion. A mecha that cannot be destroyed by a nuclear explosion can naturally be called Washuang, and it can also better connect to the previous level of Guoshi. The level of mechas above the Washuang has not yet been finalized and made public, but the internal documents have begun to use the Galaxy class code. Old man, it's time to start. Chen Sun's voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears, indicating that the 7 teams of the independent regiment had all participated in the battle after the division of troops, and were divided into 7 combat areas. Yet, after Ji Xinghe responded, he did not pay attention to the battle of the 7 teams of the independent regiment, because Xinghe helped him watch. When he came to the alien planet, Li Yuanbai's armor clone technique was gone. The external explanation was that there was no Xinghe armor that was more suitable for the armor clone technique. The real reason was that Xinghe was only willing to follow Ji Xinghe. From the perspective of combat power, due to the decline in mecha performance, the current independent regiment is naturally lower than the 300 Xiantian armors at its peak. In addition, the number of ace mecha warriors and general-level mechas has decreased, which has affected the combat power of the independent regiment. But from 10 teams to 7 teams, with Ji Xinghe's support at any time, the independent regiment was even more fierce when fighting than during its peak period, when Ji Xinghe was not there. And the Empire did not dare to use their miniaturized jump gate device rashly when there was no chance to trap the independent regiment's mecha squad, because the independent regiment's squad could retreat at any time, and the miniaturized jump gate device exposed by the Empire would be very likely to be destroyed or seized by the Federation. The number of the Empire's miniaturized jump gate devices is not endless, and the value of this thing is far beyond the Duke-level Imperial mecha. Therefore, it is almost impossible to use miniaturized jump gate devices in 7 battlefields at the same time. For a while, Ji Xinghe was idle. Captain, Han Li's communication application was sent over. He just finished a difficult battle and his voice sounded a little tired. Well, Ji Xinghe responded softly. Han Li didn't say much nonsense. I thought about it and decided to accept your gift. Okay. Ji Xinghe didn't ask Han Li why he chose to give up. He probably understood Han Li's concerns. Theoretically, Han Li's chances of success are actually very high, but there is still a risk of failure, and failure means death. Ji Xinghe's energy cannot guarantee that Han Li can be rescued at the critical moment. Han Li, who is considered to be the most likely to become the 3rd galaxy-level mecha warrior of the Federation, would suffer a great loss if he were to sacrifice because of this incident. There is another layer of concern, because Han Li's success is a good thing for the Federation, but a bad thing for Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe dared to let Ji Rongzhiyu stay on the blue star because he is now unique, and once he loses this feature, Ji Rongzhiyu will no longer be safe. I will try to use the previous generation of mecha operation mode again recently. If my combat power can be maintained, I will come to you. If the impact is serious, I will wait for the new generation of brain-computer interface. Okay. After a few words, the matter was settled, and Han Li ended the communication. This made some people who could hear this communication a little confused. Han Li did not lead the independent regiment well, and failed Ji Xinghe's trust when he left the alien planet before. Now he is going to lead another independent regiment. Why didn't these two people discuss these things at all to resolve possible misunderstandings? Of course, it is because some things will only be discussed at the meeting of the Council of Heroes, and it must be determined before that there is no misunderstanding between the two parties. As for the indifference shown now, it is because of Tu Yuan's request. Although Ji Xinghe thinks it is meaningless, professionals like Tu Yuan think it is meaningful, so let's act it out. After ending Han Li's communication, Li Yuanbai's communication came again. There was no polite words, and he got down to business directly. Old man, I've decided. I will start trying in 6 days. 6 days later, it was Ji Xinghe's challenge in front of the battle. Li Yuanbai was waiting for Ji Xinghe to win and kill Ada Kang, and at the same time seize a mecha of at least Prince A level. Okay, don't just say yes. If I fail, you have to come to the Mountain of Gods. I don't have time for now. Ji Xinghe refused without hesitation. What do you mean you don't have time? Li Yuanbai said dissatisfiedly. Yes, you can make me more motivated and stressed by saying this, but it's meaningless. Even if I succeed, I will have a weak period of about 2 months like you. I will be away for 2 months. Do you know what this means for the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods? It means that everyone in the war zone of the Mountain of Gods will understand that this war will be fought with or without you. Li Yuanbai was speechless and could only say, okay, see you later. The communication was hung up. Ji Xinghe couldn't really be as indifferent and timeless as he said. He had decided to escort Li Yuanbai when the time came. Because this is the first time the Federation has tried to replicate the miracle created by Ji Xinghe. The method he told Li Yuanbai is actually not a secret to the Federation. If Ji Xinghe did not master the ability of the gift, but only gain the power of Qi because of it, then this kind of experiment would appear in large numbers without any accident, and many people would die because of it. Those who died were not ordinary people, because Ji Xinghe's miracle has 4 major elements: nuclear explosion, baptism, gangjin, spiritual will, and belief. Spiritual will is not the same as belief. If the strength of spiritual will is compared to the strength of human physical fitness, then belief is equivalent to the skills mastered by humans. It can be regarded as fighting skills and kung fu. The same physical fitness means that the spiritual will is equally strong, but if they fight, the one who is better at fighting will definitely win. Different beliefs can bring people different levels of power. Some people insist on the belief that it is just to make money and to achieve success, while some people insist on the belief that it is closely related to the entire Federation and all mankind. In these 4 elements, there are only a handful of people in the entire Federation who can catch up with Ji Xinghe. After Ji Xinghe not only mastered the power of Qi, but also mastered the ability of gifts, such experiments are not very meaningful. Because after getting the gift, it is impossible to have the ability of the gift. It is just an unconfirmed conjecture of Ji Xinghe, and it has not been really made public. Unless Ji Xinghe sacrificed himself, the Federation would start the experiment of replicating his experience regardless of the cost. Li Yuanba had already decided to try to obtain the power of Qi by himself, but he told Ji Xinghe today that he would start in 6 days, because in this case, his application would not be so easy to be approved. Fortunately, there is Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe has mastered the powerful Qi. In the eyes of many people, if there is an accident, Ji Xinghe can also save Li Yuanba. So I agreed to let Li Yuanba conduct this very dangerous experiment, and I also hope to break Ji Xinghe's monopoly on the gift. After the 2 communications, the communication application of the Nanshanman command came again, saying some meaningless nonsense, which did not bring any changes to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe's gift is still mainly aimed at military doctors. The Denjin Masters, Gangjin Masters, and some generals and important personnel in Nanshan Mengkuang can only continue to wait in line. To a certain extent, Ji Xinghe also wants to verify his conjecture through Li Yuanba. If it is feasible, then others may not be unable to try it. My lord, that white-haired gorilla is really a bit fierce, Xingai's voice sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears, focusing Ji Xinghe's attention on the battle below. At this time, the location of the Pinguin space battleship is the team of the 7 teams of the independent regiment that is most likely to encounter the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Mecha Corps, and it is also the team led by Zhang Yun. Because the situation on the battlefield where they are located is not optimistic, Zhang Yun's team has gradually been surrounded by a large number of Imperial mechas and is about to completely lose the opportunity to retreat. Under normal circumstances, the Empire will send out the Anti-Galaxy Mecha Corps to try to annihilate it when it is determined that Zhang Yun's team cannot retreat. But until now, the Empire has not been able to activate the jump gate device. It may be because there is no jump gate device in this war zone, but among the known reasons, the white-haired gorilla named Liuer has played a role that cannot be ignored. Driving a broken formation class mecha, it has been with Zhang Yun since the war. This is Zhang Yun's request. Once it moves, Zhang Yun can rely on the general level mecha to kill it directly. But not only did it not move, it also repeatedly defeated them. Ji Xinghe connected to the perspective of Zhang Yun's mecha and observed Liuer's battle from the side. It's not that Zhang Yun has been paying attention to Liuer, but because the mecha has a 360-degree perspective mode, and Liuer has been following Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun, who was fighting with all his strength, didn't even watch Liuer's battle before receiving Chen Sun's reminder, and there was no need. The Pazian class mecha driven by Liuer happened to be modified from the Federation's 16th generation standard mecha, and its performance was much stronger than that of the normal 16th generation standard mecha. The Federation's current standard mecha still has many generations, most of which are concentrated in the 3 mecha levels of conventional, Wangshan, and Pazian. When it comes to the Zanshan level, it can be said that they are almost all Zanshan mechas. But they will undergo internal modifications to adapt their driving habits according to different users, or increase or replace weapons, which are generally no different. The general level mecha is the exclusive mecha for the ace before. There is no standard for it at present. However, in general, it is very similar to the Duke armor of the Empire, because many general level mechas are transformed from the captured Duke armor of the Empire. Each of the national level mechas is unique. Although this will lead to more resources being invested in the preparation of spare parts and cannot form mass production, there are too few mecha warriors who can drive the national level mechas. There is no point in mass production, and it will waste more resources. Because of Ji Xinghe's request, the face armor of Liuer's broken formation level mecha was replaced with super bulletproof glass. The defense power has decreased significantly, but it does not affect Liuer's combat effectiveness, but it has improved. Because the imperial mecha can clearly see through the transparent bulletproof glass, and see that the driver is a white-haired gorilla. It is incredible that the gorilla drives the federal mecha to kill the imperial gorilla, not to mention a white-haired gorilla that represents ominousness. Just a moment of days is the key to determine the outcome of a mecha battle. Although the Empire mecha had received the news after Liuer joined the battle, how could it be completely unaffected when it really met Liuer? What's more, Shenmue installed the communication module of the Empire mecha on Liuer's mecha, which automatically played some words recorded by Liuer in advance. Instead of using a loudspeaker, it directly broadcasted in full channel using the communication mode of the Empire mecha, which was clearer to hear and farther to transmit. Do you really think that by destroying a few federal mechas, you will be able to get the military merit that makes you a noble? Wake up, even if you become a noble by chance, so what? You still have to fight, because without military merit, your noble status will be revoked. And if you continue to fight, can you guarantee that you will not sacrifice? If you die, everything will be gone. You have gained wealth and honor for your loved ones? Haha. Look at what happened to the families of those nobles after they died in battle. My life is worthless, and your lives are worthless too. I have received so many military merits, but I am still a war slave. How can you be better off? Why work so hard with a military salary of only 2,000 yuan a month? They are all cannon fodder, or cannon fodder whose bodies will not be collected, but the Federation is different. If they don't have a family, they will at least collect the bodies of their comrades. Have you heard of the heroic mountain of the Federation? The president of the Federation is equivalent to the third emperor of the Wu family. He went to the heroic mountain to pay tribute to the millions of heroes of the Federation. Will your third emperor of the Wu family go to pay tribute to you? Yes, you have a family, but your sacrifice will not bring any changes to your family. If you don't have a family, and you are the only one left in the family like me, I think coming to the Federation will be our best way out. Fighting for the Federation will also involve sacrifices, but as long as there are more of us, the Empire will definitely change. So, I'm not fighting for the Federation, I'm fighting for our tribe. Liuer's trash talk has reached an extreme under the blessing of Shenmue, Liu Yingzi and others. However, any trash talk needs real strength to support it, otherwise it will only be slapped. Liuer, who is just driving a formation-breaking mecha, may have some strength, but it can't be used at all. It is not allowed to access the brain-computer interface, and the mecha it drives does not have a neural connection operation mode. Therefore, the strength it can really rely on is only one fact. Ji Xinghe has mastered the ability of the gift. I have received Ji Xinghe's gift, and I have the power of Qi. Yes, it is Qi, that is, the power that only the great nobles can get from Emperor Wu III. Now, I have it, and you can have it too. No matter how many imperial mechas Liuer destroyed, it actually didn't mean much, because it was really ordinary now. Any mecha warrior of the independent regiment driving the mountain armor could easily break it now, and could kill more than it. However, this also shows from the side that its strength is indeed strong. The mecha warriors of the independent regiment driving the formation-breaking mechas could not beat it. But the real significance of its existence far exceeds that of many federal mecha warriors, including ace mecha warriors like Zhang Yun. A conventional imperial mecha attacked its fellows when Zhang Yun and Liuer approached. It roared. I want to join the Federation, and this is just a beginning, a brand new beginning. P.S. I went out to wear a doll costume and got beaten. I'll write it back in the evening. My boss is a bit stingy and doesn't want to spend money to hire a professional. Chapter 581, From West to East, Killing Through the Canyon. Ji Xinghe stayed on the Ping space battleship for 4 days, but he was never able to participate in the battle. The Empire obviously knew that he would use orbital airdrops to support the independent regiment mecha squad on the surface, so he did not invest in miniaturized jump gate devices, and the anti-galaxy independent regiment did not appear in the Western theater. This is actually not very reasonable. After the independent regiment was divided into troops, even if Ji Xinghe could quickly provide support, the number of independent regiment mechas that he could lead was very small. It would be difficult to defeat the Empire's Mecha Corps and the Anti-Galaxy Corps equipped with Earl armor with a powerful momentum like his first battle after returning to the alien planet. In that battle, if the assembled independent regiment had not joined the battle, it would have been impossible for Ji Xinghe to win alone, and it would have been a fluke to be able to retreat. In this case, the Empire only needs to invest similar forces as last time to have a chance to kill Ji Xinghe. Even if Ji Xinghe can successfully retreat, his rescue mission will fail, and a mecha squad of the independent regiment after the division will definitely be annihilated by the Empire. Once, twice, and 3 times, the Empire, with its large number of troops, has every chance to continue to erode the independent regiment as before, until the independent regiment is completely defeated. At that time, what can Ji Xinghe do alone? There are 2 possibilities. While assisting in commanding the various teams of the independent regiment to participate in the war, Chen Sun brought the staff of the independent regiment to discuss with Ji Xinghe. The first possibility is that the Empire wants to wait until you participate in the war before sending out the Anti-Galaxy Corps, so that you cannot provide quick support. If their goal is to defeat our mecha team, the success rate will increase greatly, and casualties will be greatly reduced. If you are the target, after determining your location for the battle, it is also possible to make targeted arrangements and reduce casualties. The second possibility is that they have given up on our independent regiment as a combat target, because in their view, you always have to fight Ada Kang alone. It would be better if you can be killed in advance. If you need to pay a greater price, it is better to wait a few days. Now, just wait for 2 more days. In fact, there are more than 2 possibilities. These 2 possibilities also cover many possibilities, but there is no need to say too much. No matter how big or small the matter is, it shouldn't be a problem that Ji Xinghe needs to consider. Liu Mian added, we can't be sure for the time being, and it's meaningless to be sure. The Empire with a miniaturized jump gate device can change their tactical choices and combat target choices at any time. But we can be sure that the Empire's military strength has begun to be insufficient, otherwise, they would not fight us like this. Seeing the big picture from the small details is an ability that a staff officer must learn and master. As for how much they can know, that is a different level of professionalism. In this regard, Liu Mian is more professional than Chen Sun. After all, Chen Sun was a sniper when he joined the army, and Liu Mian has always been a staff officer. Ji Xinghe did not express his opinion, but listened quietly. Liu Mian continued. The Empire's military strength should not be insufficient at this time, even if we destroyed their jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon. Therefore, there must be a problem within the Empire. The most favorable problem for us is that the Empire's rebels have gained a certain advantage, forcing the Empire to invest more troops in their internal war. The most disadvantageous problem for us is that although the rebels have a certain advantage, the Empire has a greater advantage and has the opportunity to win the battle in one fell swoop. Although this will also lead to a reduction in the Empire's troops arriving on the alien planet, when the Empire solves the rebels, we will face a more powerful Empire. The people participating in the communication conference were all cursing the gorilla at this time, and they named Dongguo Silian. Obviously, they all thought that the latter possibility proposed by Liu Mian, which was the most unfavorable possibility for the Federation, was more likely to be the actual situation. If it was really the former, then the Empire, which was at war with the Federation and the rebels at the same time, could only keep a jump base on an alien planet at most. After hearing this, Ji Xinghe still did not express his opinion. He is getting more and more used to handing over professional matters to professionals, such as the Council of Heroes, the command of the independent regiment, and the arrangement of strategies and tactics. He only needs to know what Chen Sun and Liu Mian said. Similarly, Chen Sun and others also believe that professional matters should be done by professionals, and Ji Xinghe's specialty is fighting. So after a lot of analysis of the situation, intelligence and other information, Chen Sun began to assign tasks to Ji Xinghe and gave Ji Xinghe the opportunity to choose. We can't fight passively like this, we must take the initiative. Chen Sun couldn't see Ji Xinghe's expression at this time, but his expression was very rich like an actor with poor acting skills, and all kinds of expressions did not match the lines he said. The repair of facial nerves has been continuing because of the key, but the key of the first stage cannot bring good repair effect. Although Ji Xinghe used the key of the 6th stage to help him with treatment before, it will take a long time to fully repair. During this period, He still did not have the normal ability to manage facial expressions, so people who saw him recently would think he was very strange, not as good as before when he was always expressionless. But this feeling is really good. He is getting better, the independent regiment is getting better, and the Federation is the same. All these changes are because Ji Xinghe has returned to the alien planet and is stronger than 3 years ago. Therefore, the stronger Ji Xinghe should take on more responsibilities and obligations. My suggestion is to assemble the independent regiment again, and then march from the surface of the southern part of the Battle Scar Canyon, and then enter the canyon and fight deep into the enemy's belly. This plan is full of risks for the independent regiment. Although the Battle Scar Canyon is east-west, the Federation is deployed in the eastern and western war zones, so the Empire's troops are also concentrated on the east and west sides. But the interior of the Battle Scar Canyon is extremely wide. How could there be no troops deployed on the north and south sides? Moreover, as the battle area is getting closer and closer to the Empire's jump base, the Empire's support and return speed have been significantly improved. The independent regiment, which is alone and deep, will inevitably face the Empire's troops that are enough to destroy them. As the Chief of Staff of the independent regiment, Chen Sun should not propose such a dangerous combat plan, but because he is Chen Sun, others don't think there is any problem. Make the best use of things and people. This is Chen Sun's increasingly famous concept. The reason why the independent regiment risked being gradually annihilated by the Empire and split up to fight is partly due to Chen Sun's command concept. If we don't move, the independent regiment led by Ravich in the Eastern Theater will most likely be annihilated. Judging from the current deployment of the Empire's forces, their target is likely to have changed to Ravich and his men. There are also 2 independent regiments in the battlefield of the God's Mountain, which are also at risk of being annihilated. They are not opponents of the Anti-Galaxy Corps, and the speed of mutual support is not as fast as the marching speed of the Empire. The independent regiment responsible for rapid support is easily pinned down. Chen Sun paused slightly, then said, the Anti-Galaxy Corps is the absolute elite of the Empire. Such an elite should be dealt with by our independent regiment. After a brief pause, Ji Xinghe asked, has the battle plan been formulated? Liu Mian replied, it has been formulated. As long as the battle plan is passed, it will only take an hour to coordinate the various units, Ji Xinghe confirmed. Then fight like this. With Ji Xinghe's authorization, Liu Mian contacted the relevant parties at the first time, but was rejected. The Nanshanmen Command, which had previously allowed the independent regiment to sacrifice itself to give other independent regiments, or even the entire battle, more opportunities, did something unusual this time. Because Ji Xinghe was going to lead the team, and Ji Xinghe couldn't die. But this couldn't be said directly, so the reason for the refusal became another statement. You are all independent regiments. Why do you think they can't beat the Anti-Galaxy Corps, but you can win? Moreover, other independent regiments are under the direct support of our troops, and you are alone in the deep. Yes, everyone is an independent regiment. Why can't others do it, but you can? Faced with this reason, Liu Mian's words were resounding. Because we are the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, an independent regiment that only fights elites, and an independent regiment that has been imitated and never surpassed. Yes, we are the real independent regiment. This also makes sense. Even if the corps commanders or mecha warriors of the other 4 independent regiments respond, they will only say one sentence, yes, 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 you are right. But it is obvious that he can't convince the Nanshanmen Command, so Liu Mian also changed his statement. How about I let our old man tell you in person? Strictly speaking, Liu Mian should call Ji Xinghe the corps commander when conducting this kind of conversation. But he used the title of old man. The people at the Nanshanmen headquarters did not correct him, but felt great pressure because of this title. The corps commander is the corps commander of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. The old man is the old man of the Federation's 300,000 mecha warriors, and far more than the mecha warriors. With a blind man's sacrifice, his last words were spread by people with ulterior motives, and people no longer use the titles of General Ji, the corps commander, and Old Ji in private. They all felt that the blind man was right. It actually had little to do with the title of old man, but because the blind man said when he chose to sacrifice himself that it was the most glorious moment in his life. People yearn for it. So people followed a blind man and called Ji Xinghe an old man. This has nothing to do with the legend of the old man, but has to do with the legend of the blind man. A first-class mecha warrior of the Federation was incorporated into the residual soldier company after being injured. He not only lost the opportunity to drive the mecha to fight, but also had the possibility of staying away from the war. But he said, what if he is blind? What if he is lame? So he became the ace mecha warrior of the Federation, won 11 red stars, and when he had a bright future, he chose to use the bright future in exchange for the most glorious moment in his life. Ji Xinghe's light is dazzling, but it can't block the light of the blind man. The legends around the legends are also legends that make people respect. Colonel Li Lin. The people in the Nanshanmen command thought of this title, and they were even reluctant to use the blind man, which was the title that Li Lin liked. Now, the combat plan proposed by the independent regiment is too similar to the choice made by Colonel Li Lin at the time. So their refusal was not entirely because they didn't want Ji Xinghe to sacrifice, but also because there were many people like Li Lin in the independent regiment. Colonel Li Mian, you should know very well that the most glorious moment in their lives should not be the moment they sacrifice on the battlefield, but the moment they win the war and bring it back to the Blue Star. You also know very well that the most glorious moment in our old man's life is definitely not now. It is the moment when we kill Emperor Wu Yi with our own hands and end this war. After these two sentences, both Li Mian and the staff of the Nanshanmen command who talked to him had lost the power to decide whether this combat plan could be passed. In fact, they have never had it, but they have been arguing meaninglessly for different considerations and different people's wills. This low efficiency made Ji Xinghe very dissatisfied. He would have a duel with Ada King in 2 days. If he delayed, he would probably lose this opportunity. Ivanovich actually didn't want to accept Ji Xinghe's communication application. General Ji, can't you wait a little longer? No, but you will definitely win in 2 days, and you must win. By then, you will be able to seize a more powerful mecha, at least the level of the Imperial Prince armor, and possibly the Imperial Emperor armor. Even if it is a Prince armor, as long as it can be transformed, it is very likely to become the world's first unparalleled level mecha. At that time, won't the success rate of such an operation be higher? This is reasonable. Although the overclocked form of the Star Moon armor has been completely replaced with tungsten steel gold as the main material of the body in the past 3 years. In order to achieve the ultra-high speed and explosive power of the overclocked form, the slender body armor of the Star Moon armor is actually very thin. Even if it is tungsten steel gold, the thickness factor must be considered when discussing defense. Moreover, due to the special nature of the overclocked form, in addition to the 13th generation core engine, there are not many high-tech mechas in the Federation in the past 3 years that can be directly applied to the Star Moon armor. For example, the energy shield generator, whether it is the regular form of Xinghe armor or the overclocked form of Xinghe armor, does not have the possibility of modification and installation. In this case, if Ji Xinghe can seize a Prince armor, replace the core engine and add an energy shield generator, as well as other high-tech products, the Prince armor, which is equivalent to the national level, can be rated as the unparalleled level. If I have the unparalleled armor, this operation is doomed to fail, because the Empire will definitely use nuclear weapons. Now the Empire may also use nuclear weapons, then let them use it, and then destroy their jump base. Judging from the current area of the Empire's occupied area in the Battle Scar Canyon, the Federation's nuclear weapons obviously cannot be directly bombed flat. After all, it is a 3-canyon terrain structure, and the 2 mountain ranges in the canyon have a great hindering effect on the power of nuclear weapons. But after fighting for so long, the Federation is not completely clueless about the location of the Empire's jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon. If the right location is bombed, the Battle Scar Canyon will no longer be a war zone. Even if the bombing was in the wrong place, it could be seen as using the method of elimination. Even if a suspected target was eliminated, it could bring great help to the war in the Battle Scar Canyon. Aren't you afraid that the independent regiment will all be sacrificed because of this? What do you think? Then why not use this tactic later? Anyway, it's the Empire that's going to use nuclear weapons. It doesn't make much difference whether it's used now or in half a month. You know the Empire will definitely use nuclear weapons. Why do we have to wait for the Empire to use them first and then we use them later? The Federation and the Empire have been fighting on the alien planet for more than 20 years. At the beginning, the Federation did not mind using nuclear weapons, but when the Empire also used nuclear weapons, the Federation fell into a passive position. The Empire did not use them, and the Federation did not use them. In the final analysis, the alien planet belongs to the Federation. How can it take the initiative to start a nuclear war on its own territory? Unless the Federation can't defend it, but before it can defend it, The Federation will not be willing to let this war turn into a state of nuclear bombardment. Even if it is already known that the use of nuclear weapons will have an impact on the Empire's jump gate. Because no one can be sure how many nuclear weapons are needed to have a substantial impact. Will so many nuclear weapons cause everything the Federation has built on the alien planet to collapse? Even after everything on the surface collapsed, it still couldn't stop the Empire from opening the jump gate. If this is the case, the Federation can't stop the Empire with only the Nanchaman space station, space battleships, and spacecraft. The conversation between Ji Xinghe and Ivanovich did not produce results quickly because of Ji Xinghe's insistence. Because they were going to fight deep into the enemy's belly, Ji Xinghe couldn't forcefully directly assemble the independent regiment and implement this combat plan. If all parties were not coordinated well, it would really be like taking the independent regiment to die. It's still a bit passive. Ji Xinghe can't really have the final say. So, should Tu Yuan be made the commander-in-chief? When Ji Xinghe was thinking this, Ivanovich, who had no idea what kind of ending he might face, received bad news. The 5th Independent Regiment of the Federation was ambushed by the Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps while carrying out an orbital airborne support mission. All 135 Zunshanjia participating in the battle were destroyed, and most of them were captured by the Empire using a miniaturized jump gate device. At this time, half a day had passed since the Independent Regiment proposed their battle plan. The Imperial Anti-Galaxy Corps, which had just won a great victory, once again appeared on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods. The Bald Eagle Independent Regiment, danger. Let the Independent Regiment assemble and attack. Prepare the final fortress, the carrier-type single-soldier starship, and the space battleship. If there's an accident, General Ji must be brought back. The battle plan of the Independent Regiment was finally approved, but due to time reasons, it was too late to detour to the surface of the south side of the canyon, and then enter the Battle Scar Canyon to attack the hinterland of the Empire's occupied area. That would give the Anti-Galaxy Corps enough time to return to the rescue. The Anti-Galaxy Corps that appeared on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods at this time, although it brought great pressure to the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods, didn't it give the Independent Regiment a chance? This is also the reason why Ivanovich finally agreed. Ji Xinghe made a decision, facing the Independent Regiment that had already assembled. He said, "The combat objective is to fight our way through the canyon from west to east." Chapter 582 Metal Torrent. The Empire-occupied area of the Battle Scar Canyon is located in the terrain structure of 3 canyons. The mountains in the 2 canyons divide the canyons, making the area easy to defend and difficult to attack. The Empire has occupied this place for many years. There are countless reconnaissance equipment, defensive or offensive weapons, and a large number of troops that can be concentrated for defense in the 2 mountains. These are the reasons why the Federation failed to capture this place in 3 years after Little Ivan was detonated in the Battle Scar Canyon. General Ji, are you sure you want to do this? After the Independent Regiment was assembled and Ji Xinghe determined the new combat plan, Tang Qiao asked on behalf of the Ground Command of the Western Theater Command. Yes, which canyon should we take? The middle one, but in this case, you and your Independent Regiment will be attacked from both sides at the same time. Compared with the previous combat plan, the difficulty has increased by more than 1 order of magnitude. So we suggest. I don't accept the suggestion, Ji Xinghe interrupted Tang Qiao and said in a commanding tone, Major General Tang Qiao, do what you should do and what you can do. Yes, Tang Qiao accepted the order. Although he was the commander of the ground command of the Western Theater Command, his military rank was lower than Ji Xinghe, and his influence on other aspects were not a little bit worse. People were not surprised by his obedience. There was actually nothing to do in preparation, because no combat unit in the Western Theater Command could keep up with the Independent Regiment that was preparing to rush forward. The only thing that could keep up was the long-range fire support from the Western Theater Command and various federal units. So the assembled Independent Regiment soon began to charge. Ji Xinghe drove the overclocked Xingaiyu armor, with 1 armor leading the way, and the 7 teams of the Independent Regiment followed neatly behind him. When the orange-red dust flew up, the loud bangs gradually disappeared. Together with their figures, they disappeared from the sight that people could observe with the naked eye. The charge speed of the 301 mechas was really fast. Even based on the barrel principle, the marching speed of the Independent Regiment at this time should be based on those mechas of the breaking formation level, but even the mechas of the breaking formation level were 2 levels higher than the conventional standard mechas of the Federation. A long time ago, The 16th generation standard mecha driven by Ji Xinghe was a conventional level 1. After the transformation, it reached the standard of Wangshan level. He won many gold stars by driving that mecha. Although the mecha of the broken formation level is also transformed from the conventional level standard mecha, the degree of transformation is higher, and the all-round performance improvement is also greater. For example, the mecha of the broken formation level driven by Liu, although it is also transformed from the 16th generation standard mecha, its comprehensive performance exceeds that of the one used by Ji Xinghe when he participated in the operation of the orbital airborne mecha core after he became a special class mecha warrior. The speed of the cruising state can reach 120 km per hour, and the speed of the full charge can be close to 150 km per hour. Therefore, the speed of the independent regiment's surging advance at this time has reached 120 km per hour, and it can continue to increase at critical moments. The east-west length of the occupied area of the Battle Scar Canyon Empire is only 110 km from the position where the independent regiment charged to the location of the support troops prepared in the Eastern Theater. In theory, they don't even need an hour to cross the canyon. But the Empire would not let such a theory become reality. When the direction of the independent regiment's movement was clear, although the true intention of the independent regiment could not be determined, the Empire had already launched an attack. Countless artillery fire fell from the sky, trying to destroy the independent regiment's cluster charge formation while causing a certain degree of casualties to the independent regiment. The distance of 5 kilometers passed in a flash. Considering the support forces deployed by the Eastern Theater, they could affect the distance of 5 kilometers. At this time, the independent regiment was only 100 kilometers away from their combat goal of killing through the canyon. And all of them were unharmed. Because their speed was too fast, they had already changed their positions when the Empire's long-range firepower attack locked on them and fired. 301 mecha seemed to be a lot, but the cluster charge formation of the independent regiment was not dense, leaving enough space to help them share the pressure brought by the Empire's artillery fire. Their speed was not fixed, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, always maintained between 120 km per hour and 150 km per hour. The path of the charge was even less likely to be a straight line. Ji Xinghe, who was at the forefront, was like a fluttering flag, leading the captains of the 7 teams behind him. These 7 captains were all ace mecha warriors. Wang Kang, who took over the blind team, successfully won his 103rd gold star after the last battle, but only 1 red star was sprayed on the mecha at this time. To be an ace, all of them are favored by heaven. They can understand Ji Xinghe's intentions in the shortest time and convey the corresponding instructions to their teams. The entire independent regiment, led by Ji Xinghe, is like a giant dragon flying close to the ground, with its body winding and maintaining a high-speed rush mode. 95 kilometers, Qin Tong used the mode of shouting to tell the straight-line distance from their destination in the communication channel. Let the mecha warriors of the independent regiment who are under artillery fire know that they are getting closer and closer to the target. Prepare for battle. Another reminder, the independent regiment, which was like a place without apes in the imperial occupation area, finally encountered an interception from the imperial mecha. At this time, the imperial command still could not determine the true combat intention of the independent regiment, but the independent regiment had already passed through the Empire's most advanced position facing the Western Theater with its high mobility. If it was not stopped, whether the independent regiment continued to move forward or turned to appear behind the Empire's front-line positions, it would cause great losses to the Empire. The 500 imperial mechas that had been hastily assembled appeared in front of the independent regiment like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their combat goal was just to contain the suddenly furious independent regiment and give the Empire more time to prepare. According to the strength comparison between the two sides, the Imperial Command believed that with 500 mechas as the main force and a mecha corps composed of various combat units, it could at least delay the independent regiment for half an hour. But what the Imperial Command never expected was that the independent regiment, which had the ability to completely annihilate this Imperial mecha corps, actually gave up annihilation and continued to charge towards their location without looking back after killing through it. Yes, the Empire's jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon was located on the side of the canyon that the independent regiment chose to kill through. 3 canyons, and the other borders of the other 2 canyons are all the borders of the Battle Scar Canyon, which is impossible to be the location of the Empire's jump base. From the beginning, The Federation was able to determine that the Empire's jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon was in the two mountain ranges that divided this section of the Battle Scar Canyon into three canyons. But the left and right cannot be determined, and the specific location cannot be determined. Ji Xinghe chose to launch a charge from the middle canyon, risking being attacked by the weapons deployed by the Empire on the mountains on both sides at the same time, just to accurately locate the Empire's jump base. He knew that many people in the independent regiment would definitely die today, but he was used to sacrifice. Whether it was the first 2 years when he came to the alien planet, or the past 3 years since he left the alien planet, he has been used to sacrifice. What he is doing, and what he will do in the future, is to reduce this kind of sacrifice. The weapons used by all the mechas of the independent regiment are made of tungsten steel gold, which allowed them to directly kill through the first line of the Empire's mecha defense line in just a few minutes. Speaking of which, if Ji Xinghe had not come back, the independent regiment would not be able to gather 300 mountain-cutting armors, let alone 300 tungsten steel gold weapons. Along with the panic armor, the weapons used by the panic armor must have been seized by the Empire. But Ji Xinghe is back. In the last battle, he alone won 2.5 red stars, more than one of which was made up of the Earl armor of the Anti-Galaxy Corps. Naturally, the seized tungsten steel gold weapons exceeded 100 pieces, and in terms of weapons, they have made up for the previous losses of the independent regiment. And the more than 1,000 imperial mechas seized by the Western Theater were also exchanged for the resources needed by the independent regiment at the first time according to the recycling value of 40%. Because the Federation currently has 5 independent regiments, and the panic armor has become the Federation's strongest mass-produced standard mecha, so the conversion speed of these resources is much faster than before. Before Ji Xinghe came back, the independent regiment, which only had 78 panic armors, now has 230 panic armors. There are more than 1,000 imperial mechas, including more than 100 count armor, which is equivalent to the breaking formation class mechas, but only 32 slashing armor were replaced, and the 32 slashing armor that were replaced were handed over to the Western Theater. It sounds like a blood loss. But Tang Qiao really did not make a mistake. The slashing armor is so expensive, and expensiveness has its advantages. The speed of the independent regiment's charge was not affected by the continuous coverage of the Empire's artillery fire. When it broke through the first Imperial mecha defense line, it was also not affected. Move forward. The 301 mechas continue to move towards their combat objectives with a dust-free momentum. 85 kilometers, Qin Tuang's tone changed slightly, because at this point, they really entered the Empire's long-term occupation zone. Previously, the Western Theater and the Eastern Theater fought simultaneously, and with the help of the independent regiment, which was in its peak state at the time, and the lethality brought by Little Ivan, the Empire's occupation zone in the Battle Scar Canyon was compressed to a length of only 60 kilometers from east to west. Therefore, today's killing operation did not encounter too strong resistance before, because the troops of the Western Theater, or the independent regiment, had killed to this position. And now, every step forward can be said to have created a history. The pressure is naturally incomparable, and the Empire should have analyzed their combat objectives today and completed the heavy mobilization of troops. This is indeed the case. Prepare for combat, the numbering has been completed, and all teams should pay attention. Qin Tong, as the deputy head of the regiment, was really worried about what the head of the regiment should do. Fortunately, the air supremacy of the Federation and the staff composed of Chen Sun and others could bring him a lot of help. Moreover, he really had no pressure today, because Ji Xinghe was in his sight, leading them to charge forward. The second line of defense arranged by the Empire, which was mainly composed of mechas, did not increase much in number compared with before, but the level of mechas had been significantly improved. Most of them were noble mechas. Referring to the existing mecha performance level of the Federation, these mechas were mostly composed of Wangshan level mechas. Although it is only one standard level higher than the conventional standard mecha, the overall combat power of the cluster combat has been improved by more than one standard level. The independent regiment that can avoid the main defense line of the Empire cannot avoid the defense line formed by the Mecha Corps with high mobility. The first attack encountered was from various weapons that cooperated with the Imperial Mecha Corps. There is no need to mention weapons such as artillery shells. Among them, the biggest threat to the independent regiment was a kind of armor-piercing cannon, specially designed to deal with mecha. It is called a cannon, but it is actually a weapon similar to closed defense cannons and machine guns. The bullets used have extremely high armor-piercing effects and an amazing firing rate. It only takes 6 seconds to completely penetrate 1,000 mm thick conventional armor. If it is replaced by a conventional standard mecha with armor defense equivalent to 600 mm of conventional armor, it will be directly beaten into sieve as long as it is locked by this weapon and the attack is completed. The alloy armor used by the Wangshan class mecha has a defense power equivalent to 1,200 mm thick conventional armor, but it is also difficult to withstand it. In the face of such firepower, if the Pazian class mecha cannot complete the evasion as soon as possible, the end will be equally bleak. The real key is that this weapon can cause obvious damage to the armor of the mecha. If you are unlucky, the internal parts may be damaged. Whether it is good luck or bad luck, it can still affect the subsequent battle of the mecha. Therefore, Zhan Shanjia cannot completely ignore this weapon. When the second mecha defense line of the Empire put out 30 armor-piercing cannons and prepared to attack the independent regiment at a cost of tens of millions per second, the cost of using weapons of the same specification in the Federation, one of the only 2 mechas in the independent regiment that could ignore this weapon, began to accelerate. Ji Xinghe, who had been suppressing his own charge speed, suddenly broke out, driving the Xinghe armor to complete the turning maneuver, and rushed straight to the side of the Empire's defense line. Because of the attack distance and terrain, the 30 armor-piercing cannons could not attack the independent regiment that was charging, so their muzzles were all pointed at Ji Xinghe. However, Ji Xinghe's speed was too fast, and all the armor-piercing shells fell behind him, causing orange-red dust to rise all over the sky, covering the figure of the independent regiment charging behind. Seeing this, multiple gun barrels continued to move forward without hesitation, locking Ji Xinghe's charge path as predicted, and fired in advance without hesitation. The armor-piercing shells attacked with saturation coverage, like raindrops densely covering the air during a rainstorm, enough to drown everything. And the armor-piercing cannons that were always chasing behind Ji Xinghe did not reduce their firepower at all, and continued to fire at the peak rate, making the pouring armor-piercing shells like a tornado, and like a metal storm that could swallow everything. The only good news is that because of the attack angle, the number of armor-piercing cannons that can attack Ji Xinghe at this time has been sharply reduced to 23. There is rain in front and wind behind. Ji Xinghe, who seemed to have no way to go, did not choose to jump, because Xinghe could clearly see that many weapons in the second line of defense had locked onto the sky above her and Ji Xinghe's location and path. Once you jump, the end result is to be blown away directly. The defensive power of the Star Moon armor can ensure that Ji Xinghe will not die, and can even maintain balance in the process of being blown away, but if he loses the opportunity to break the formation because of this, then the wind and rain will fall on the independent regiment. Ji Xinghe chose to resist, using 2 swords to protect the camera position of the mecha, and turned on the full power mode of the overclocked form of Xinghe. With the wind and rain, he successfully bypassed a flank of the defense line. This is actually very difficult. The kinetic energy attached to those armor-piercing shells made Ji Xinghe unable to perfectly control the Star Moon armor. But he succeeded. Many imperial mechas came to him, not to kill him, but to delay time and let the wind and rain fall on the independent regiment. As long as the independent regiment is crippled, no matter what the independent regiment's combat intentions are today, it doesn't matter. But how could Ji Xinghe allow this to happen? Break one armor in one step until the front of the formation. With a wave of his hand, the wind disappeared and the rain dispersed. The independent regiment charged in groups and killed through the enemy formation again with unstoppable force. Like a torrent made of all metal. Chapter 583 The Real Target. When the independent regiment charged, the long-range firepower of the Federation was always providing support. With the help of the perspective of the mecha, as well as military satellites, high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and ultra-long-range radars, the Federation can determine the precise coordinates of the Empire's firepower output platforms and combat units as soon as they appear within the range of reconnaissance detection, or fire at the independent regiment, and then launch a ruthless fire attack. The Empire's anti-missile weapons system has a low success rate of interception because it does not have air superiority, and can only rely on the advantage of bunkers to resist. In the eyes of the Empire, the Federation's firepower quota is far inferior to theirs. As long as it can hold on for a period of time and defeat the independent regiment, the Federation will suffer heavy losses because of this very reckless battle. But the Federation's firepower from all directions in the sky seems endless today, and there is a feeling of saturation coverage strike. Because of this battle, the Western theater has been prepared to defeat a month's firepower quota, and even more is not a waste. Similarly, the Federation's long-range firepower support for the Western theater also feels regardless of cost. The independent regiment scaling through this canyon is of great strategic value to the Federation. Even if the independent regiment did not destroy a single imperial mecha, or even lost more than half of them during the charge, as long as the independent regiment could successfully pass through this central canyon, it would be an indisputable success. The key lies in the location of the imperial jump base, just like the Empire once wanted to obtain the precise coordinates of the Federation's number 6 and number 5 bases at all costs. It is said that this is an era where mechas are king, but the real final word is still nuclear weapons like Little Ivan. And in order to make the most effective use of the power of nuclear weapons, the precise coordinates of the target of attack are of great significance. The Empire knew long ago that the Federation had nuclear weapons, so how could the most important jump base not have the ability to defend against nuclear strikes? Under the bombardment of the Empire's firepower and under the cover of the Federation's firepower, the independent regiment continued to advance in the canyon like a metal torrent. The second line of defense set up by the Empire, like the first line of defense, only part of the troops encountered the attack of the independent regiment. Those who wanted to block the independent regiment's direction of travel only met the independent regiment and could only see the orange-red dust raised by the independent regiment. The pursuit began. The mecha corps that had been killed in the first line of defense had been in the process of pursuit. Because of the obstruction of the second line of defense, they could not catch up with the independent regiment. They had already completed the confluence with the mecha corps of the second line of defense. The wind and rain hit again. 75 kilometers, prepare for battle. The independent regiment, which had already reached the middle of the canyon, encountered the third temporary line of defense organized by the Empire during the pursuit. Compared with the previous two lines of defense, the troops of this line of defense were more comprehensive. Although the number of mechas did not increase significantly because the independent regiment's action was too sudden and there was no time to mobilize more, the troops deployed to cooperate with the mechas in combat could cause great trouble to the independent regiment. If it is a defense line composed of pure mechas, with the combat power of the independent regiment, it can be easily killed through, and then rely on the speed advantage to open a certain distance. But it is much more difficult to kill through non-mecha combat units. For example, the outer protective armor used by the movable fortress-type fire output platform is more than one level weaker than the protective armor used by mechas at the same thickness. But the problem is that they can be described as fortresses, and the protective armor is too thick. Not mentioning the thickness and only talking about the alloy strength is a hooligan behavior. Even if it is ordinary pig iron, if the thickness can reach tens of meters, it can't be penetrated by a nuclear bomb. Although the weapons of the independent regiment are all made of tungsten steel gold, they have unparalleled armor-piercing capabilities. As the main weapons used by mechas, the length is generally more than 3 meters. Combined with the powerful power brought by the mecha core engine, in theory, it is easy to break the outer armor of these fortresses. Breaking through does not mean destroying. Compared to breaking through the armor of the mecha, it is possible to directly penetrate its cockpit with weapons to achieve breaking. How can the weapons that penetrated the fortress easily kill the Imperial soldiers inside? In the process of attacking the fortress, the mobility of the mecha is equivalent to temporary disappearance. After becoming a target, how could the Imperial forces miss the opportunity to break it? Before the independent regiment and the third line of defense met head-on, the firepower of the Federation had already spared no effort. Ji Xinghe's special weapon, washing the ground, was also used on this battlefield after the judgment of the command center and the confirmation of Ji Xinghe. The third line of defense was in a state of chaos in an instant, and the artificial dust storm appeared again. Follow me closely. Ji Xinghe, who returned to the team again after breaking through the second line of defense, issued a clear order, and the distance between the many mechas of the independent regiment became close in an instant. Just like the traffic jam on the Azure Star, the mechas were like cars stuck together, at a seemingly slow but actually fast speed, in the man-made dust storm in a very strange way, completing another sense of killing through. They did destroy more than a dozen Imperial mechas, but almost all of these 10 Imperial mechas were destroyed by Ji Xinghe, and some were destroyed by Qin Tong, Sichuan, and Harris. The other mecha warriors of the independent regiment, even the lame man, Zuo Shou, and Zheng Yun, did not make a move during this process. Once they made a move, they really couldn't keep up. It's not that they couldn't keep up, but that their team members couldn't keep up with them. Even so, after passing through the Empire's third line of defense, the independent regiment still suffered losses. 7 formation-breaking mechas failed to keep up with the team and disappeared forever in the man-made dust storm that would soon dissipate. No one was sad, or even angry. People like Ji Xinghe who joined the army halfway can get used to sacrifice. As professional soldiers, how could they behave irrationally because of the sacrifice of their teammates after fighting on alien planets for many years? This is related to the Sichuanian challenge that must be completed to join the independent regiment, and it is also directly related to the fact that the independent regiment has changed several rounds of blood in the past 3 years, and the extremely high sacrifice rate has become famous in the army. When they chose to join the independent regiment, they were all ready to sacrifice and ready to watch their comrades sacrifice with their own eyes. After killing through the third line of defense, the speed of the 294 mechas began to increase again. In this area, the Empire's defense line can be said to be layered, and it can even be said that from here to the east-west area 40 kilometers away, it is all the Empire's defense line. But the defense lines arranged in advance are all focused. The Empire cannot allow troops to be densely distributed in an area of 40 kilometers, because this area is very wide, and it is impossible to achieve dense distribution by transporting hundreds of millions of guerrillas using the jump gate. With the help of the intelligence brought by the Federation's air superiority, as well as the intelligence previously confessed by prisoners such as Dong Guosilian, and the intelligence observed during the march of the independent regiment, etc., Ji Xinghe chose a charge route based on his intuition that no one except him could have anticipated in advance. The positions defended by a large number of imperial heavy troops or heavy weapons were directly avoided by the independent regiment. Combined with the fire suppression of the Federation, they marched about 10 kilometers again. 65 kilometers, this is the real hinterland of the Empire in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. The density of the defense force deployment has increased again. Even Ji Xinghe can't lead the team to avoid it as before. Because it is unavoidable. I will remember your names, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the communication channel of the independent regiment. When he ordered the assembly and began the charge, he only said one sentence, which was concise, clean, neat and full of power: combat goal, kill through the canyon. But now, he has become verbose. I will take you home. I will tell everyone in the world that this is not the most glorious moment of our independent regiment. It is not the most glorious moment of your life either. I will build a monument with tungsten steel gold and the names of heroes in the ruins of the Imperial Palace on the Empire Star. Let our glory be remembered forever. The Mecha warriors of the independent regiment, who are extremely determined in spirit and will, are difficult to be moved by some words, especially these words are a bit middle school style, like the forced sensational lines in inferior novels. But because the person who said these words is Ji Xinghe, who is fighting side by side with them, not those people sitting in the sky and treating them as numbers. So, their fanaticism was ignited. Everyone, prepare for battle. Qin Tong's shout rang out after Ji Xinghe's words. Sichuanian followed closely, just like what he had always needed to do and wanted to do in the limited cluster operations of the independent regiment in the past 3 years. Shout out. In the name of Xinghe, invincible. When people shouted out, the battle finally began. The number and quality of the Empire's mechas on the fourth line of defense have all been significantly improved, and the long-range firepower support of the Federation did not blast away their defensive formations. There is no way to avoid it, so let's fight. Ji Xinghe is in the lead, and no one can stop him. The Mecha warriors of the independent regiment also burst out with the most powerful combat power in their lives. The performance of the mountain-cutting armor and the array-breaking armor was brought to the extreme by them. So it is only a matter of time to kill through the Empire's fourth line of defense, but for the independent regiment, the most lacking thing in today's combat plan is time. Report: the Anti-Galaxy Corps has retreated from the battlefield of the Gods Mountain. The Nanshanman Command received this news, which made everyone nervous. Before this news came out, although they were very worried about the status of the independent regiment, they were not worried about the safety of Ji Xinghe at all. Because the Anti-Galaxy Corps is not on the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. Without the Anti-Galaxy, who in the Empire can stop Ji Xinghe? But now it is different. When the Anti-Galaxy Corps gained an advantage in the battlefield of the Gods Mountain, it chose to retreat without hesitation. The purpose is self-evident. Colonel Cadillon and Colonel Jackson requested support from the Ape space battleship. They want to implement orbital airborne combat tactics to support General Ji Xinghe and the Independent Regiment. The anti-galaxy corps that appeared on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods targeted the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment, led by Cadillon and Jackson. When the anti-galaxy corps suddenly retreated, how could Cadillon and his men not understand the situation? In the face of such an application, Ivanovich rejected it without hesitation. If they board the Ape space battleship, and the anti-galaxy corps uses the jump gate device to return to the Mountain of Gods battlefield, who will stop them? Colonel Han Lee's Independent Regiment, can you determine where the anti-galaxy corps will appear on the Mountain of Gods battlefield? Can Han Lee's Independent Regiment provide support in the first place? If the support is not in place, how many casualties can the anti-galaxy corps bring to us? How many of our important positions will be destroyed? There are too many battle areas in the Mountain of Gods battlefield, and 2 independent regiments are simply not enough. The 5th Independent Regiment, formed by the Federation, most of the time and mecha, is mainly used to support the Mountain of Gods battlefield. Now, the 5th Independent Regiment has been crippled, which is why Ivanovich agreed to Ji Xinghe's combat plan after the anti-galaxy corps appeared on the battlefield of the Gods Mountain. The combat goal of containing the anti-galaxy corps has been achieved. Let Ji Xinghe lead the Independent Regiment to retreat. When Ivanovich's order was passed to the Independent Regiment, it did not receive the response it deserved. Ji Xinghe said nothing, but led the Independent Regiment to kill through the 4th line of defense of the Empire, and then continue to move forward. At this time, Ji Xinghe can finally be as willful as before. If Nan Xianmen can threaten him with no support and no cooperation before the start of the battle, then now, he can threaten Nan Xianmen with no retreat. Looking at the Independent Regiment with only 272 mechas left, continuing to move forward in the Battle Scar Canyon, Ivanovich and many people can only forget the retreat order he just issued and continue to spare no effort to support the Independent Regiment. 7 space battleships were mobilized to the sky above the location of the Independent Regiment. 3 combat formations composed of attack-type single-soldier starships have flown over the Battle Scar Canyon, causing considerable casualties to the Empire's troops. Various orbital ballistic missile launch platforms on orbit have completed their launch. Expensive missiles are bombarded into the Battle Scar Canyon as if they are free. The attack coordinates are all in front of the Independent Regiment's route, paving the way with missiles. The Independent Regiment successfully reached the Empire's 5th temporary defense line. The difference in the number of enemy and our troops is huge, but the advantage lies with the Independent Regiment. The Western Theater Command and the Nanchunman Command have both made the judgment that the Independent Regiment can break through this Imperial defense line. But as soon as the judgment appeared, someone exclaimed, "The anti-galaxy corps has appeared." On the big screen, you can clearly see the blue light released when the jump gate is activated, and see the anti-galaxy corps appearing from it and gathering behind the 5th defense line. People still firmly believe that the Independent Regiment can break through the Empire's 5th defense line, but what happens next? The strength of the anti-galaxy corps can be seen from the fact that only 1 out of 10 veterans of the Independent Corps 3 years ago were beaten. The blind man, Andre; the deaf man, the lame man, Chu Feng, Zhang Ji, Liu Zhenle. They are all ace mecha warriors, but they have all died because of the Empire's anti-galaxy corps. The anti-galaxy corps that was slaughtered by Ji Xinghe last time was really strong, and now it is in their occupied area. It's too late to retreat. When someone spoke with regret, the sadness had already spread in his heart. With the addition of the anti-galaxy corps, Ji Xinghe wanted to lead the Independent Corps to turn back and kill again, which was much more difficult than before. The previous lines of defense were only killed by them, not completely annihilated by them. The remaining troops cannot actually be described as remnants because there are too many of them. The Independent Corps, which aimed to kill through, only defeated a small part of them. In addition to the pursuers behind them, the Empire had also completed the encirclement behind them during the Independent Corps charge. So, can the returning King Ji Xinghe only shine once? In the Independent Regiment's communication channel, Ji Xinghe spoke calmly, "Su Chuanayan, prove it to me." Then he left the Independent Regiment, broke through the 5th line of defense alone, and charged alone. The goal was to fight against the Xinghe Corps. This was his real goal. Chapter 584 Those Unsatisfactory Voices. Su Chuanayan has said more than once that, apart from Ji Xinghe, he is the strongest mecha warrior of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps. He said this when there was no national level mecha. He said this when Han Li was the head of the Corps, he said this before the blind man died, and he said this after Ji Xinghe came back. He has been saying this. However, most people are unwilling to believe it. Almost everyone believes that his strength is because he got Ji Xinghe's God Punishment Armor. If Ji Xinghe chose to give the God Punishment Armor to Qin Tong, Harris, the blind man, the lame man, the left hand, the deaf man, and any other person in the original Xinghe team when he left the alien planet, they would be as powerful as him. But after all, there are people who are willing to believe Sichuan. For example, the left hand, the deaf man, the lame man and others 3 years ago, such as the blind man and the lame man in the past 2 years, such as Qin Tong and Harris in the past year. For example, Ji Xinghe now. Prove it to you. When Sichuan heard Ji Xinghe's voice, he understood what Ji Xinghe meant. The current style of play of the independent regiment has a very big drawback. That is, once it is trapped by the imperial forces and loses the ability to maneuver at high speed, it will fall into an endless siege. In the face of such a situation, the independent regiment's tactical plan has always been to have the strongest mecha warriors forcibly break the formation and tear a gap with unparalleled combat power. The most powerful mecha warrior of the independent regiment is undoubtedly Ji Xinghe. Han Li, who took over the independent regiment when Ji Xinghe left the alien star, could not match Ji Xinghe. After Han Li left the independent regiment has been in a state of separate combat for a long time, and there is no time to assemble for combat, so naturally there is no need to face this situation. Now, Ji Xinghe is not here, Han Li is not here, who will come? Okay, I'll prove it to you, Sichuan asked silently in his heart, and answered silently, then left his team and left the cluster charge formation of the independent regiment. Like Ji Xinghe, he appeared at the forefront of the independent regiment's charge path, and rushed into the fifth line of defense alone, where the fire output platform that posed the greatest threat to the independent regiment was located. Sichuan, who was fully committed to the battle, had to face too many imperial mechas, and the fire suppression he had to bear was also not small, as well as various anti-mecha weapons. Even with a national-level mecha like the God's Punishment Armor, it was difficult to be foolproof. The independent regiment has only charged for a straight line distance of more than 40 kilometers, but the winding and roundabout way has continued, and the battles have continued. The ultra-high intensity has repeatedly penetrated the imperial defense line, and the load brought to the independent regiment's mecha warriors has reached a very high level. Mental will and physical fitness are no longer at their peak. The increase in combat effectiveness brought by neural link technology is not without cost. Among the mecha warriors of the independent regiment, some have already had critical value warning prompts in their cockpits. It was just like the nervous system stress resistance test that Ji Xinghe conducted after testing the synchronization rate. 3 years have passed, and the continuous popularization of neural link technology has made all aspects standardized and detailed. The critical value is a new term based on the stress resistance of the mecha warrior's nervous system. When the critical value reaches a certain level, the mecha warrior will enter a critical state. If it is in this state for a long time, the mecha warrior's nervous system will suffer irreversible damage. Not to mention continuing to drive the mecha, even normal life is very difficult. Compared with those mecha warriors who bear relatively less pressure, Sichuan and the captains and special mecha warriors of each team naturally bear greater pressure. When learning Ji Xinghe to break the formation alone, Sichuan, who could have persisted for a longer time, entered his critical state in advance. He knew that their goal of killing through the canyon was only half completed. If they went all out at this time, the subsequent battles would be more difficult. But if not, how can we be stronger? If we can't kill through now, how can we kill through later? Take a step, kill a step, and if you can't kill, then die. Fortunately, Sichuan is strong enough. The armor of divine punishment made of tungsten steel alloy and equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor and replaced with a 13th generation core engine of the Federation is also strong enough. Sichuan completed Ji Xinghe's request and completed the formation on behalf of Ji Xinghe. The independent regiment took advantage of the situation and successfully killed through the fifth line of defense of the Empire. At this time, the anti-galaxy core they should have faced was no longer in their sight. This is good news and bad news. The worst news is that the sixth line of defense of the Empire has been completed and is just 3 kilometers away. It's getting denser and denser. But Sichuan is not afraid at all, but is more excited than ever. He and some old people in the Galaxy team know that more than 4 years ago, He almost died. At that time, he was just an ordinary second-level mecha warrior stationed in base number 6. The dust storm is coming, and the Empire's reconnaissance mecha formation is coming. He was fighting with a team, and his mecha had been damaged, but there were not many mechas that could fight at the number 6 base at that time. When the captain ordered him to go back to the base to rest, he asked his teammates a question like Ji Xinghe. "Do you believe me?" The captain said mercilessly. "Don't be sentimental, Sichuanian. I order you to go back to the base immediately to repair the mecha." He is not Ji Xinghe, so he can't disobey orders. He can only stay where he is stubbornly, watching his teammates disappear in the dust storm, waiting for a new order. He waited. "Sergeant Sichuanian, I am Lieutenant Colonel Chen Soon, sir. I'm here. Can you still fight?" "Yes, sir, I can, I dare, I am willing." "Then go to fight." "Yes." At that time, Sichuanian, driving a damaged mecha, chased his teammates, and shouted in his heart, "I am Sergeant Sichuanian, a second-level mecha warrior of the Federation. I'm here." Was he afraid of death at that time? No. Because he didn't know how strong Ji Xinghe was at that time, and he didn't expect that Ji Xinghe could really turn the situation around by himself. So he wanted to fight for the opportunity with his own sacrifice, like other teammates at that time. If there was no Ji Xinghe at that time, he would really die if his mecha was damaged. Is he afraid of death now? From a second-level mecha warrior to an ace mecha warrior, from only being able to drive a standard mecha to driving a national-level mecha that some ace mecha warriors can't have, from the rank of sergeant to the current rank of colonel. From no one knows to the famous Federation now. He should be afraid of death, because he has already achieved success and can enjoy the fruits of his labor. But as Ji Xinghe said, the most glorious moment of his life should never be now. More than 4 years later, he asked the question again. "Do you believe me?" This time, no one said he was sensational, and no one said he learned from Ji Xinghe. In the communication channel of the independent regiment, there were answers that were not neat, but affirm. Believe, believe, believe. People believe him. Ji Xinghe believes him. How could he not believe in himself? "Kui Kele, if I die, you take over my team." Including the God's punishment armor. After giving this order, Sichuanian seemed to have completely let go of all his concerns, and he maintained a critical state and began to charge alone again. He was not afraid of dying from organ failure due to maintaining a critical state for a long time. If he died like that, he would definitely bring the God's punishment armor to Kui Kele before he died, so that Kui Kele could complete the armor change. Even if he would die earlier in the process of completing the armor change. He said silently in his heart, "I am Colonel Sichuanian, the ace mecha warrior of the Federation, and I am here." Then he went forward without hesitation. "Yes," Kui Kele responded in a hysterical tone. His eyes were red, but there was no sadness or hesitation. Because he was the second person who stood up to complete Sichuanian's challenge when Ji Xinghe officially selected members of the independent regiment at base number 5. The first was Wang Kang, who had become the successor of the blind man and took over the independent regiment, the blind man's third team. The second person to stand up was him. Pioneers always have greater courage. The first person who dares to try something new is certainly brave, but how much worse can the second one be? No one knows that he is actually only 1 second slower than Wang Kang. Qin Tong and others did not say anything about this, just like when the blind man wanted to hand over the team to Wang Kang. This is not hereditary. They are not father and son, brothers, but comrades in arms and teammates. So, this is inheritance. The independent regiment that charged again, after 3 years of changing several rounds of blood, was still able to follow Ji Xinghe to carry out this radical, adventurous, and even suicidal action. It's just because no matter how the blood is changed, the will of the independent regiment can be passed on. Even if one day Qin Tong, Harris, the cripple, Sichuanian, the left hand, Zhang Yun and all of them died, the first-generation successors Wang Kang, Kui Kele, all died. The inheritance of the independent regiment will not be cut off. And the Federation will always have only this independent regiment, which can be called a real independent regiment. It has nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. Just like the fire of mankind, after thousands of years, all the heroes and great men of this era and earlier eras have been forgotten by people, and they will definitely be passed down. The independent regiment that followed Sichuanian's charge soon crossed a straight-line distance of 3 kilometers, and with the long-range fire support of the Federation, began to fight with the Imperial Defense Forces that were waiting for the opportunity. The only advantage of this style of play may be that the Empire will not use nuclear weapons easily. But the Empire has far more than nuclear weapons that can destroy the independent regiment. Various defensive and offensive weapons can cause great damage to the independent regiment. The independent regiment, which only has 249 mechas left, may fall into real trouble at any time. There are 2 key points to continue to kill through. The ace mecha warriors headed by Sichuan can complete the formation and destroy those weapons that pose a direct threat to many mountain chopping armors. This is actually not difficult, because the only anti-galaxy core that the Empire can deal with the elite of the independent regiment. And now, they are all chasing Ji Xinghe. This is another key point, and also the most important one. If Ji Xinghe didn't hold on and let the 200 Earl armor come back, the independent regiment would be wiped out within half an hour. As long as they don't come back, the independent regiment can continue to break the formation, regardless of casualties. In the name of Xinghe, we are invincible. This is not the sound of the independent regiment shouting battle slogans, but the last words of a mecha warrior of the independent regiment in a whispering voice when he died. When the life support system in his cockpit confirmed that he was dead, the final words he recorded before participating in this operation were automatically sent from the cloud to all relevant personnel. There are his parents, lovers, children, friends on the Blue Star, and his comrades on alien planets. Those comrades who are not in the sequence of the independent regiment can receive it at the first time if they are in a non-wartime state and the communication is in a hold state. And the comrades in wartime will not receive his last words for the time being. So in many cases, people's last words cannot be heard by the people they want to tell. Just like the independent regiment at this time, how many people have prepared their last words for many years, and finally sent them out, but the recipients, like them, died on the battlefield together. But there is an exception. Ji Xinghe's ears rang with a voice that was exactly the same as before, but the voice and tone were completely different. In the name of Xinghe, invincible, this is a murmur, which does not match the content. Under normal circumstances, the shouting of battle slogans should be passionate and heroic, and can bring stronger and firmer fighting will to the people who shout and hear them. But if the people who hear the battle slogans have a strong and firm fighting will, why do they need to be motivated? Ji Xinghe does not need anyone's encouragement, but when he began to fight with all his strength, he asked Xinghe to play the battle slogans intercepted from thousands of last words. 9 words, said by thousands of people. The tone and volume are different, and the time is long and short. It has been more than 3 hours in a row, and it is still increasing. It was as if Xinghe had taken the initiative at this moment and put the battle slogans in the last words of the mecha warriors who had just died in the independent regiment at the front. Starting from the mecha warriors who died in the independent regiment, the BGM created by many heroes for Ji Xinghe seemed to never be played. But Ji Xinghe chose to play it during the battle. He couldn't actually tell whose voice it was because there were too many. But what he could hear was a common emotion in these voices. It's hard to let go. They are not afraid of sacrifice. They are willing to sacrifice for this war, but when they sacrifice, there is still no hope of victory in this war. So they all know that more people will sacrifice. There are their comrades at this time, and their descendants. With 200 Earl armors of the anti-galaxy core, Ji Xinghe, who was running wildly in the canyon, thought of the last words left to him by the mecha warriors of the independent regiment. Zhao Zhandi, the 3rd scout who initiated Sichuan's challenge, became a mecha warrior because he passed Sichuan's challenge and the independent regiment had enough Neuralink mecha driving kits. He is really good at fighting. He can fight when he takes off his armor and he can fight after he gets used to wearing armor. On the 15th day after Ji Xinghe left the alien planet, he became a special mecha warrior and was considered by Qin Tong to have the hope of becoming an ace mecha warrior. But he died, along with a deaf man. General Ji Xinghe, I have done everything I can, but I still can't stop my child from coming to the alien battlefield one day in the future. I'm afraid that he will sacrifice like me, and I'm afraid that his children will sacrifice like him. I'm afraid that even if they don't join the army, they will sacrifice, because we failed to destroy the Empire's jump base, and they may send a fleet at any time to pass through our blockade to our Blue Star. I'm sorry, Corps Commander, because I can't fight side by side with you. Because I hope you can fulfill your promise, complete your revenge, complete our revenge, and then end this war. I'm sorry, Corps Commander, I shouldn't say these words, but I'm really unwilling to do so. Ji Xinghe's ears rang with one voice after another, in the name of the galaxy, invincible. In his heart, he was filled with resentment. He was also resentful. So what should he do? Resolve it. Ji Xinghe, who finally led the anti-galaxy corps away from the independent regiment, turned around and charged at the 200 Earl armor. The 200 Earl armor had no fear at all. At the same time, a beam of light fell from the sky. It was the light of divine punishment, targeting Ji Xinghe, as if to help him resolve the resentment in his heart. With the light of divine punishment, he used the heart-slashing knife. Chapter 585 Blessings from Ji Xinghe. The role that the light of divine punishment can play has become smaller and smaller, especially when facing the Imperial anti-galaxy corps. But it is effective after all. Moreover, when these 200 Earl armor desperately pursued Ji Xinghe, they had been under the long-range fire attack of the Federation. The communication was not interfered with because the Empire also needed to maintain communication. In this case, the Federation can determine the pursuit route of the anti-galaxy corps based on Ji Xinghe's perspective, location information, and the approximate charge path determined in advance, so as to provide fire support. These long-range supports helped the light of divine punishment break through some of the Earl armor's defenses in advance, allowing the light of divine punishment to better help Ji Xinghe. The charge formation of the anti-galaxy corps composed of 200 Earl armor was affected by this. Ji Xinghe, who was alone, did not need to consider these problems at all. Professional matters should be left to professionals. He can hand over the heroic spirit council to Tu Yuan and Li Anbang, hand over the command of the independent regiment to Chen Sun, Han Li, and Qin Tong, and hand over the task of leading the independent regiment to break through the imperial defense line to Sichuan. Same. The independent regiment should also give him the most difficult combat missions, because he is the most professional in this regard, and there is no one else. In addition to him, who else can lead away 200 Earl armor by himself in today's situation? Even Li Yuanba can't do it. Ji Xinghe, are you here? Ji Xinghe knew that it must be Ji Xinghe who made the anti-galaxy corps abandon the independent regiment and go all out to hunt him down, because he could feel Ji Xinghe's fear. Let Ji Xinghe be more afraid. The moment he encountered the anti-galaxy corps with the scattered formation, Ji Xinghe destroyed 2 Earl armor that were close to him. Strictly speaking, this destruction should be completed by Xinghe. Ji Xinghe just passed between the 2 Earl armor, and his double swords did not swing out. The real destruction was controlled by Xinghe, and the 6-3 section bayonet behind Xinghe armor completed it. It was retracted as soon as it was touched, in just a moment. The 3-section bayonet made of tungsten steel gold is as accurate as a scalpel and as sharp as a hot knife, falling on butter. It easily completed the attack, piercing the side protective armor of the Earl armor and taking the lives of 2 Imperial guerrillas. What was left was only the wounds on the waist of the 2 Earl armor. If compared with the bodies of humans or gorillas, the location of these 2 wounds is exactly where the waist is. Ji Xinghe's waist-stabbing tactics have been learned by Xinghe. Just relying on Xinghe's help, Ji Xinghe could not achieve his real goal today alone. It is better to ask for help from oneself than to ask for help from Buddha, and it is better to become a god than to worship God. He has always insisted on relying on his own self-reliance. The Xinghe armor, which maintained the charge state, completed the turning maneuver at a very high speed, and its footsteps were as flexible as a ballet dancer. If it was replaced by the regular form of Xinghe armor, or the general-level mecha driven by Qin Tong and others, it would not be enough to complete such a maneuver. It has nothing to do with the driver, but only with the performance limit of the mecha. This is why the Star Moon armor has to maintain an overclocked form. At the expense of its defense, it has the mobility that surpasses that of the national-level mecha. Using such a maneuver is not without cost. When Ji Xinghe completed his action, it was accompanied by an extremely strong load that could make an ace mecha warrior like Sichuan feel dizzy and black. However, when this load acted on Ji Xinghe, it did not have any effect on him. This is what the power of Qi can bring. Ji Xinghe, who has always been unwilling to change the operating mode, does this in order to better withstand such an extremely strong load. Compared to the protective fluid used with neural link technology, the effect of Qi is still much better. An Earl armor that rushed towards Ji Xinghe could not see Ji Xinghe's attack movements clearly, whether before or now. A question also arose in its mind: why didn't its 2 teammates stop Ji Xinghe? The elite mecha warriors of the Empire, who are 1 in a million, are only 1 in a million after all. In terms of mental will and operational level, let alone compared with the federal ace mecha warriors such as Sichuan and Qin Tong, even compared with the latecomers such as Wang Kang and Kui Kele, they are 1 level lower. Its fighting will, fighting consciousness, fighting experience, reaction speed, etc. are far from Ji Xinghe. So, before the weapon in its hand could really be raised, its waist had been pierced, and it couldn't even slow down Ji Xinghe's charge speed. At this time, the other Earl armor that was charging behind it couldn't see Ji Xinghe's movements clearly because of the obstruction of its mecha body. It was just a flash of light, and Xinghe armor, which had been chased by them for a while, had already appeared at its side. Ji Xinghe's second knife swung out, and at the same time, Xinghe controlled a 3-section lance and stabbed the waist of the fourth Earl armor. When the metal head flew up, the imperial gorilla in it was already dead. In a flash, 4 Earl armor planes were destroyed by Ji Xinghe. There is still a big gap compared to the number of 200, but from a factual point of view, Ji Xinghe has annihilated 1/50th of the anti-galaxy core. Only today, at this moment. Although there is no need to mention the previous destruction, it is actually very important. If the more than 100 Earl armor planes were not destroyed, Ji Xinghe would now have to face at least 300 Earl armor planes. The difficulty increase can be described as exponential. According to the ideas currently shown by Ada Kang, or the understanding of the limit of Ji Xinghe's combat power, it is more likely to use 200 Earl armor planes to hunt down Ji Xinghe, and let the other more than 100 Earl armor planes besiege the independent regiment. If there are really only more than 100 Earl armor planes, or even 300, the independent regiment in the assembly state will not be afraid, and it will be 100% able to win the final victory. More than 200 Xianxanjia are really strong, and the federal mecha warriors driving them are also very strong. But the problem is that the battlefield where the independent regiment is located at this time is in the enemy's belly. The anti-galaxy corps can have more reinforcements. Unless the mechas of the independent regiment are all made of tungsten steel gold, the end can be imagined. For the Empire, the current situation is a pity. They have begun to regret the losses caused by killing the immortal Ji Xinghe 5.5 days ago. For Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment, the current situation is not worth celebrating, because that was what they intended. From this perspective, today's adventurous and radical operation is also like beating a drowning dog. Sorry, I insulted the dog. The anti-galaxy corps that Ji Xinghe is facing at this time is the drowning gorilla. The destruction of the 5th Earl armor also did not cause any accidents, nor did it exceed the expectations of people and gorillas, but the speed of this destruction still amazed people and frightened the gorillas. And the speed is still continuing. In the 17th second after Ji Xinghe turned and charged, before the light of divine punishment completely dissipated, he had already destroyed the 10th Earl armor. The completion rate of the combat goal has changed from 1/50th to 1/20th, which is quite fast. There is also slowness in the fast. The Xinghe armor in the charging state, under the driving of Ji Xinghe, pierced the ground with both feet and hit the Earl armor, and suddenly stopped. From fast as the wind to motionless as a mountain, the speed of change and the drastic change shocked the Earl armor who could see Ji Xinghe. These imperial mecha warriors of the anti-galaxy corps are really not afraid of death, and it is difficult for them to feel fear, but this does not mean that they will not begin to doubt themselves because of Ji Xinghe's strength. At the same speed, using the same method to stop, these gorillas, whose average physical fitness is 4 to 6 times that of humans, cannot completely ignore the negative impact that is enough to hurt them. This is indeed the case. From Ji Xinghe's perspective, the load overload value displayed has reached 37 grams, while the maximum overload value that human stunt pilots can withstand is generally only about 10 grams. The average physical fitness of orangutans is indeed 4 to 6 times that of humans, but the ability to withstand overload is not 4 to 6 times. They can't stand it either. But Ji Xinghe was not affected at all. They could clearly sense this from the sudden burst of super-fast attack movements from the immovable Xinghe armor. As fast as thunder, inability to cover ears. The 7 Earl armors that were still trying to force Ji Xinghe to stop had no time to react, and Ji Xinghe and Xinghe had successfully destroyed 4 of them. This is the advantage of having many hands. If humans were not accustomed to the human body, how could a war weapon like mecha be in human form? Especially now that neural link technology has been applied, mechas are becoming more and more like human bodies. Of course, if one day in the future, the human nervous system evolves and can be manipulated beyond the human body form, all kinds of strange mechas will appear naturally. The 8-armed Shura form of Xinghe armor is definitely not the one with the most limbs. The remaining 3 Earl armors actually reacted very quickly, Although they had previously based on their understanding of the physical fitness of human mecha warriors, and did not expect Ji Xinghe to make maneuvers that exceeded the human tolerance limit. But when Ji Xinghe had already done it, they recalled the news that Ji Xinghe had mastered the key and the gift of power. From the point of view of the gift of power, they can completely regard Ji Xinghe as the third emperor of Wu. Since he is a human like the third emperor of Wu, it is acceptable to make incredible maneuvers. Based on the communication, all the Earl armors changed their mindsets. But the 3 Earl armors that changed their mindsets first have lost the opportunity to face Ji Xinghe with a mentality of facing the third emperor of Wu. 17. Ji Xinghe, who had completed the destruction, did not face a sudden surge of pressure due to the change in the mentality of the imperial mecha warriors. Instead, the pressure was greatly reduced. Because he had successfully advanced to the hinterland of the anti-galaxy core scattered formation, where there were 36 Earl armors that were damaged by the Federation's firepower bombardment and the light of divine punishment. Killing them was really like chopping melons and vegetables with tungsten steel gold weapons. Pull them apart, don't let them become Ji Xinghe's cover. The commander of the anti-galaxy core gave an order, preventing Ji Xinghe's plan from being truly realized. He had used such tactics a few years ago when he was fighting one against many, using the destroyed Imperial mecha as a cover to hinder the mobility of the Imperial mecha that could be used in combat, thereby gaining more time difference. But he was facing the anti-galaxy core, whose purpose of existence was to kill him, so how could he not study all his previous battles? The Earl armor that was damaged by the light of divine punishment and then destroyed by Ji Xinghe, as well as the Earl armor that was destroyed before, were all gathered together by the anti-galaxy core to form a larger bunker. But it was not the bunker that Ji Xinghe needed. What he needed was quantity, a bunker that was arranged like chess pieces on a chessboard. It was not without gain even if it was intended to be destroyed. While the Earl armor gathered the corpses of those mechas, Ji Xinghe wandered among the many Earl armors like a ghost, constantly causing new destruction. There were damaged Earl armors, and there were Earl armors whose combat effectiveness was almost intact under the bombardment of the light of divine punishment. 52. The target completion rate has exceeded a quarter. Even if the anti-galaxy core finally achieved encirclement at this time, what could it do? While destroying it again, the Xinghe armor completed the acceleration within 5 meters, and then appeared on the periphery of the encirclement with a leap. The help of the Earls was indispensable. When they used firepower weapons to bombard the Star Moon armor, the distance of the Star Moon armor's leap and the speed of landing were faster. This is actually very unreasonable. The firepower bombarding from all directions is definitely not uniform and in the same direction. But the force they exerted on the Star Moon armor failed to interrupt the leap of the Star Moon armor. This is inseparable from the support of the supercomputing power of Xinghe. Under her control, the leaping Star Moon armor successfully used the borrowing force to fight force technique that Ji Xinghe had taught her in the face of the firepower bombardment of many Earls. Ji Xinghe, who fell outside the encirclement, did not take the opportunity to escape, but directly killed the Earl armor at the outermost edge who was responsible for preventing him from breaking out of the encirclement. More than 20 planes. How could they be let go when they were alone? Seeing that the number of Ji Xinghe's destruction was increasing, the number of Earl armor going into battle was decreasing. Ada Kang, who is already at the command center of the Empire Battle Scar Canyon jump base, gave orders with a cold face. Let the anti-galaxy core of the 7th line of defense go and kill Ji Xinghe. General Tao Wecha did not immediately execute the order, but frowned and said, even if they are asked to support, it is impossible to use the jump gate device. The distance is too close. It takes time to charge over, which is enough for Ji Xinghe to destroy more than 100 anti-galaxy core mechas. In total, Ji Xinghe still needs to face only more than 200 count armor. If the Federation uses the light of divine punishment again, nearly 100 will be affected due to lack of preparation. If there are only more than 100 count armor, this is no different from the current situation. If Ji Xinghe can be killed now, there is no need for reinforcement. If Ji Xinghe cannot be killed in this way, then there is no point in reinforcement. Faced with doubts, Ada Kang suddenly missed Yinan, who was killed by it. Even Dongguo Silian, who has become one of the leaders of the resistance army, was much more respectful than Tao Wecha when facing it before. Why didn't Dongguo Silian directly take over the position of the general of the Battle Scar Canyon? Humans have their limits. Ji Xinghe's limit is almost reached. As long as you give the order, Ji Xinghe will most likely be killed by you today, but Ji Xinghe already has the power of Qi, and it is said that he has mastered the ability of grace. His limit is far beyond the limit of humans, and even stronger than my limit. We should not try this. After all, you also said that Ji Xinghe is only likely to be killed by me. He can't be stronger than you. What you got is the gift that only the Duke can get. After so many years of practice, Ji Xinghe has only been able to get the power of Qi for a few years. I think he may be just like Kaisman, who was captured by him, with a Marcus level Qi, Tao Wucha, who is able to directly receive the Duke level, 3rd stage, grace when accepting the grace of Emperor Wu III, was naturally of a very noble origin, so it can continue to refuse Ada Kang's orders. But he has mastered the power of grace, this ability that only His Majesty can master, and perhaps his Qi will have a growth rate beyond our cognition. About grace, do you know more than me? I said he can't, and he just can't. Ada Kang was a little angry. He shouldn't be like this, but he has been under a lot of pressure recently. He did get the previous generation of Emperor armor, but Ji Xinghe was able to defeat 100 people against the Anti-Galaxy Corps 5.5 days ago. And this can only be done when it drives the Prince armor. The armor-piercing combat strength shown by Ji Xinghe today is stronger than the last time, so it is under more pressure again. It is just like this when driving the Emperor armor, right? It seems to be equally powerful, but Ada Kang believes that when Ji Xinghe completes the challenge before the battle with him, he will definitely not drive the Star Moon armor, but the Prince armor seized from it. So it wants to kill Ji Xinghe first. Although Emperor Wu II said that the honor of the Empire is more important than its life, this is Ji Xinghe who is looking for death. If it lets Ji Xinghe go, wouldn't it be too stupid? Moreover, there may really be a chance to capture Ji Xinghe, which is more valuable than killing Ji Xinghe. Whether Ji Xinghe can do it or not, the remaining mechas of the Anti-Galaxy Corps must be used to annihilate the independent regiment. Tao Wucha's attitude was tough, much stronger than Yinan. It looked directly into Da Kang's eyes and said, "Your Highness, you should know very well that if we can't stop the independent regiment from passing through this canyon, the precise coordinates of our base will most likely be exposed. What will the Federation do at that time?" I don't think I need to remind you, after being confronted, Da Kang did not get angry, but returned to normal. It looked into Tao Wucha's eyes and asked, "What if Ji Xinghe annihilates 200 Earl armor and then catches up with the independent regiment? Do you think you can stop it?" Tao Wucha was not scared. It said calmly, "I will not transfer the 162 Earl armor of the Anti-Galaxy Corps, but I can transfer 400 conventional mechas." "And 2 Duke armor, conventional mecha?" "Only 2 Duke armor," Da Kang asked back, and suddenly laughed, but he said nothing. Because it knows that in an hour, it will once again become the great general of the Empire on the alien planet. Ji Xinghe, come on. P.S. It's not adding more chapters, it's not paying back a debt, okay, it's paying back a debt. I'll make up 1/3 of the chapters. I was too busy the past few days. I went to another city to attend a wedding, and I was beaten for handing out flyers in a doll costume, so I didn't update 3 chapters to guarantee a minimum, and no one mentioned it. Or am I already unpopular, and no one is reading it? Speaking of which, although I didn't update 3 chapters to guarantee a minimum, I have updated 275,000 words this month, with an average of more than 10,000 words per day, and I'm still persisting. Chapter 586 Andre's Game. With the second coming of the light of divine punishment, the number of Earl armor that Ji Xinghe faced was less than 70. He was thought to be unable to fight 1 against 100 when facing the Anti-Galaxy Corps, but he managed to fight 200. No one doubted, and no guerrilla doubted, that if the Anti-Galaxy Corps had no reinforcements, Ji Xinghe could defeat all the remaining 60-odd Earl armor. Another premise is that these Earl armor choose to fight to the death. Ada Kang and Tao Wucha both felt fear, especially Tao Wucha. It was very sure that even if it could drive the Prince armor, it would not be possible to do what Ji Xinghe could do in this battle. Even driving the Emperor armor that Ada Kang brought this time, it could not do it. Can Ada Kang do it? Can it be done by driving the Prince armor, or can it be done by driving the Emperor armor? Tao Wucha, who had just argued with Ada Kang, did not ask the question it wanted to ask, but Ada Kang seemed to have guessed its thoughts and took the initiative to answer it. "I can drive the Emperor armor." Tao Wucha breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, "What if it is the latest generation of Emperor armor? The Empire's Emperor armor is exclusive to the Martial Emperor. The comprehensive performance of the earliest generation of Emperor armor is not as good as the current Earl armor. As the Empire learns more and more mecha technology from the Federation, combined with their own research and development capabilities, the performance of the Emperor armor is constantly improving. According to the rumors among the great nobles of the empire, the previous generation of Emperor armor, that is, the Emperor armor that Ji Xinghe has been given the right to use this time, has a comprehensive performance that is 1.5 levels higher than the Prince armor, and 2.5 levels higher than Tao Wuche's general armor. If it is the latest generation of Emperor armor, I can annihilate the entire anti-galaxy core. Ji Xinghe said this with confidence. Compared with generals and Grand Dukes like Tao Wuche, it knows much more about Emperor armor. But when Tao Wuche heard this answer, he frowned. The entire anti-galaxy core has 500 Earl armor and 60 Marcus armor. Can such a force really be annihilated by a single mecha? It was talking about the organizational specifications of the anti-galaxy core. The current anti-galaxy core certainly does not have 500 Earl armor. Ji Xinghe alone destroyed nearly 300 of them. The independent regiments before also destroyed some, and not just Earl armor. Ji Xinghe asked back, why not? Because the most powerful material is tungsten steel gold. At the level of Prince armor, all the places where metal can be used in the body have been made of tungsten steel gold. The same is true for Emperor armor. There is no difference in the body material. At most, there is a difference in the core engine, but how can the different powers brought by the core engines of the two generations of Emperor armor be so different? After all, the energy drive methods that can be used are all nuclear fusion reactors. When the energy output power reaches the extreme, I don't understand. Ji Xinghe glanced at Tao Wuche, thinking about Tao Wuche's family background and the various powers he held in the empire. A mysterious smile appeared on his face, and then he said, the latest generation of Emperor armor does not use a nuclear fusion reactor. Tao Wuche was stunned for a moment, and then asked in surprise, Saint Crystal? Ji Xinghe did not comment, but his performance allowed Tao Wuche to determine that the energy drive method used by the latest generation of Emperor armor was the Saint Crystal that was previously used in the jump gate device. Compared with the nuclear fusion reactor, the energy level and instantaneous power that Saint Crystal can provide are at least one level stronger, and it is the most powerful energy technology currently mastered by the Empire. Seeing Tao Wuche thinking, Ji Xinghe began to sneer in his heart. In fact, the energy supplied device of the Emperor armor it got was originally Saint Crystal, but when Emperor Wu Ii eliminated this Prince armor and handed it over to the current Crown Prince of the Empire, the entire energy supply system including the Saint Crystal was dismantled and reloaded with a nuclear fusion reactor device. In the past 3 years, Ji Xinghe, who returned to the Empire Star to fight, got a lot of information about the alien spacecraft from Emperor Wu Ii, so he knew that the technology related to Saint Crystal came from the alien civilization that Li Hangfen called advanced. But Emperor Wu Ii was unwilling to tell him all the information about how Saint Crystal was mined, manufactured, and applied. This made him very dissatisfied. Tao Wuche's family was responsible for mining the raw ore of Saint Crystal since the time of Emperor Wu Ii. This is also the reason why Tao Wuche was able to take over Ji Xinghe as the highest military commander of the empire on the alien planet with a noble title of Grand Duke. If Tao Wuche's family started to study, Ji Xinghe felt that Tao Wuche would definitely find a way to study this technology, because the current empire is different from before. The emergence of the rebels is really like the fire that the humans in the Federation said, and it has spread throughout the empire. Slaves, civilians, and nobles, none of them wanted the empire to continue to be ruled by Emperor Wu Ii under high pressure. And if you want to overthrow the rule of Emperor Wu Ii, energy technology is definitely the top priority. With energy, many technologies can be applied. Compared to nuclear fusion energy technology, which is more complicated to manufacture and requires special reactants, the use of Saint Crystal is simpler and more efficient in some aspects. Moreover, in the legend, Saint Crystal and Ki are closely related. Tao Wuche must know this legend. Ji Xinghe knew very well that this was not a legend. When he saw Emperor Wu Ii many times in the past 3 years, he could feel that Emperor Wu Ii was powerful and beyond his imagination. It must be because of the Saint Crystal. Kill Ji Xinghe. Tao Wuche had come back to his senses and issued an order. It was not the anti-galaxy core that received its order, but the Empire's conventional mecha core in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. Ji Xinghe looked at the screen and became inexplicably worried. Through the perspective of the Earl armors of the anti-galaxy core, he could clearly see that Ji Xinghe's Xinghe armor had obvious damage. At this time, the reinforcements of the anti-galaxy core finally arrived. 400 conventional class standard mechas of the Empire, led by 2 Duke armors and 12 Marcus armors, came running wildly. They were very fast, and the force generated when they stepped on the ground made the whole earth tremble. If they were replaced with Xinghe armors in perfect condition and Ji Xinghe in peak condition, a Dakan could be absolutely sure that all these mechas would become red stars on Ji Xinghe's mecha. But now, it would be better if he really died, so that he wouldn't have to take risks. When a Dakan was extremely entangled in his heart, he saw Ji Xinghe, who was killing people everywhere, turned around and ran without hesitation. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If Ji Xinghe ran away, he would not die. If Ji Xinghe ran away, it meant that he was not strong enough. That's great. But not long after, a Dakan was shocked, and Tao Wucha was shocked, regretful and fortunate. Ji Xinghe of course had to run away. He was not a real god. In the battle of 1 against 200, with the help of the long-range firepower support of the Federation, 2 divine punishment lights, and the help of Xinghe, he destroyed 136 Earl armor. It really reached its limit. Xinghe armor, which sacrificed part of its defensive ability, had suffered obvious damage in the siege battle. Only 4 of the 6 3-section lances on its back were left. And the power transmission function of one of them was damaged because of the attack, so there were only 3 3-section lances that could continue to fight. Seeing that the reinforcements of the anti-galaxy corps had appeared nearby, Ji Xinghe turned around and ran away, and cut off the damaged 3-section lance with a backhand knife. The 8-arm form became a 5-arm form, and the combat effectiveness was sharply reduced, mainly because of the sharp reduction in the combat effectiveness of Xinghe. Whether it was the anti-galaxy corps or the conventional mecha corps, when they saw Ji Xinghe start to run away, they chased him without hesitation. The pursuit began, and Ji Xinghe was the best. The energy provided by the nuclear fusion reactor was still sufficient, allowing Xinghe's overclocked form to continue for a long time. Relying on the speed advantage and Xinghe's help, Ji Xinghe began to watch the battle of the Independent Regiment with all his strength. The Independent Regiment, which had already reached the 7th line of defense, encountered an unprecedented fierce resistance. More than 100 Earl armors of the anti-galaxy army, with the help of many conventional imperial mechas, brought great trouble to the Independent Regiment. Su Chuanyan's combat effectiveness has been exerted to the extreme, but he still failed to lead the team to successfully kill through, and the damage to the Independent Regiment is constantly expanding. But overall, the problem is not big, because most of the Empire's most elite mecha forces in the Battle Scar Canyon are chasing Ji Xinghe. If Ji Xinghe chooses to fight with the Independent Regiment, and let the more than 600 Imperial mechas chasing him all participate in the battle to block the Independent Regiment, then the Independent Regiment is definitely trapped now. My lord, our weapons have arrived. Shall we start to deploy them? Yes, when Ji Xinghe responded softly, Xinghe armor was already under Xinghe's control, and had passed through half of the canyon and started to climb the mountain. The combat units of the Empire on the mountain had no power to stop the Xinghe armor, which had already soared in speed. If this continued, Ji Xinghe would be able to cross this mountain range, appear in the north of the Battle Scar Canyon, and then directly pass through the occupied area of the Empire. Tao Wucha hesitated. Continue to chase? If Ji Xinghe wanted to escape, his mecha corps would definitely not be able to catch up. But if he didn't chase, Ji Xinghe could turn around and kill again. At this time, Aida Kang gave a reminder. Ji Xinghe will never give up his Independent Regiment. Tao Wucha thought so too, and ordered, keep chasing. More than 400 Imperial mechas also began to climb the mountain at full speed, and as they climbed the mountain, a huge airdrop box had fallen from the sky, and under the cover of jamming bombs, it fell on the top of this mountain at a very high speed. Blast it, no matter what it is. Tao Wucha knew without hesitation that the airdrop box must be the Federation's support to Ji Xinghe, so he gave the order without any hesitation. However, a strange scene appeared. A pale yellow light ball surrounded the airdrop box tightly. All the shells and missiles that hit it, and the power generated by the explosion after hitting it, could not harm the airdrop box inside the light ball. It couldn't even make the airdrop box move. The light ball wrapped around the airdrop box seemed to be able to swallow all energy. The only thing damaged by the firepower was the airdrop box or the ground where the pale yellow light ball was. When the layers were peeled off and the orange-red dust completely submerged the airdrop box, the Xinghe armor driven by Ji Xinghe also successfully rushed into it and disappeared from all the detection sites of the Empire. Energy shield, Tao Wucha exclaimed, and Ada Kang looked solemn. The Empire got the news that the Federation had been researching energy weapons and shield technology 4 years ago. Ji Xinghe knows better, because this news was originally obtained from the top organization. A few years ago, it was in front of Ji Xinghe, using this news to use the heart-cutting knife on Ji Xinghe. Recently, it knows that the Federation has successfully developed an energy shield generator and has applied it to the most powerful mecha in the history of the Federation. But the mecha that should have been brought to the alien planet by Ji Xinghe and driven to fight was destroyed by humans themselves. It takes a longer time to build another one, so it is not worried about the substantial impact of this technology in the short term. As for the Federation's application of the energy shield generator to the space battleship, it is even less worried. The space battleship is larger and flies at a very fast speed. It also takes a long time to use this technology to solve the technical problems. But why did it appear now? Is there a powerful mecha made of tungsten steel and equipped with an energy shield generator in the airdrop box? Ji Xinghe is going to change this armor, and this new mecha will not only allow Ji Xinghe to win today's battle, but also allow Ji Xinghe to drive it to challenge him in a day and a half. Ji Xinghe really panicked. Surround Ji Xinghe and rush in. I want to know what's inside. This is the order issued by Tao Wucha. More than 60 mechas of the anti-galaxy core and more than 400 imperial mechas have already chased to the vicinity of the airdrop box. Regardless of whether Ji Xinghe is going to change his armor or not, he should not give up at this time. The Empire's long-range firepower strikes have stopped in order to avoid accidentally injuring their mechas. More than 600 mechas at the top of the mountain completely surrounded the core area of the dust storm. Then, a conventional mecha rushed into it. In the Western Theater Command, which could also see this scene, Tang Qiao couldn't help but ask, Major Shen Mu, is this thing of yours really working? After 3 years, Shen Mu's rank is still only Major, which is a disadvantage of the military branch. But after today, his rank will definitely be able to be promoted. When have I failed? Shen Mu spoke confidently in the communication channel. He looked at the screen on the bracelet, and his eyes became fanatical again. It took 3 years, with the remote technical support of the Federal Academy of Sciences and the support of the mysterious King Solomon of the Council of Heroes. Shen Mu, who used the title of Lubun, created a weapon specially prepared for Ji Xinghe. And now, this weapon is finally in Ji Xinghe's hands and on the battlefield. Shen Mu's tone became excited. He said, from today on, everyone will remember its name Andre's game, including him, the ground command of the Western Theater Command, the command center of the Nanxiamen Space Station, and other locations. People who can see Ji Xinghe's combat perspective, whether they have heard his voice or know this name. They can clearly see that Ji Xinghe's combat perspective has changed. It looks a bit like the main perspective of a shooting game, but unlike a normal shooting game, in this main perspective, in addition to the necessary information displayed in the visual window of the Mecha Warrior, there are also 2 crosshairs. This also means that Ji Xinghe, who is now driving the Xingaiyu armor, has more than 2 knives. He also has 2 guns. The power of the mecha-specific firearms that use tungsten steel alloy bullets has long been verified. Although it is not as good as the tungsten steel gold bullets used by Andre at the beginning, which destroyed a Duke armor with 1 shot or 1 cannon, Ji Xinghe does not need to face the Duke armor at this time. But people are still very worried, because it is well known that Ji Xinghe's gun skills are not very good. Not to mention compared with Chen Sun of the Independent Regiment, even compared with Andre, who was the best at using mecha guns in the Independent Regiment before, the difference is not a little bit. Can he really exert the power of this weapon? Tang Qiao also thought so. He could blindly believe in Ji Xinghe's close combat ability, but... Shen Mu interrupted Tang Qiao's words with a regretful tone. So, the name of this weapon is Andre's game, not Andre's dream, although this weapon is indeed the weapon in Andre's dream game? Tang Qiao thought of Ji Xinghe's resume before he joined the army. Seeing Ji Xinghe's perspective, which was a bit like a shooting game, he suddenly gained confidence. Yes, Ji Xinghe was a highly skilled game player. Before joining the army, he often killed people in the game world at 4 in the morning at the age of over 50. In the game with the theme of mecha war, mechas are not only capable of close combat. P.S. The double monthly ticket event has started. Bosses, please give some monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587 7 Weapons. When Ji Xinghe drove the Star Moon armor into the orange-red dust, the airdrop box that sensed his arrival automatically removed its one-time energy shield. The reason why it is called one-time is because of the manufacturing material. The energy shield generator used in this airdrop box will be directly scrapped after one use. Even if Ji Xinghe had not come, it would not have been able to exist for long. In addition to the weapons needed by Ji Xinghe, the airdrop box is almost entirely nuclear fuel cells, but the energy has been almost consumed at this time. In addition to using nuclear fusion reactors and tungsten steel gold to manufacture core components, the effect of the energy shield generator is not as good as the more durable Final Fortress. But it is enough. In the open airdrop box, there is a bullet box and two guns with somewhat strange shapes, as well as two mecha arms made of tungsten steel alloy that are specially adapted to the overclocked form of Star Moon armor. The Xinghe armor, which had already inserted the double swords into the body slots, under Xinghe's control, used the professional tools in the airdrop box to dismantle the linkage of the two damaged 3-section bayonets directly, and then installed the two mecha arms on the back. When the double swords were reacquired, the two newly installed mecha arms picked up the two bullet boxes and fixed them on the two waists of the Xinghe armor. It looked like the magazines on the waist of the gunner. When the two energy-driven mecha-specific firearms were held in the hands of the two mecha arms behind, they successfully connected to the energy transmission system of the Xinghe armor. Arming is complete. My lord, you come, okay? Xinghe's voice was extremely excited. She had wanted to try out the weapons that Shen Mu had built for Ji Xinghe a long time ago, but the problem was that this kind of weapon was not only extremely expensive, but also required a lot of energy during use. Except for the mecha equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor, other mechas could not be used normally. Like Andre before, when he was driving the Zanshin armor, he only had the opportunity to fire one shot. As for the mecha equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor, Xinghe can only use Xinghe armor and Overlord armor. Although she has the right to use Han Li's alluring armor and Sichuan's divine punishment armor, she basically has no possibility of using them when Han Li and Sichuan don't know her existence. As for Li Yuanba, who used to drive Overlord armor and Xinghe armor at the same time, he didn't encounter the need to use this weapon. There are really few tungsten steel alloys in the Federation, and even small bullets cannot be manufactured in large quantities. And this weapon is mainly aimed at the Imperial mecha below the Marcus armor. Such mechas are really too easy to kill when Li Yuanba and Xinghe drive Overlord armor and Xinghe armor at the same time. The most important thing is that Li Yuanba has never let himself be besieged by hundreds of Imperial mechas alone, not to mention that there are elite Imperial forces such as the Anti-Galaxy Corps among them. Now, Xinghe finally has a chance. The two arms behind Xinghe armor spread out like wings, and made many movements in a short period of time, giving a feeling of flying with Xinghe armor. In fact, Xinghe is just adapting to these two new arms. The super aiming system has been deployed. The strongest auxiliary combat system has been successfully activated, and Xinghe, the strongest gunner in the Federation, has applied to go to battle. After Xinghe added some drama to herself, Ji Xinghe's exclusive battle BGM sounded again. When the voices of "In the Name of Xing, Invincible" echoed in Ji Xinghe's ears, he had already started to charge. When the double swords were waved like butterflies spreading their wings, the three reconnaissance mechas that entered the artificial dust storm were broken before they had time to react. The Imperial guerrillas among them didn't even have the chance to shout out what they saw. The communication system between the Imperial mechas can share the perspectives of each mecha, and these perspectives can also be transmitted to the command center for analysis by the Imperial monkeys who assist in commanding the battle. But Ji Xinghe's just broken was all completed from the front. The two mecha arms hidden by Xinghe and the two mecha guns in his hands were not discovered, as if they didn't exist at all. What the Imperial Command Center can know is that Ji Xinghe did not change his armor and was charging out from the orange dust. Surround him, attack. All of you attack, don't let him go down the mountain, don't let him break out in the direction of the independent regiment. At this time, the Empire believed that Ji Xinghe's next tactical choice was still to escape from the pursuit of more than 400 mechas. So a large number of Empire mechas in a tighter formation began to charge towards Ji Xinghe's position at the top of the mountain. Before the dust had dissipated, a black shadow had already emerged from it and crashed into the Empire mechas at a very fast speed. The two mecha swords, which were relatively short in comparison, once again began to harvest the lives of the Empire Mecha warriors. It looked no different, but the Empire Mecha that finally appeared behind Ji Xinghe and wanted to launch an attack saw something that did not exist on the Xinghe armor before. What was that? Gun? The moment the thought flashed through his mind, a pale yellow light had already lit up from the muzzle. The sound of the gun, which was already very small due to the energy used, seemed to be completely non-existent in the atmosphere of the alien planet. But the tungsten steel alloy bullet shot out of the muzzle was extremely real, and the kinetic energy attached to it was not weaker than the electromagnetic cannon used by Andre before. It was basically a restoration of the MKXDDCP electromagnetic sniper rifle used by Chen Sun, but because the gun body was made of tungsten steel gold, the bearing capacity was more than one level stronger, so there was no 10-minute cooling time. Bang, 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 bang. Xinghe completed the dubbing in an indifferent tone while firing. 8 seconds, 4 shots, 4 imperial mechas that circled behind Ji Xinghe, all had a black hole on the protective armor at the front chest position. The diameter was no more than 5 centimeters, which looked insignificant compared to the size of the mecha, but these holes all extended into the cockpit of the mecha and directly sank into the body of the imperial gorilla driving the mecha. The bullets without explosive function caused a killing effect that was no less than that of the explosive bombs. The moment they were shot, all 4 imperial gorillas died on the spot. Their mechas either fell to the ground because they could not stop the momentum of the charge, or stood there, becoming a barrier behind Ji Xinghe. It would be great if it could be used as a heavy machine gun, or a submachine gun. Xinghe was not satisfied with the firing rate of this weapon, and had no idea that Chen Sun, who was watching the battle at this time, was envious to death. The cooling time of 10 minutes was reduced to 2 seconds. For a sniper like him, it was an explosive increase in combat effectiveness. Shenmue, get me one. Sure, you should first get a single soldier exoskeleton armor equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor. I don't have that thing, so I didn't tell you before, so you don't get jealous. Chen Sun took a deep breath and no longer worried about Ji Xinghe's problem, or even the problem of the independent regiment. He asked seriously, what is the name of this gun? Shenmue answered seriously, Andre's superpower electromagnetic rifle. Thinking of the ace mecha warrior of the independent regiment who always said that firepower is king and insisted on using firepower weapons, Chen Sun suggested, remove the superpower and call it Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifle. Andre died in 2093, Shenmue remembered. Okay, the name of the electromagnetic rifle for the latest generation of mechas in the Federation, which is also the strongest generation at present, has been determined. And Ji Xinghe, the first to use this firearm, did not disappoint Shenmue's painstaking efforts in Andre's dream. He did not regard this war as a game as Shenmue imagined, although he did play the game very well. So he did not try to use 2 Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifles with the help of the auxiliary aiming system while driving the mecha to fight with double swords, although he could do it. Instead, he gave the right to use it to Xinghe, who was more powerful than him in this regard. How can war be a game? The mechas that circled behind Ji Xinghe and the mechas on the side of Ji Xinghe, as long as they appeared within 10 meters of Ji Xinghe, would be penetrated into the cockpit by a bullet made of tungsten steel alloy. Some conventional imperial mechas, because of the angle of being hit and the damage to the mechas, would even be directly penetrated by bullets made of tungsten steel alloy. Unfortunately, the energy provided by the nuclear fusion reactor was converted into electromagnetic force to act on the bullets, and the kinetic energy that could be provided was not enough to penetrate 2 mechas at the same time. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to penetrate the body of the mecha. Otherwise, with the current density of imperial mechas and the supercomputing power of Xinghe, the lethality of Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifle can be doubled. But 2 guns are enough. The mechas are huge in size, and they need more space to move during the charge. Although the firing rate of the 2 guns is 1 shot every 2 seconds, they can cover all the imperial mechas on the left and right sides of Ji Xinghe and behind him under Xinghe's calculations. The only thing Ji Xinghe needed to deal with was the mecha that appeared in front of him, and the pressure of the battle was instantly reduced by an unknown number of times. The 2 conventional imperial mechas stabbed at the same time, but he blocked them with his double swords at the same time. The body exerted force, and the Xinghe armor passed through the 2 lances under his driving, and appeared beside the 2 conventional imperial mechas. The lance was too long, and there was no time to retract it. He wanted to block it with a gun barrel horizontally, but he couldn't avoid Ji Xinghe's double swords at all. Between the flapping of the butterfly's wings, the two mechas were broken. Ji Xinghe, whose vision suddenly opened up, saw the two Duke armors and the 12 Marcus armors guarding them. They didn't dare to approach Ji Xinghe, and now they were standing far behind the Imperial mechas. There was no chance. Ji Xinghe, who temporarily gave up on them, soared in speed in a few steps, ignoring the conventional Imperial mechas that blocked him like dense forests, and rushed directly to the position of the Earl armor of the Anti-Galaxy Corps. He ignored these mechas, but Xinghe did not. Bang! 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 As the dub gunshots continued to sound, 3 intact 3-section bayonets began to wave their claws behind Ji Xinghe. As long as it was a regular level Imperial mecha within the attack range, she didn't want to let go of any of them. It doesn't matter if it's a little farther away. As Andre said before, why rush with weapons such as swords and spears to solve the problem that can be solved with guns and cannons? Xinghe didn't need to save bullets at this time. In other words, when Ji Xinghe wanted to use Andre's 2093 electromagnetic rifle, he didn't need to save tungsten steel alloy bullets. If it wasn't too hasty, Shen Mu could apply for a large amount of tungsten steel gold for Ji Xinghe and make it into special bullets. But 500 rounds of tungsten steel alloy bullets were enough, and Shen Mu had already applied for more resources and was making more bullets. 3 bayonets, 2 guns, and 2 knives. Ji Xinghe, who had 7 weapons, rushed to the front of the Anti-Galaxy Corps like a harvester driving through a wheat field when dozens of Imperial mechas fell to the ground. They were in a state of assembly, originally prepared to wait for those conventional mechas to consume Ji Xinghe's physical energy and cause more damage to Xinghe armor, and now they had to consume Ji Xinghe's bullets. Then they would launch a fatal attack on Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe would not give them such an opportunity. More than 60 Earl armors clustered together were like being left alone. His first target after returning to the alien planet has always been the Empire's Anti-Galaxy Corps. 2 Earl armors that blocked Ji Xinghe were broken by Ji Xinghe with double swords, and 1 was broken by Xinghe with a bayonet. The 2 weapons that slashed at Ji Xinghe were also blocked by Ji Xinghe with double swords at an extremely fast attack speed, and then lost their strength. The 2 Earl armors that attacked from the right side of Ji Xinghe were all solved by Xinghe with guns. One of the 2 Earl armor that attacked from the left side of Ji Xinghe was destroyed by Xinghe's bayonet, and the remaining one successfully blocked Xinghe's bayonet. When he was about to take the opportunity to chop, Ji Xinghe had already completed a lateral move in Xinghe armor. The distance was pulled away, and the cooling time of the electromagnetic rifle ended. Bang! When Xinghe spoke, the waist of the Earl armor was penetrated by a tungsten steel alloy bullet. Bang! An Earl armor that went around behind Ji Xinghe and took the opportunity to rush over caught another bullet with the life of one of the mecha warriors. In just 3 seconds, 7 Earl armor were destroyed. The record of the destruction speed of Ji Xinghe and the Federal mecha warriors was refreshed again. Seeing this, the Anti-Galaxy Corps began to retreat without hesitation. Those conventional Imperial mechas also began to retreat, while pulling away, and madly poured their firepower weapons at Ji Xinghe. The real target is not the body of Xinghe, but the 2 mecha arms behind Xinghe, or more precisely, the 2 Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifles. Without knowing how many bullets Ji Xinghe has, their wisest choice is to destroy the 2 guns. Without a gun, what is the point of having more bullets? If it is a mecha of the level of Ji Xinghe, even with Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifles as weapons, it is impossible to withstand such an attack, and the general level mecha is also in trouble. However, both Xinghe and the 2 guns are made of tungsten steel gold, and the defense itself is extremely strong. The 2 mecha arms made of tungsten steel alloy are relatively weaker in defense, but still very strong. And Ji Xinghe can't stand there stupidly as a target. When the Imperial mecha began to retreat, he had already started chasing in Xinghe. As long as you get close to the Imperial mecha, you can use the body of the Imperial mecha as a cover to avoid a lot of firepower attacks. The idea of the Imperial mecha was very simple, which was to keep their distance. So a very strange scene appeared on the top of the mountain in the Battle Scar Canyon. A Federal mecha chased and killed more than 400 Imperial mechas. No, there were no more than 400. Of the 614 Imperial mechas that participated in the pursuit of Ji Xinghe, only 397 are left. And they are still decreasing at a very fast rate. When they were chasing Ji Xinghe, they couldn't catch up even with the fire support of the Empire. When Ji Xinghe chased them in turn, how could they run away? Invincible in close combat, one shot to kill in long-range combat. If Ji Xinghe wanted, he would even have the opportunity to annihilate these imperial mechas. In fact, he also had this intention, but he couldn't do it. After chasing the anti-galaxy core for a while, he gave up the remaining 32 Earl armors, the 2 Duke armors that ran very far, and the 12 Marcus armors that always followed the 2 Duke armors. The number of conventional imperial mechas, which was less than 300, was not taken seriously by him. On the battlefield that had been completely opened, Ji Xinghe launched a charge in the direction of the Independent Regiment. The Independent Regiment had already killed through the 7th Imperial defense line, and now only had 201 mechas left. They were about to face the last line of defense that the Empire could temporarily set up in this area of the Battle Scar Canyon, in theory. It was also the most powerful line of defense. The distance of more than 20 kilometers was quickly crossed by Ji Xinghe, and the Imperial mechas chasing behind him could no longer see the dust he raised. At this time, the Independent Regiment also killed in front of the Empire's 8th line of defense. There are only 43 kilometers left to kill through the canyon. Ravach's Independent Regiment has come to meet us. The old man is still 2 kilometers away from us. He has destroyed nearly 300 mechas by himself, and the anti-galaxy army has almost been killed by him. Even if the Independent Regiment is all extremely strong in spirit and has a firm belief, Qin Tong and others still need to encourage them in the communication channel. The straight line distance they traveled was only over 60 kilometers, and they had already reached their limit. The person who had truly reached and surpassed the limit was Sichuan, who broke the formation on behalf of Ji Xinghe. He had been in a critical state for a long time, and his vision was a little blurred. He seemed to have hallucinations. What is that? Sichuan suddenly woke up, and infinite power burst out from his body. The jump ace, the Empire's jump ace. Chapter 588. Just because I saw you among the apes. When the Empire suddenly appeared in the Battle Scar Canyon, the Federation's various reconnaissance equipment was looking for the exact location of the jump ace. In addition to setting up defense lines on the east and west sides, it also tried to send out reconnaissance troops from the plains on both sides of the canyon. But for more than 10 years, the Federation has never been able to find its exact location. 3 years ago, because the Empire's offensive was too fierce, the Federation could only passively defend in the eastern and western theaters of the Battle Scar Canyon. In the past 3 years, although the Federation has gained a considerable advantage and compressed the length of the Empire's occupied area to within 60 kilometers, it was set up by Dongguosilian when it was about to find the exact location of the Empire's jump base, and was blocked by the Empire's large number of reinforcements. It cannot be said that the effort was in vain, but it has once again become a matter of willingness but lack of strength. When can the exact location be found? How many troops will be sacrificed in the process of discovery and reconnaissance? The Nanshanman Command cannot calculate the answers to these questions. The only thing that can be determined is that this process must be long and will bring huge sacrifices. Until Ji Xinghe returned and proposed an incredible battle plan. Led the Independent Regiment to kill through the canyon? The Federation had thought about fighting like this before, especially after having 5 independent regiments. But there are 3 canyons in the current Imperial occupation area of the Battle Scar Canyon, and all 3 canyons are very wide. Needless to say, the width of the 2 on the left and right is too wide. Even the narrowest one in the middle is not wide enough for the mecha to detect. It is easy to kill in, but difficult to kill out. There are many mecha warriors in the Federation, but the number of pangolins is too small. If the Imperial occupation area in the canyon is annihilated, those mechas cannot be recovered. The more you fight, the poorer you become, and there is a high possibility that you will gain nothing. How can you agree? Even if Ji Xinghe leads the Independent Regiment, people still don't believe in miracles. But this time the timing is really good. The Anti-Galaxy Corps was defeated by Ji Xinghe with more than 100 Earl armors, and the main force appeared on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods again. Although the Empire has a jump gate device, the Anti-Galaxy Corps can return to the Battle Scar Canyon in a very short time, but they are not going to the battlefield of the Gods Mountain for tourism. The war initiated by them will inevitably fail because of their retreat. This is indeed the case. After the Anti-Galaxy Corps retreated, the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment led by Catilan and Jackson won the victory with a momentum of overwhelming victory, and achieved remarkable results. And relying on the advantages gained from this victory, they are constantly expanding the results of the war. This is also one of the reasons why Ivanovich did not let them come to support the independent regiment. Even if there are space battleships, the time they want to fly over is relatively too long. It doesn't help. On the side of Ji Xinghe, the miracle that people are looking forward to is also being staged. The canyon they chose to kill through is indeed the most dangerous one among the 3 canyons, so when Ji Xinghe made a decision, Chen Sun and Liu Mian both objected. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. This principle can be used 3 times, and I have only used it once before. This is the 2nd time. Ji Xinghe's words convinced Chen Sun, Liu Mian, Qin Tong and others. The reason is simple. Since it is the most dangerous canyon and the one that is least likely to be attacked in this way, the Empire naturally had no defense before. The independent regiment relied on its high mobility and the intelligence support of the Federation to easily avoid all the defense lines established before. If the Empire wanted to stop the independent regiment, it could only temporarily build a defense line. These temporary defense lines and positions are not necessarily the charge paths chosen by the independent regiment. Waste is inevitable. The waste of the Empire is the opportunity for the independent regiment. And Ji Xinghe played. When many people were worried, the independent regiment had successfully killed to a position that the Federation troops had never reached. The hope of victory is just around the corner. Communication is interrupted, and the independent regiment is out of contact. The cry of the signalman suddenly sounded in the Western Theater Command. General Ji Xinghe's communication is also interrupted. The enemy used a communication jammer, and the diameter of the jammer range is at least 3 kilometers. Everyone became nervous, because the communication jammer not only interfered with long-distance communications, but also the short-wave communication function commonly used by mechas would be interfered with. Without the god's perspective and command, the mecha warriors of the independent regiment would become blind men who could only fight alone once they were cut off and blocked by the enemy. Are they crazy? Tang Qiao's voice was very panicked. He actually hated to understand, because the communication jammer did not distinguish between friend and foe. The independent regiment lost its communication ability, and the imperial mecha and various combat units would all lose their communication ability as long as they were in the jamming area. The imperial mecha without command, facing the independent regiment with super single soldier combat ability, had no possibility of winning. Jump base, Chen Sun's voice suddenly sounded, and his tone was very excited. Our regiment must be near the enemy's jump base now, and it is very likely that the entrance and exit of the enemy's jump base have been discovered. Everyone in the command center was stunned for a moment. This was indeed the biggest possibility. Then, everyone became excited. As long as the precise coordinates of the Imperial jump base were mastered, even if the entire independent regiment was sacrificed, it would be a big profit from a strategic perspective. Connect to Nanshanman. Tang Qiao's reaction speed was very fast, and his tone returned to calm. Our department requires that we blast a way out for the independent regiment at all costs. Nan Xianman also guessed this possibility. When Tang Qiao's request was put forward, Ivanovich had already made the same decision. When the Federation decided to do it at all costs, a truly saturated and fully covered long-range fire attack appeared in the core area of the Empire's occupied area in the Battle Scar Canyon. Although the communication was lost, the Federation, which had mastered air supremacy, could clearly see the position of the independent regiment and avoid them with precise firepower strikes. But can they really blast a way out? The independent regiment, which may have discovered the precise coordinates of the Empire's jump base, can really fight its way out of the Battle Scar Canyon. Lord, the communication is lost. Xingai's voice made Ji Xinghe, who was charging at full speed, suddenly slow down, and before the deceleration was completed, he completed the turning maneuver under extremely high overload. He wanted to leave this area. But the independent regiment was fighting hard at this time. Without the ability to communicate, they would inevitably face a more difficult and dangerous situation. Is Ji Xinghe going to give up the independent regiment? Xingaiyu understood Ji Xinghe's idea instantly, and spoke calmly while Ji Xinghe slowed down and completed the turning maneuver. I won't leave, because you won't leave, my lord. Let's kill them together and take them with us. Xingaiu's feet plowed 2 furrows on the ground, and he started charging before he completely stopped. The ultra-high overload load that can be imagined seems to have made Ji Xinghe lose the ability to speak. His idea was indeed as Xingaiyu said, temporarily leaving the communication interference area, letting Xingaiyu leave from Xingaiu's intelligent core, and then turning back to the battlefield. But, okay, When Ji Xinghe spoke calmly, Xinghe Jia completed the turning maneuver again, began to accelerate towards the battlefield where the independent regiment was located, and soon entered a state of full speed charge. This means that Xinghe really can't leave. If Xinghe Jia is broken and the intelligent core is destroyed, Xinghe will also die. The situation looks very unfavorable. Judging from the current situation, Ji Xinghe's choice this time is likely to wipe out the independent regiment, including himself in a desperate situation. But Xinghe was very happy. My lord, you guessed right. The Empire's jump base is in this area, otherwise they would not have activated the communication jammer at this time. Yes, I suddenly feel a little worried. Do you think that Ivanovich will ignore the fact that we are still here and directly use nuclear weapons to bombard us in order to win? After all, even if we don't know the exact coordinates yet, the killing range of nuclear weapons is very large. Judging from the reconnaissance range of mechas, they can bombard us at will. No, why? Because the Empire thinks you are anonymous? It means that the Tower Top organization did not tell the Empire about the armor clone technique. That's right. If they told the Empire about the armor clone technique, then when I was fighting with Li Yuanba before, the Empire would definitely use a communication jammer. Although it can't affect me, I might be exposed because of it. Yes, does this mean that the apostles of the Tower Top organization, as human beings, also have a bottom line? It's not that there is a bottom line, it's just that this is more in their interests. Yes, they have no bottom line, and they can prove this by destroying your new mecha. If you were driving a new mecha today, we could have killed all the dog gorillas chasing us. Xinghe understood and said, they should have guessed it, but Ivanovich would not use nuclear weapons at this time, because it is more valuable for them to kill them alive. And there is actually no difference between using nuclear weapons earlier or later. Well, Ji Xinghe asked, are you a little scared now? Scared? Xinghe suddenly reacted. She seemed to be verbose, and did not launch the attack she should have launched. During the conversation, Ji Xinghe had already driven the Xinghe armor to the battlefield. In order to meet up with the independent regiment faster, Ji Xinghe did not choose to fight, but kept passing through the imperial positions and passing through those imperial mechas. Many imperial mechas appeared within a range of 50 meters, none of which were within Ji Xinghe's attack range, but all were within her attack range, and also within the effective range of Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifle. But she did not shoot. Yes, I'm a little scared, because this is the first time I'm really likely to die. Xinghe had already fired when she said this. This time she didn't dub, so in silence, 2 imperial noble mechas equivalent to the Federation Wangshan level were destroyed. But I thought about it again. In fact, I don't need to be afraid of death, because I will definitely not die today, and you, my lord, will not sacrifice, and we have a great chance to fight our way out. Xinghe's mentality has undergone a huge change in this short half-minute. She started dubbing again. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots, 2 imperial noble mechas 35 meters and 43 meters away from Ji Xinghe, were penetrated into the cockpit by tungsten steel alloy bullets, and then fell to the ground and could no longer get up. Yes, we won't die. Ji Xinghe's tone was still calm. He finally killed the 3 fighting Xunshanjias, and after quickly defeating their opponents, he took them to join other Xunshanjias. Follow me closely. The communication using the loudspeaker was not interfered with, but it was very inconvenient and not clear enough on the chaotic battlefield, but at least it brought a certain command ability. The 3 Xunshanjia followed closely behind Ji Xinghe, and the pressure was immediately reduced a lot. Ji Xinghe, who was charging in front, suddenly leaped and landed after being hit by several shells. The body made of tungsten steel gold did not suffer much damage. The impact force generated by the shells did not have any effect on Ji Xinghe when it acted in the cockpit. This leap was meaningful, and he saw the location of the other independent regiment mecha warriors. Turning, 4 people become a tiger. Soon they killed to the location of another team of independent regiment mecha warriors. This team was trying to merge. With the arrival of Ji Xinghe, the imperial mecha that wanted to separate them was destroyed in an instant. Follow me closely. Ji Xinghe's voice rang again. Because of the distance, some mechas could not receive it at all. But the mecha warriors who received this order also activated the speaker device on their mechas and repeated Ji Xinghe's order. Follow me closely. One voice after another, one after another, one team after another. With Ji Xinghe, the mecha warriors of the independent regiment who had lost communication seemed to have a backbone, and they lined up behind him and began to charge. It was like the first battle that Ji Xinghe led them to fight after his return. Ji Xinghe, who could use leaping to observe the situation, would turn around and kill the lone mecha of the independent regiment as long as he found it. As more and more mechas of the independent regiment were behind him, their speed of response became faster and faster. The imperial mechas could not form a strong blocking force at all, because they also had no communication ability. Without command, they were like headless flies and moths flying into the fire when facing the independent regiment fighting in clusters. After the communication was interrupted, the independent regiment, which was forcibly separated by the imperial forces, completed the assembly again. The independent regiment should have 300 people, but the actual number was 187. This was Xingayu's report. She was able to do many things at the same time, and she calculated clearly when Ji Xinghe was charging with all his strength. There is only one person left, Sichuanayan, at your 9 o'clock direction, about 1,300 meters away. No one knows how Sichuanayan fought, and he was very far away from the main force of the independent regiment. My lord, the focus of our firepower bombardment is the southeast direction, and the remnants of the anti-galaxy corps have led the team to chase us, the more than 300 imperial mechas that had chased Ji Xinghe before, and then were chased by Ji Xinghe. And then when Ji Xinghe rushed to the battlefield where the independent regiment was, they once again began to chase Ji Xinghe, and rushed over in a cluster. Because of the interference of communications and the firepower bombardment of the Federation, the completely chaotic battlefield hindered their pursuit speed. But they finally caught up. Ji Xinghe made a decision in an instant. Qintong, Ji Xinghe shouted, but the atmosphere of the alien planet made his voice very small after it came out. Fortunately, Qintong was very close to him at this time. I can hear you. Take them up the mountain, to the north. Yes, Qintong did not hesitate and began to repeat Ji Xinghe's orders through the loudspeaker. During the transmission process, Qintong, Harris, Lame, Zuo Xiao, Zhang Yun, and Wang Kang had already completed the turn with the independent regiment. The independent regiment was already following closely, and with Ji Xinghe guarding beside them, no one fell behind. Until then, Ji Xinghe finally left the team and rushed to where Sichuanayan was. The independent regiment split up again. They are chasing us. Xingayu's tone was a little excited. She was still very interested in annihilating these pursuers. Ji Xinghe did not respond. Now he only had Sichuanayan in his eyes. The leap just now made him see 3 Duke armor, with dozens of count armor of the anti-galaxy corps, chasing Sichuanayan frantically. Obviously, if the independent regiment found the exact coordinates of the Empire's jump base, it must have been discovered by Sichuanayan. It was also because of the pursuit of these imperial mechas that Sichuanayan was getting farther and farther away from the main force of the independent regiment. It was a bit strange. Why could Sichuanayan see it but others couldn't? Moreover, the Empire knew that only Sichuanayan could see it. At this time, Sichuanayan didn't know that Ji Xinghe had rushed to his position, because the entire battlefield was in chaos and his vision was completely blocked. Moreover, he was being chased and blocked. He had no chance to get close to the previous position of the independent regiment, and he couldn't observe the battlefield by leaping like Ji Xinghe. There is no high ground, which is a pity. You bastards, didn't I just take a look at you? Is it necessary to chase me like this? Sichuanayan was very angry. He was talking about the 3 Duke armors that were chasing him. Chapter 589. The old man is a fool. I don't know if it was bad luck or good luck. He replaced Ji Xinghe to break the formation, and rushed to the Empire's 8th line of defense alone like before. Relying on the strong defense brought by the tungsten steel alloy body of the God's punishment armor and the tremendous energy brought by the nuclear fusion reactor, his combat power is really strong. But his condition is already very bad. He has been in a critical state for a long time using the neural link operation mode to drive the God's punishment armor, and his nervous system has begun to be damaged. All human actions, including thoughts, are based on the nervous system. In the case of damage, his vision has been blurred, and the control of the mecha has also been somewhat deformed. So there was a mistake in his charge path. For him and the independent regiment that needed him to break the formation, it was indeed a mistake. But for the 3 Duke armors that came to the battlefield through the entrance and exit of the jump base and prepared to completely annihilate the independent regiment at the 8th line of defense, this was not a mistake. Why did this human appear here? The 3 Duke armors that suddenly emerged from the ground were originally on the side and rear of the 8th line of defense. Theoretically, Neither the Federal Reconnaissance Unit in the sky nor the many mechas of the Independent Regiment that were blocked off could see how they appeared. However, Suchuanayan's mistake, as well as the unstoppable power brought by the God's punishment armor and his own combat power, made the two sides have a very obvious eye contact. Therefore, the communication jammer that had been deployed on this battlefield was activated at the first time. Hello, hello, Suchuanayan's shout in the communication channel did not receive any response. He instantly understood that the Empire had activated the communication jammer, and the scene he saw was the biggest goal of the Independent Regiment's operation this time. Under the air shelter, 3 Duke armors suddenly emerged from the ground, and this place was the core area of the Empire's occupied area in the Battle Scar Canyon. What else could it be except a jump base? It can't be that 3 Duke armors have been hiding in a regular underground shelter, right? If it was really an underground shelter, why did they suddenly activate the communication jammer? Suchuanayan instantly became excited. He was already exhausted, and an unprecedented powerful force inexplicably generated in his body, driving him to turn around and run. It would be a fool not to run. Even if he had the divine punishment armor, and it was intact, he couldn't deal with 3 Duke armors at the same time. He would definitely not be afraid of a one-on-one duel, but there was definitely no chance of a one-on-one duel today, and it wasn't just the 3 Duke armors that suddenly rushed towards him. On the Empire's position, a device like a traffic light was constantly flashing, and the 3 Duke armors also had the same flashing lights. When the 3 Duke armors, which conveyed orders in this way, chased Suchuanayan, a large number of mechas quickly gathered behind them. It was precisely because of this that Suchuanayan did not go to Qintong and others for help when he knew the location of the Independent Regiment and had the opportunity to complete the reunion with the Independent Regiment. That would kill them. Live, as long as I live. You all have to die. Suchuanayan, whose vision became clear again, began to run for his life in great excitement, but he was originally prepared to break the formation alone, and he was already in the enemy's defense line. Although the Empire's communications were also interfered with, when the Empire's mechas and various combat units had only his federal mecha in their sight, they would naturally swarm in while focusing their fire on him, so the situation was critical. I don't know if my last perspective has been transmitted. If it has, the headquarters will definitely be able to find it. Send a little Ivan, no, Big Ivan, to flatten them directly. No, the old man is still here, Qintong and the others are still here. We can't release the nuclear bomb. We must not see my last perspective. Tang Qiao, that idiot, did you know to send out all the mechas in the Western Theater? With such a good opportunity, we can completely push back the Empire's defense line. No, I have already discovered the location of the Empire's jump base. The rest should be left to nuclear weapons. If the mechas participate in the war, many people will definitely die. Gan, you still have the mind to worry about others. I'm going to die today too. I'm not afraid of death, I'm just afraid that I didn't send the coordinates back, but they should be able to guess it. Suchuanayan began to have wild thoughts while running for his life, because his speed was getting slower and slower. It seemed that there were endless imperial mechas, blocking him desperately. Relying on the superior performance of the divine punishment armor and the various high-tech weapons loaded, Suchuanayan should have been unparalleled in breaking the formation. But the problem is that he has already broken through 2 imperial defense lines, and his physical strength has really reached its limit. The most famous weapon of the divine punishment armor, light, was also used just now. After the component was damaged, he lost the most powerful weapon of the divine punishment armor. But there are still more and more imperial mechas around. Are you really going to die? Suchuanayan finally stopped. He still had the strength to operate the mecha, but he could no longer knock open or kill the imperial mechas blocking him. He could only stand still and fight. After losing the ability to maneuver, no matter how powerful the mecha is, it is impossible to fight 1 against 100, and it is very difficult to fight 1 against 10. Those mechas that were broken by Suchuanayan fell on his mecha, hindering his maneuverability. More imperial mechas rushed over, like a surging tide, submerging the divine punishment armor he was driving. Old man, I'm sorry that I couldn't let you see the most glorious moment of my life. Suchuanayan began to say his last words, but he knew that these words were unlikely to be heard by Ji Xinghe, because his mecha would definitely be seized by the Empire. Perhaps, Ada Kang would intercept his words and use them to interfere with Ji Xinghe's mentality? Then let's not talk about it. Suchuanayan chose to shut up. In fact, his mouth was always closed. What he said was based on neural link technology, which was directly converted from consciousness to signals. For ordinary people, this is impossible to do, but for mecha warriors whose synchronization rate generally exceeds 80%, this is actually not difficult. He did not give up. The divine punishment armor was blocked and bound by the bodies of many imperial mechas, but he still insisted on fighting. The weapon in his hand could no longer be turned, so he threw away the weapon and started to fight with his fists, feet, shoulders, elbows, knees, and even the head of the mecha. The lethality was sharply reduced, but he was still fighting. When the mecha really couldn't move, he couldn't help but speak again. "Old man, I also want to be as brilliant as you." Perhaps sensing what Sichuan thought was the last thought of his life, a beam of light suddenly fell from the sky and hid him. The numerous imperial mechas stacked up one after another, the moment they were hit by the light of divine punishment, were affected by the high temperature energy and electromagnetic pulse contained in them, and lost their power one after another. The completely bound armor of divine punishment was not affected at all because of its tungsten steel alloy body and the obstruction of many imperial mechas. Sichuan, who thought he was doomed, was still struggling before death came. When he exerted force again, all the restraints around him were broken free. The imperial mechas that were pressing on him could no longer block his sight, but his sight was all white. Light of divine punishment, Sichuan climbed up from the ground driving the armor of divine punishment. He did not feel lucky to have survived the disaster, because he knew very well that the light of divine punishment could not completely solve his life-threatening situation. Being alone in the enemy's belly, even with the help of the light of divine punishment, he could only get temporary safety. The imperial mechas that besieged him in a dense formation could offset the damage caused by a large amount of divine punishment light. Just like a round bread, the center area was hollowed out by the divine punishment light, and turned into a donut. Then, the donut would shrink towards the center at the first time, and its speed was so fast that it was like a gravitational collapse. Where to run? Sichuan, who was about to be besieged by many imperial mechas again, was a little fuzzy, so he couldn't make a decision at the first time. It's over. It's too late. The white vision began to recover. When Sichuan had these two thoughts in his mind, he had already seen those imperial mechas that were not affected by the divine punishment light, and knocked away those imperial mechas that could not move and began to rush towards him. In all directions, there were imperial mechas. So it was not too late, because no matter which direction he broke through, he would not succeed. Kill one and earn one. Sichuan leaned over and picked up a spear. He actually saw his mecha heavy sword, but he knew he didn't have time to pick it up. With the power of the divine punishment armor, even if he uses the standard bayonet used by the imperial mecha, he can make a few before he dies. Thinking of this, Sichuan controlled the mecha to make a bow and saddle movement, and raised the bayonet to prepare for his final attack. As if sensing his determination, the imperial mechas that were charging around him all stopped. Don't you all want to die? Are you all afraid of death? Ha ha ha, I'm not afraid of death. Sichuan suddenly felt a little proud. He alone intimidated hundreds of imperial mechas and they didn't dare to move. It was simply wrong. Those imperial mechas didn't stop attacking, they just stopped charging and then started to attack with firepower weapons. Is it another round of violent storms? When Sichuan was about to bear the impact of the firepower bombardment, he found that the firepower weapons used by the mechas, such as artillery shells, machine guns, etc., were not attacking him. Instead, they were attacking his head. Looking up, Sichuan saw the dazzling fire in the sky. In a trance, he felt that the entire sky was covered and he couldn't see anything clearly. What is it? It was a mecha that looked very slender and weak. After suffering countless attacks, the pure gold paint had shattered into tiny dots, like a layer of gold sand sprinkled on tungsten metal. It was also like the endless stars in the dark night sky. It smashed the flames that covered the sky, and then fell from the sky and landed beside Sichuan. Its steps were a little staggering when it landed, as if it had lost its balance due to too much bombardment, but it finally stood firm. So none of the densely packed imperial mechas around dared to charge. They even stopped their firepower attack, because they knew that their firepower was like a mosquito bite to the two federal mechas they surrounded. Just surround them. Old man, Sichuan shouted. Then he reacted, turned on the mecha's speaker and shouted again. His tone became firm and excited. Old man, coordinates. Ji Xinghe responded in a very cold tone, which made the excited Sichuan suddenly react to the current situation. The coordinates are, Sichuanian didn't finish his words. He looked at the distance between the imperial mechas and him and gritted his teeth. Old man, let's go. Let's bombard the position where I was when they activated the communication jammer. Coordinates. What coordinates? If you can't analyze them, what's the use of them? Sichuanian. Coordinates. I won't tell you. Obey orders. I learned from you how to disobey military orders. Ji Xinghe understood why Sichuanian was unwilling to say it, but he felt that Sichuanian's persistence was actually meaningless. Idiot. After cursing, Ji Xinghe started to charge directly. Charging under siege is generally a preparation for breaking through, but as a federal ace mecha warrior, Sichuanian saw at a glance that Ji Xinghe's charge was definitely not for breaking through, but just to break those imperial mechas. So he also understood what Ji Xinghe meant. Idiot. The only person in the entire Federation who dared to scold Ji Xinghe like this in person should be Sichuanian, and it must be under the current state and situation. Throwing away the bayonet in his hand and picking up the mecha heavy sword that he had just lost, Sichuanian caught up with Ji Xinghe. Then he spoke out the coordinates. They were very close to the imperial mecha at this time, so their communication through the loudspeaker could also be heard by the imperial mecha. Although they had no communication ability and the imperial mecha that heard his voice could not understand dragon language, the empire could use signal lights to convey information, and the mecha had prepared a device similar to a flare to transmit information from the communication interference area. Strictly speaking, it should be transmitted underground. Ji Xinghe knows the coordinates. Ada Kang sighed. Tao Wucha was in no mood to talk to Ada Kang at this time. It was very regretful now. Why did it send out the 3 Dugarmers? Although Sichuanian's location was very close to the entrance and exit of the jump base at that time, and the independent regiment was very likely to charge towards Sichuanian's location. But whether it was Sichuanian or the independent regiment, the goal was to kill through the defense line and then leave. If it hadn't been unnecessary, wouldn't Sichuanian and the independent regiment have already broken through the 8th line of defense and left the area with the support of the returning Ji Xinghe? Leave both of them here. Leave them all here. Tao Wucha gave the order with hatred, but he saw a strange scene. Ji Xinghe, who was so good at shooting in the previous battle, actually fired a lot of blank shots into the sky, and he was surrounded by imperial mechas. An aide said in a panic, "It's a signal, it's information. Ji Xinghe has passed the coordinates. The Federal Reconnaissance Unit can see the fireworks from his muzzle. Those fireworks, no, those blank shots have a rhythm, which is the coordinate information. Strictly speaking, there are no fireworks in the muzzle, but the light produced by the dissipation of energy. It's over." When Tao Wucha felt a chill in his heart, he heard the footsteps that gradually faded away and moved very fast. It was Ada Kang. It turned around and left the command center without hesitation, and ordered, "Prepare to activate the jump device. I want to go to the Mountain of Guts. Wait for me." Tao Wucha chased after it, but was stopped by Ada Kang's eyes when he suddenly stopped. Even if the Federation uses nuclear weapons immediately, it is impossible to destroy this base. You still have time to transfer important resources. Moreover, Ji Xinghe is still there, and the independent regiment is still there. The most important thing you need to do now is to entangle them and delay the time for the Federation to use nuclear weapons. After saying this, Ada Kang turned around and left again, but this time Tao Wucha did not follow. Its emotions have calmed down, and it turned to look at the large screen in the command center and gave orders indifferently. Remove communication interference, surround but do not kill, and wait for the independent regiment to rescue them. Yes. Chapter 590 My Corps Commander, My Independent Regiment. Communication has been restored. The Western Theater Command, which had already obtained the precise coordinates, shouted excitedly and confirmed the coordinates with Sichuanian at the first time. But what should be done next? The most sensible approach is to let the main force of the independent regiment, which has already left the imperial position, avoid the imperial defense line and evacuate, and then use nuclear weapons to bombard the precise coordinates directly after they reach the safe area. But the question is, are the main forces of the independent regiment the more than 100 mechas that survived this battle? No, the main force of the independent regiment has always been only one person, and this person has currently lost the ability to kill through the imperial position. If he insists on protecting Sichuanian, General Ji Xinghe, please evacuate immediately. Tang Qiao's tone was a little excited, and revealed indifference. As long as Ji Xinghe can survive, Both Sichuanian and the God's punishment armor driven by Sichuanian are worth sacrificing. In fact, the Western Theater and the Eastern Theater were ready to use nuclear weapons at any time before obtaining the precise coordinate information through Ji Xinghe's muzzle flame. The federal forces, which had taken advantage of the independent regiment's attack through the canyon and simultaneously launched attacks from the east and west, had already stopped advancing and began to retreat when the Empire activated the communication jammer. Including Ravage, who was going to support the independent regiment, also received an order to retreat, but Ravage chose to disobey the military order, and seemed to be worried that the Federation would ignore the independent regiment and Ji Xinghe were still on the battlefield and directly launch a nuclear strike on the precise coordinates of the entrance and exit of the Empire's jump base. It was precisely because of their containment that the independent regiment did not encounter more Imperial troops to block it, although they had encountered enough. Okay, Ji Xinghe's response sounded in the Western Theater command. Judging from his tone, he didn't seem to be worried about his current situation at all. Agreed? That's good. After people breathed a sigh of relief, they felt something was wrong. The high-altitude reconnaissance images displayed on the screen, and the perspective of Xinghe that appeared after the communication was restored, could not see the intention of retreating directly. The armor of divine punishment has now lost its proper charm. The person driving it does not look like a Federation ace mecha warrior, but like a freshman majoring in mecha warriors at Longzhou Starry Sky Military University. Under Sichuanian's driving, it can only move quickly towards the location of the independent regiment at this time. It can't even make a maneuver like charging. The battlefield environment does not allow it to make such a maneuver. What really makes it look like it is driven by a freshman is the attack action it shows. The speed is very slow and there is no attack angle at all. There is no change between horizontal and vertical. From the perspective of the spectators, it can easily avoid it. Even some mechas are not within the attack range of the armor of divine punishment, but it slowly swings the mecha heavy sword to slash in the air. There is no energy dissipation, and there is no so-called sword energy. So these attacks are meaningless. It looks like a middle school student who has been beaten by a group of bad boys. He doesn't know where he got a weapon from, and then waved it wildly and weakly among the crowd, while constantly making a roar, "Come on, come and hit me. Kill you, I will kill you all. Don't run. Come here." These attacking movements and crazy states, as well as silent roars, are actually meaningless. The bad boys continue to surround a middle school student, avoiding the weak attacking movements, waiting for the middle school student to be truly exhausted and his courage to disappear, then walked in front of the middle school student and kicked his weapon away easily, and then stepped on his face. People finally determined that Sichuanian was already at the end of his strength and could be rushed in front of the Empire mecha and then broken at any time. He was able to survive until now and keep moving forward, in addition to the fact that the mecha made of tungsten steel alloy was difficult to be broken by the standard weapons of the Empire mecha, because the Star Moon armor had been guarding him. In the overclocked form, the Star Moon armor can be said to be the most flexible mecha in the world, and it is also the mecha with the fastest short-range burst speed. It is like a gust of wind, constantly blowing around the body of the God's punishment armor. The double knives in his hands, the 3 bayonets behind him, and the 2 Andre 2093 electromagnetic rifles made this wind look like a tornado. The armor of divine punishment, or Sichuanian, was in the center of the tornado, but was not affected by it at all. As he walked quickly forward, the tornado continued to move forward with his footsteps, constantly swallowing up everything around him. Yes, from this point of view, they are indeed retreating. But the troops that the Empire has assembled, from the perspective of high-altitude reconnaissance, are as dense as the ocean, as far as the eye can see. In contrast, can this very slender tornado swallow up all the seawater? People once again confirmed one thing: Ji Xinghe still wanted to retreat with Sichuanian. "General Ji, I think I need to remind you of your importance to the Federation and all mankind." Tang Qiao spoke again, and Ivanovich, who didn't know how to speak, was relieved. This Tang Qiao is very useful. But Ji Xinghe did not respond, and continued to transform into the wind, taking the exhausted Sichuanian towards the mountain range where the independent regiment was located. Many people have sacrificed today, and their sacrifices are valuable and of great significance. But what I want to say is that before you started this battle, you had already thought about their sacrifice, and even more people would sacrifice. Tang Qiao didn't worry at all that his voice would affect Ji Xinghe's battle. The Avidar technique had already explained everything about Ji Xinghe's ability to do many things at the same time. He persuaded sincerely from the bottom of his heart. This had nothing to do with his identity as a member of the Council of Heroes or the identity of the Tower Top organization. Everyone else in the independent regiment can sacrifice, so why can't Sichuan? General Ji, you are ready for the independent regiment to sacrifice, and I believe that you were also ready for Sichuan to sacrifice before. May I ask, what are you doing now? Ji Xinghe, who was questioned politely, finally spoke. Different? What's different about Sichuan? Yes, he's very strong and he's very important. But compared to your safety, I think he's willing to sacrifice. If you have to say who among the 300,000 mecha warriors in our federation is truly different, I think you should know the answer very well. Only being unique can be said to be different, and every mecha warrior in the federation can be said to be unique, because there are no two people in the world who are exactly the same. But if everyone is asked to choose a unique mecha warrior, there should be no second answer except Ji Xinghe. Li Yuanba will also choose Ji Xinghe. The situation is different, Ji Xinghe spoke again, triggering Tang Qiao's questioning again. Yes, the situation is different. At this time, many people, including me, think that you should evacuate immediately. Chen Sun and Liu Mian did not speak, and Qin Tong and others who were also connected to the communication system did not speak. They did not refute the words of Tang Qiao, the commander, which has already explained their attitude. You all understand what I mean, there is no need to say more. Ji Xinghe ended the conversation. People were not surprised, because they understood what Ji Xinghe wanted to say, just as Ji Xinghe said. Many people died in the independent regiment today. Many people also died in the battle launched by the Western Theater and the Eastern Theater to cooperate with the independent regiment's action of killing through the canyon. Before Ji Xinghe made a decision to kill through the canyon, he had anticipated these sacrifices, and he was even prepared for more sacrifices. But the sacrifices during the battle are really different from the sacrifices that made him abandon Sichuan now. Don't abandon, don't give up, this is my corps commander, this is our independent regiment, Qin Tong suddenly spoke. He had led the team to a temporarily safe area. Because the anti-galaxy corps had been crippled, the corps legions composed of conventional level imperial mechas did not dare to launch a cluster attack on the independent regiment with more than 100 pangolins. If he wanted, he could take advantage of the siege of Ji Xinghe and Sichuan to leave this battlefield from the weak position of the defense line of the Heaven of the Mountains. But now he has made a decision, and the others with him have also made a decision. Never abandon, never give up, the mecha warriors of the independent regiment spoke in the communication channel. The voices were not uniform, but everyone's tone was very firm. Except for Liu. It almost died today, and it was Dang Yun who saved it. After surviving the disaster, it drove a formation-breaking mecha and stood on the hillside with the main force of the independent regiment, looking down the mountain. Surrounded by dense imperial mechas and various combat units, the two federal mechas were moving at a very slow speed for mechas. Without translation, it could see what Ji Xinghe was doing, because it knew very well how powerful Ji Xinghe was. If Ji Xinghe wanted to leave, he should have completed the reunion with the independent regiment by now, but Ji Xinghe has been guarding Sichuan. Is it Sichuan? Liu Yingzi's voice rang in Liu's ears, and the content was the conversation just now. It learned too little dragon language, and most of them were combat-related instructions, so it needed translation. After listening, it finally spoke softly in a somewhat strange tone when everyone in the independent regiment finished speaking. Don't abandon, don't give up. No one could imagine how deeply Liu felt at this moment. In its mind, Ji Xinghe was like the existence of Emperor Wu Ii. Even if the system of the Federation was different, Ji Xinghe's power and status in the Federation would definitely not be weaker than Ada Kang. If it was Emperor Wu Ii or Ada Kang, would they do this for a subordinate? Absolutely impossible. Even if the identities were changed, Sichuan was Ada Kang and Ji Xinghe was Emperor Wu Ii. Under today's situation, Emperor Wu Ii would not hesitate to give up his brother. Yes, that's right. Liu thought about the words translated by Liu Yingzi, and said silently in his heart, this is my corps commander, this is our independent regiment. It didn't dare to speak out, because it knew very well that neither Ji Xinghe nor other people in the independent regiment regarded it as a formal member of the independent regiment. But it really wants to join the independent regiment now. It wanted to do so before, but the difference is that before, It just wanted to avenge the tragic fate brought to it by the Empire. And now, in 30 seconds, I will go to pick up the regiment commander. Those who are willing to go with me can go down the mountain with me. Those who are unwilling to go with me can form a team and evacuate on their own. Don't worry about being held accountable later. Preserving the vitality of the independent regiment is what we should do. Qin Tong did not give a direct order. He gave everyone in the independent regiment a choice, and also gave Liu, the white-haired gorilla, a choice. Translator, please help me talk to the white-haired gorilla and tell me its choice. The current independent regiment is no longer worried that Liu will betray the Federation on the battlefield and return to the Empire's camp again. It has already destroyed many imperial mechas and does not have any confidential information of the Federation. It is completely unworthy of being accepted by the Empire again. This is the meaning of Ji Xinghe's name for it. The law is not passed on to Liu. It can only become a mecha warrior. When Liu Yingzi was translating, a beam of light in the sky blasted towards the location where Ji Xinghe and Sichuan were. The light of divine punishment appeared on the battlefield for the 4th time today. Fortunately, the Peace Space Battleship has installed the Light of Divine Punishment weapon system in the past 3 years, and the Heart Moon Fox Space Battleship has also been mobilized. Otherwise, with the cooling time of the Light of Divine Punishment weapons system, it is impossible to complete the 4th strike in such a short time. In the sky above the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, there are only 2 space battleships equipped with this weapon system. The 4th attack means that the Federation has no ability to use the Light of Divine Punishment for support in a short period of time. Long-range firepower support is still continuing, but it is not very meaningful, because the Empire combat units that surrounded Ji Xinghe and Sichuan for attack are almost only mechas. There are more than 2,000 of them as far as the eye can see. It is only because the Empire's command and communication system has just been restored. And the battlefield has spread widely due to the previous battles, and there are various long-range firepower supports from the Federation, so these Empire mechas are scattered. But it won't take long for them to all rush to Ji Xinghe's location. At that time, even Ji Xinghe will have no chance to evacuate from the battlefield. 30 seconds had passed, the Light of Divine Punishment was dissipating, and many of the Imperial mechas around Ji Xinghe and Sichuan had stopped maneuvering. Their speed began to speed up, but more Imperial mechas that were not affected by the Light of Divine Punishment were rushing towards them like a tide. Qin Tong said in a cold tone, "Now, tell me your choice." No one spoke in the communication channel of the independent regiment. Qin Tong understood, and he was very pleased to lead the team down the mountain. In this rescue operation, more than one person will definitely be sacrificed. Only Sichuan can be saved, and Ji Xinghe does not need to be saved. So, is Sichuan's life more valuable? No, it's not. There is only one real reason: it's different. Everyone in the independent regiment understands. At the same time, because of the influence of the Light of Divine Punishment, the communication with Ji Xinghe and Sichuan, which had been interrupted again, was restored. Tang Qiao directly passed Ji Xinghe and gave an order to Sichuan. "Colonel Sichuan, I'm sorry, I need you to give up retreating." In theory, Ji Xinghe couldn't hear the conversation between Qin Tong and the many mecha warriors of the independent regiment, because Qin Tong had blocked Ji Xinghe, the corps commander, when he made a decision and asked. After all, in the formal command system, Qin Tong is now the corps commander of the independent regiment, and he has this authority. Similarly, when Tang Qiao issued such an order, he would definitely bypass Ji Xinghe. As the commander of the ground command of the Western Theater Command, he also has this authority. But Xingaiyu heard it, so Ji Xinghe could also hear it, so he became angry and started to curse directly. "Two idiots, from now on, your command authority is gone." People subconsciously wanted to remind Ji Xinghe that he did not have the authority to deprive Qin Tong and Tang Qiao of their command authority. Even if Qin Tong was willing to listen to him, Tang Qiao would definitely not want to listen. Ivanovich, who had been on the communication channel, finally had the opportunity to speak. He felt that he should give Tang Qiao strong support now, otherwise, Tang Qiao would most likely succumb to Ji Xinghe's tyranny. "General Ji, I also think that asking Sichuan to give up retreating and letting the independent regiment go to meet you is..." "You also shut up," Ji Xinghe interrupted Ivanovich, the commander-in-chief of the Federation on the alien battlefield, without any hesitation, and then maintained a somewhat angry tone. He asked, "Where is Tu Yuan?" Chapter 591. I really dare to kill Ji Xinghe. "I'm here." When Tu Yuan's voice sounded, People were still shocked by Ji Xinghe's words. You can take away Qin Tong's command if you want, it doesn't matter, because Qin Tong is a soldier under your command. You can take away Teng Qiao's command, because Teng Qiao's rank is Major General and your rank is Lieutenant General. Although military rank cannot be equated with command, the level of military rank does have some impact on command. This is why the mecha warriors of the Federation cannot get the rank of general even if they become ace mecha warriors. Ace mecha warriors like Caitlin, Ravitch, Han Li, and Jackson have double-digit red stars and command independent mecha corps equipped with standard mountain armor. They have countless military merits, so it is not excessive to give them the rank of Major General. But they are still colonels in order to avoid situations like today. Mecha warriors, fighting on the front line, get too excited when fighting, and reason is replaced by impulse, and then irrational decisions are made, which is normal. But the problem is that the person who just agreed to Teng Qiao and Qin Tong's orders was Ivanovich, the commander-in-chief of the Federation in the alien battlefield. You Ji Xinghe, okay, you are Ji Xinghe, you can interrupt Ivanovich directly and make Ivanovich shut up. But Tu Yuan is not a mecha warrior, he should not lose his mind. What do you want to do by responding to Ji Xinghe at this time? People were too shocked, their thoughts were extremely complicated, and their thoughts changed countless times in an instant. Ji Xinghe spoke again. You come? Come for what? Okay, I'll come, okay? What's good? After 2 sentences of dialogue, Tu Yuan, who was in the command center of base number 6, had a somewhat excited smile on his face, but his tone was so calm that it could be described as indifferent. I am Tu Yuan. From now on, I will command a war in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. Without waiting for everyone to react, the relevant orders have been issued. Qin Tong, take the independent regiment and evacuate immediately. Ravitch, take your independent regiment and retreat immediately. Nanshanman, activate the Cheyenne orbital ballistic missile launch platform, and hit the target, the precise coordinates of the entrance and exit of the Empire jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon. Attack method, Dongfang 520 strategic nuclear missile, loaded with a nuclear weapon serial code, Cation Axe. Attack time, wait for my order, Pinyin, immediately launch the final fortress. The order was issued, but it was not immediately executed. There was no action in all aspects because Tu Yuan did not have this authority. To be honest, as a federal general and a theater commander, Tu Yuan temporarily commanded a battle in the Battle Scar Canyon, and there was no problem. But this involved the safety of Ji Xinghe, which was a big problem, even if Ji Xinghe asked Tu Yuan to command. Cation Axe, Ivanovich's angry voice sounded in the communication channel. Tu Yuan, are you crazy? When the Pinyin space battleship received the order to launch the final fortress, Ivanovich was still unwilling to use nuclear weapons because Tu Yuan required the nuclear weapon to be Cation Axe. The DF-520 is the fastest orbital ballistic missile in Longzhou, the entire Federation, and the world. However, as we all know, the speed of a missile is not equal to its power, it only makes it difficult to intercept. The real power depends on what kind of warhead the missile is equipped with. The DF-520, known as Love and Peace, is generally equipped with nuclear warheads of different equivalents. The one with the largest equivalent is the Axe of Creation just mentioned by Tu Yuan. As the name suggests, it means that it can create the world. Its equivalent is far greater than the little Ivan used by the Federation in the Battle Scar Canyon. In the entire Federation, only the big Ivan of Zhongzhou can match it. Once such a nuclear weapon is used, can a defensive device like the final fortress really save Ji Xinghe? Not to mention Ji Xinghe, if the independent regiment retreats a little slower, it will be bombed to death. As for Sichuanian, no one really cares at this time. Ji Xinghe asked you to shut up, so just shut up. Tu Yuan's tough attitude shocked people even more than Ji Xinghe's tough attitude just now. Ivanovich himself was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He couldn't understand why Tu Yuan dared to talk to him like this. Even if Tu Yuan had the hope of becoming the next commander-in-chief, he had only been in office for more than 2 years, and it was still early for his term to end. Moreover, as long as he didn't authorize it, the Dongfang 520 would not be launched. You're crazy, you're all crazy. Ivanovich came back to his senses and said angrily, Qin Tong, take the independent regiment to meet Ji Xinghe immediately. Ji Xinghe, if you don't want to retreat, then use their lives in exchange for your life. You are right, it is indeed different. Ji Xinghe did not make any response, and continued to lead Sichuanian to break through. The help brought by the light of divine punishment had begun to dissipate. The imperial mechas surrounding them, judging from the average distance between them, were more and more dense than before. Perhaps it won't be long before Ji Xinghe will repeat what happened to Sichuan, being crushed by countless imperial mechas. But he is not worried, because he has handed the professional issues over to professionals. As a professional, Tu Yuan did not disappoint Ji Xinghe's trust. His voice was still calm, but the words he said frightened everyone. The Hard Moon Fox has always been under my command sequence. Have you forgotten? Tu Yuan gave a reminder and ordered again, Zhao Chengguang, if Qin Tuang and Ravich do not retreat with the independent regiment, launch a nuclear strike and hit the target, Ji Xinghe. The countdown starts from now, 30 seconds, Zhao Chengguang, the captain of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship, responded without any hesitation. Yes, Zirui, the captain of the Pinyin space battleship, who is also in the sky above the battlefield, said angrily, Zhao Chengguang, are you fucking crazy? That's Ji Xinghe. Zirui scolded Zhao Chengguang without any politeness. Although from the command sequence, the Pinyin space battleship did not belong to the Longzhou space fleet, in terms of authority, the Pinyin could not be compared with a Heart Moon Fox, and he, the captain, could not be compared with a Captain Zhao Chengguang. But Zhao Chengguang used to be his deputy captain. So Zhao Chengguang did not respond to Zirui's words, but coldly ordered to prepare for a nuclear strike. The space battleships of the Federation Space Fleet are all equipped with nuclear weapons, and he has the ability to do so. In the process of executing this mission, the operation of the Heart Moon Fox was not concealed. Whether it was the space battleships in the nearby airspace, or the Western Theater Command and the Nanchunman Command, all received reminders. Are you serious? Zirui said angrily. Tu Yuan, are you really crazy? Captain Zirui, please don't forget why you became the captain of the Pinyin. Tu Yuan's words reminded many people of a past event. It has been almost 4 years, but many people have not forgotten it. That day, Tu Yuan wanted to kill Ji Xinghe. Zirui, the captain of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship at the time, was unwilling to execute the order, so he was arrested. The then deputy captain Zhao Chengguang took over the Heart Moon Fox and did not hesitate to execute Tu Yuan's order. The impact of that incident was great. Ji Xinghe broke one of Tu Yuan's legs afterwards. In a sense, it was equivalent to interrupting Tu Yuan's path to becoming the commander-in-chief. If it weren't for this incident, Tu Yuan should be the commander-in-chief of the Federation alien battlefield now. Tu Yuan knew that many people remembered this incident and could recall it now, but in order not to waste time, he still said it himself. I have always been serious about sacrificing Ji Xinghe for victory. It was only a few words of dialogue, and the 30 seconds were about to come. Qin Tong, who was extremely emotional, still couldn't wait for the order he wanted to hear after Tu Yuan finished speaking. Ji Xinghe did not deny Tu Yuan, and his attitude was already very clear. Everyone, retreat immediately. Qin Tong began to retreat with the angry independent regiment, along the gap between the imperial positions and various defensive weapons on the mountains, marching towards the east of the canyon under the rain of bullets and countless artillery fire. The independent regiment closest to the battlefield, the most powerful, and able to rescue Ji Xinghe and Sichuan, just went further and further. Also began to retreat, was Luo Wiki, who had violated the military order before. He was going to save Ji Xinghe and meet the independent regiment. When the independent regiment began to retreat, and if he did not retreat, Ji Xinghe would suffer a nuclear strike, what reason was there not to retreat? At this time, Ji Xinghe still did not give up Sichuan. People were silent, as if they saw Ji Xinghe's vitality and were getting farther and farther away from him. Then, endless anger arose, all directed at Tu Yuan. If it weren't for the wrong timing, Tu Yuan really wanted to explain, this is obviously Ji Xinghe's own choice, why are you staring at me? Regarding this choice, it does not mean that Ji Xinghe asked Tu Yuan to command, but that Ji Xinghe's original command idea was like this. Otherwise, the independent regiment could have rushed down the mountain to support Ji Xinghe, and Sichuan could even commit suicide in order to let Ji Xinghe break out alone. When the independent regiment began to retreat, the Heart Moon Fox space battleship naturally gave up the nuclear strike. Everyone in the command system fell silent, including Ivanovich. His order could not be executed because of the retreat of the independent regiment. And Sichuan did not execute the order for Sichuan to sacrifice himself. Because Sichuan couldn't hear, it was not because his consciousness was blurred and he couldn't hear clearly, but he really couldn't hear. Lock Sichuan's mecha driving authority, Ivanovich said coldly to the people around him. This order was not transmitted to the communication channel of the command system. Even if he was the commander-in-chief and everyone felt that Sichuan should be sacrificed now, he would not give such an order in public. Yes, this order was executed immediately, but it failed. They could not lock the God's punishment armor. A staff officer remembered something and said, "The God's punishment armor was previously modified by Major Shen Mu. We have no right to lock its driving authority. It was to prevent someone from..." He couldn't finish his words. Tu Yuan's voice sounded again from the command channel. In fact, Ji Xinghe was wrong. You are not stupid. With the withdrawal of the independent regiment, Tu Yuan seemed to be much more relaxed. He did not repeat his other previous orders. He began to explain. You are just too worried that Ji Xinghe will be sacrificed, so you made a wrong decision. Use your brain. When we already know the precise coordinates of the jump base, what will the Empire think and what will it do? When a nuclear strike is inevitable and the equivalent is bound to be extremely large, what can you think? What can you do? Using the jump gate to evacuate is the only option, and as many people as possible should be evacuated. But what should be done when it is uncertain when the Federation will launch a nuclear strike? Trap Ji Xinghe and buy time. In other words, use Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment that will theoretically rescue Ji Xinghe as hostages to delay the time for the Federation to use nuclear strikes. When people finally ignored Ji Xinghe's safety and began to think with normal thinking patterns and the professional abilities, Tu Yuan's voice sounded again. They are beginning to retreat. Nanshanmen, use Shanggaidun immediately, use Dongfeng 101 immediately. People listened to Tu Yuan's voice and looked at the picture in their sight, and noticed that the imperial mechas surrounding Ji Xinghe and Sichuan began to retreat in an orderly manner. Led by 3 Duke armors, followed by 12 Marcus armors, and more than 100 Earl armors remaining from the anti-galaxy Corps, they began to charge towards the precise coordinates discovered by Sichuan on the seemingly chaotic battlefield. They were retreating, and they were the most threatening imperial mechas on the battlefield. Although the number of the remaining conventional imperial mechas still exceeded 2,000, so what? Nanshanmen finally carried out Tu Yuan's order. The missile array attack plan codenamed Shanggaidun was finally launched, and the Dongfeng 101 orbital missile with the Lance of Longinus had also been launched. Their attack targets were not the same. The faster Lance of Longinus was the first to appear above the battlefield. Hundreds of scarlet lasers shot out from the Lance of Longinus in all directions, and all the interception methods of the Empire were ineffective. Accurate hit. The burst of fire and shock waves spread, and people finally saw the entrance and exit of the Empire's jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon. Its defense capability was extremely strong, and even if it was hit by the Lance of Longinus, it could not be completely destroyed. 3 Duke armors rushed in first, and their actions once again confirmed that this was the entrance and exit of the jump base. Therefore, more missiles were launched from Nanshanmen, and all the targets were this entrance and exit. Shanggaidun finally hit the target, and its target was the Imperial mecha around Ji Xinghe. Because the formation of the Imperial mecha was too dense, and almost all of them were regular grade standard mecha, Shanggaidun's lethality was greatly improved, and it was more effective than the previous divine punishment light. The east wind blows thousands of flowers at night, and blows down the stars like rain. Ji Xinghe and Sichuan gained a brief safety because of this. It was indeed very short, because Tu Yuan's order was very simple and direct, that is, to bomb the entrance and exit of the Imperial jump base. Report, the second entrance and exit has appeared. When the first entrance and exit that appeared was completely covered by the firepower of the Federation and continued to attack, the Imperial mechas that were about to retreat began to turn to another area. Of course, a place like a jump base cannot have only one entrance and exit. When it is determined that the Federation may use nuclear strikes at any time, retreat is inevitable. At all costs, bomb it flat for me. Tu Yuan gave another order after hearing the report, completely ignoring Ivanovich, who should have given the order at this time. In fact, the decision Ivanovich made at this time was exactly the same as Tu Yuan's. How many Imperial troops are there in the Imperial occupation zone, which is about 90 kilometers long and more than 200 kilometers wide? The eastern and western theaters of the Federation have been attacking for several years, but they have not been able to completely capture it. This is enough to show how many troops the Empire has deployed. Now, all we need to do is destroy the entrances and exits of the jump base that have been discovered, and take advantage of the air superiority to keep an eye on the new entrances and exits that may appear at any time, and then bomb them all at all costs, and these Imperial troops will become rootless duckweed. If they all want to retreat from the jump base, then wait until they gather near the jump base and nuclear them. If they continue to hold on and lose the logistical supply of the jump base, the Federation does not need to attack them anymore, and they will all die. At this time, the Federation has finally grasped the real initiative in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone, and it doesn't even need to use nuclear weapons. It turns out that it's so simple. People think so in their hearts, but no one says it out loud, because it's not simple. Whether Ji Xinghe can lead the independent regiment to this area is a big problem, and whether he can find an entrance and exit of the jump base is also a big problem. There are many, many problems. The most important one is, can the Federation really ignore Ji Xinghe's life and death? If the independent regiment does not retreat, and Ravich does not retreat with his independent regiment, the Empire will not believe that the Federation will use nuclear strikes at this time, and will not start to retreat. Once the Federation invests 2 independent regiments to save Ji Xinghe, the war will continue to be tense, and it will also give the Empire more time to retreat, and will not expose more entrances and exits of the jump base. When the Empire is fully prepared, using nuclear strikes, can it really directly put the Battle Scar Canyon war zone into nuclear peace mode? No wonder Ji Xinghe asked Tu Yuan to command, because Tu Yuan really dared to kill Ji Xinghe. Including the command decision made by Tu Yuan now, it also ignores Ji Xinghe's life and death. Ji Xinghe and Sichuan, who have gained temporary safety, are likely to face the counterattack of those Imperial mechas that have lost their retreat, which can be described as crazy. If they retreat, they will inevitably expose new entrances and exits. If they don't retreat, what else can they do except kill Ji Xinghe? Tao Wucha stood next to a miniaturized jump gate device and gave an order. Surround Ji Xinghe. I don't believe that the Federation will really give up the power of grace. The staff next to him hesitated to speak. He wanted to say, if you really don't believe it, why did you give the order to retreat before? Why are you standing next to the jump gate now and ready to activate it at any time? But you can't say it too directly. The staff reminded, General, the Federation did not have the power of Ki before, so what? When they got the power of Ki and knew that Ki could give life the ability to evolve, they would never give up. When the staff was speechless, Tao Wucha suddenly ordered, activate the jump gate. The staff subconsciously looked at the screen, and the 2 final fortresses successfully landed next to Ji Xinghe. The Federation is playing for real. Chapter 592 Pulling the Coffin. Who is the commander of the Federation this time? Tu Yuan, Ada Kang, who had already arrived at the God's Mountain jump base, got a name that it had known before but was unwilling to remember through its information channel. Tu Yuan? I remember it. If Tu Yuan knew that he had become the 5th human whose name was remembered by Ada Kang, he would not feel the slightest honor. He would not be angry either, but would only express thank you to the Tower Top organization for revealing this information. Because part of the information about Tu Yuan, along with his name, was traded to Ada Kang by the Tower Top organization. This means that when Tao Wucha decided to evacuate from the Battle Scar Canyon, Ada Kang, who became the Empire's highest commander on the alien planet again, knew that Tu Yuan really dared to kill Ji Xinghe. Tu Yuan had done this before and almost succeeded. Moreover, at that time, Tu Yuan had only 2 purposes for killing Ji Xinghe. One was to protect the Federation's number 5 base, and the other was to prevent Ji Xinghe from leaking information after being captured by the Empire. Compared with the benefits of keeping base number 5, the benefits of completely destroying the Empire's troops in the Battle Scar Canyon and destroying the jump base therein are simply a world of difference. Similarly, the federal intelligence that Ji Xinghe now has and its importance to the Federation are far greater than at that time. So, what reason is there not to play for real? How could a war between 2 intelligent civilizations be fake? Report, Sichuan drove the God's punishment armor into the final fortress. Ada Kang looked at the big screen of the command center, which showed the perspective provided by the Empire's mecha very close to Ji Xinghe and Sichuan. The Federation took advantage of the fire suppression and launched 4 final fortresses at the same time, 3 of which successfully landed at the location of Ji Xinghe and Sichuan. The God's punishment armor driven by Sichuan drilled in at the first time, and then sank into the ground at a very fast speed under the fire bombardment from the Empire. In the past 3 years, the final fortress of the Federation has also been upgraded, and the drilling function has been greatly enhanced. However, the chances of this function being truly applied are very small. Just like now, Sichuan was taken underground by the final fortress, which can be described as a cocoon. Even if the Federation has been using saturation-type long-range firepower strikes, it is impossible to prevent the Imperial mecha from digging them out from underground. The final fortress, which can withstand nuclear bombardment, cannot stop the continuous attack of tungsten steel gold weapons. The bayonet used by the regular Imperial mecha can also be broken as long as it persists. The Imperial mecha can even carry away the final fortress, which is tantamount to becoming fish on the chopping board. But Ada Kang looked at the big screen expressionlessly, and those Imperial mechas that did not receive the retreat order but suddenly began to retreat, and his mood was really complicated. The education level of the Imperial guerrillas is very low. Even if they can become mecha warriors, at best they are equivalent to the education level of ordinary junior high school students in the Federation, but they will be specialized in military education. If they compete in knowledge, the Federation's mecha warriors can completely crush the Empire's mecha warriors. But this does not mean that the mecha warriors of the Empire are all fools. They can figure out with their buttocks what the Federation's use of the final fortress at this time means. When nuclear weapons may explode into a small sun that can destroy everything at any time above their heads, how can they not run? The Empire mechas that rushed towards Ji Xinghe and Sichuan began to collapse in a defeated posture. Some of them knew the entrance and exit of the Empire's jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon, and the goal of escaping at this time was the inside of the jump base. Only through the jump gate of the jump base can they evacuate this area that is about to be nuclearized. Otherwise, the best outcome is slow death. So the Federation discovered more entrances and exits of the Empire's jump base, and then spared no effort to launch long-range fire strikes. In just over 10 minutes, the Federation destroyed the firepower quota of the Battle Scar Canyon war zone for a month, so these firepowers are not fierce. The real focus of the attack is still the entrance and exit discovered by Sichuan. In fact, before today, the Federation had mastered the coordinates of the entrances and exits of several Empire jump bases, but those coordinates were not very meaningful. Just like the Federation can build a base with a construction area of hundreds of thousands of square meters underground, how could the Empire occupy this area of the Battle Scar Canyon for more than 10 years, and there are only a few entrances and exits? Those entrances and exits are far away from the core area of the jump base. There is an entrance and exit whose coordinates the Federation knows, which is 17 kilometers away from the entrance and exit discovered by Sichuan. Even nuclear weapons cannot play their due role. The entrance and exit discovered by Sichuan is different. After the communication was restored, the perspective that Sichuan failed to transmit before was transmitted to the Western Theater Command and the Nanshanmen Command. After research and analysis, the Federation believes that the entrance and exit is most likely the closest one to the Empire's jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon, and the Empire's reaction can also support this analysis result. At this time, the entrance and exit has been completely destroyed, and no Empire mech retreats to that entrance and exit. What's the situation? Tao Wacha, who hurriedly came through the jump gate, appeared beside Ada Kang and asked nervously. It only took 2 minutes to get from the warp gate to the command center of the God's Mountain, so its question was meaningless. But Anakin answered. The situation is very bad. The front line has collapsed and all the apes want to retreat. Without you in command, your warp base has become chaotic. As he spoke, Anakin signaled the technical ape next to him to call up some pictures. It was a picture of the warp base in the Battle Scar Canyon. In order to compete for the opportunity to pass through the warp gate, or to compete for the opportunity to enter the warp hall, they fought each other. This damn civilians and slaves, Tao Wacha shouted angrily. Ada Kang asked calmly, why don't you listen to me? Tao Wacha glanced at Ada Kang and said confidently, the Federation is ready to use nuclear weapons. The equivalent must be very large. If the jump gate is affected by then, I won't be able to retreat. Ji Xinghe is not dead yet, they won't use it, but now Ji Xinghe has the final fortress. Have you forgotten that Ji Xinghe survived 3 nuclear explosions and didn't even die the first time? There was no final fortress, the Empire twice, the Federation once. This is the information known to the Empire. In fact, Ji Xinghe has endured not only 3 nuclear explosions, but 4. Ada Kang, who knows that Ji Xinghe can gain power from nuclear explosions, thinks that Ji Xinghe is not as good as it now because it doesn't know about the 4th nuclear explosion baptism that Ji Xinghe received on the Blue Star. It can only be said that the intelligence transactions between the Tower Top organization and it and the Empire are selective and reserved. The main reason for this is not that the Tower Top organization has a bottom line, but that after Ji Xinghe mastered the power of the gift, their desire for the healing function of Qi is no longer as strong as before. Although the number of humans who have received the gift and obtained Qi is only over 3,000, and except for Ji Rongzhen, all of them are gifts of the first stage, and do not have the ability to heal people. But because of Ji Xinghe, the inflatable apes, including Caseman, the Imperial Marcus, basically no longer need to be inflatable apes, and their Qi can be used to heal diseases. At this stage, the main demands of the Tower Top organization's transactions with the Empire have become tungsten steel alloy and tungsten steel gold. Originally, it was to prepare weapons for the mecha warriors of the Black Shield Security Company, but before they could use them, 120 pantaloon armors were snatched away by Ji Xinghe. And this information is known to Li Anbang and Tu Yuan, the two undercovers placed by the Heroic Spirit Council in the Tower Top organization. Tu Yuan's decision today, including Ji Xinghe's challenge to Ada Kang, is partly based on this information. Ada Kang didn't know that it and Emperor Wu Yi were both tricked by the Tower Top organization. When he heard Tao Wuche's sophistry, his expression was a little unhappy. The Battle Scar Canyon can only be abandoned now. I need you to go all out to command and use it to bring greater losses to the Federation. For example, kill Ji Xinghe, then you hand over the anti-galaxy court to me. No, then I can't do it. You can do it, Ada Kang explained calmly again. The Federation will not use nuclear weapons now, because Ji Xinghe has not entered the final fortress. He is chasing our mecha, and his goal is the exit and entrance coordinates that were exposed before. Ji Xinghe's independent regiment and the independent regiment in the Eastern Theater of the Federation have turned back, which means that their goal is to explore the true location of our jump base through that exit and entrance. With Ji Xinghe's character, he will definitely lead the exploration, so in theory, you have a chance to kill Ji Xinghe. Tao Wuche looked at the big screen. Because of the various detection equipment deployed by the Empire in the Battle Scar Canyon, as well as the perspectives of those mechas and other combat units, they can clearly see the movements of some of the Federation's troops. The Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, which had originally retreated to a safe area, successfully completed the combat goal proposed by Ji Xinghe today and killed through the Battle Scar Canyon. But now they have begun to turn back, and during the conversation between Ada Kang and Tao Wuche, they have completed the reunion with the Holy Independent Corps led by Ravich. Those scattered Imperial troops could not stop their charge at all, so they were getting closer and closer to Ji Xinghe's location at this time. Why? Tao Wuche looked at Ada Kang again and asked, you can kill Ji Xinghe with your own hands tomorrow. Judging from the merits Ji Xinghe has achieved today, you can get more merit after killing him with your own hands. Why do you want me to kill him? Ada Kang said after a brief silence. Even if I have more merits, what does it matter? I am born to be a king. I am very sorry. Tao Wuche understood. From the day he was born, Ada Kang, who was destined to become the prince of the empire, had no possibility of going further. Perhaps, but with Emperor Wu Yi in his prime and strong in military power, if Ada Kang wanted to go further, he would be courting death. As for the reward, Ada Kang, who owns more than 7 million square kilometers of fiefdom, is not much different from the 4 kings of the empire. Does he really need more? Does he really dare to ask for more? However, these have little to do with Tao Wuche. It knows that it made a big mistake today, which is to let the 3 Duke armor go to support, and it was not prepared to be seen by Su Chuanan. The subsequent compensation measures did not take effect because of Ji Xinghe's arrival, and the situation has now collapsed. If you want to avoid punishment, then killing Ji Xinghe is the only chance to make up for it. Help me, you have 3 Duke armor and 12 Marcus armor. It will take time for the independent regiment to arrive. Ji Xinghe didn't expect the Duke armor to kill him at this time, so he won't be too prepared, so it's enough, not enough. No matter how bad the condition of Ji Xinghe and his mecha is, he is still Ji Xinghe. That makes sense. Ada Kang nodded in approval, and then asked with his eyes, then what's in it for me? Tao Wuche understood Ada Kang's look and responded with a look that asked what you want. Ada Kang avoided some of his sights, but no sound came out between his lips. But Tao Wuche heard it. Saint Crystal. What do you want the Saint Crystal for? Except for the Royal Academy of Sciences, no one knows how to use the Saint Crystal, and the Royal Academy of Sciences is only loyal to His Majesty. Tao Wuche's mind flashed, and his eyes were a little complicated. Da King didn't know whether he didn't understand or didn't want to explain, so he waited in silence. Tao Wucha took a deep breath and said again, "Help me, okay?" After the deal was reached, Tao Wucha once again had the command of the anti-galaxy corps. Nearly 300 of them were destroyed by Ji Xinghe, and more than 100 were destroyed by the Independent Regiment and other independent regiments, including the Earl armor that was repaired after recovery. The anti-galaxy corps, which was equipped with only 500 Earl armor, can now mobilize only 109 Earl armor. Theoretically, it is not enough for Ji Xinghe to kill alone. But Ji Xinghe is not in his peak state now, and there are 3 Duke armor and 12 Marcus armor to cooperate. Tao Wu realized that it paid enough attention to Ji Xinghe. Not to mention Tao Wucha, who started to command how to coerce and lure the 3 Duke armor and 12 Marcus armor, as well as other Imperial forces in the Battle Scar Canyon, to obey its orders and carry out the task of killing Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, on his side, was indeed as Da King analyzed, preparing to find a more precise location of the Empire's jump base through the entrance and exit of the jump base discovered by Su Chuanan. The reason is simple: putting nuclear weapons in and detonating them is obviously more destructive than using nuclear weapons to explode over the battlefield. The Earth is the best barrier against nuclear strikes. And people are greedy. General Ji Xinghe, I know that if we can occupy this jump base of the Empire, our benefits will be greater. I really want to occupy this jump base of the Empire now. Ivanovich has no intention of finding trouble with Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan now. He began to make up for his relatively unprofessional command decision in this battle. But this is really dangerous. Not to mention that the Empire still has many troops fighting a disparate battle. The situation in the Empire's jump base must be very complicated. I believe that the Empire must have placed nuclear weapons that can be detonated at any time in this jump base. So, please retreat immediately. The implication is that this dangerous task should be handed over to others. But Ji Xinghe did not respond out loud, but told Ivanovich and many people what he was going to do with practical actions. The Imperial forces that had been besieging Ji Xinghe like a tide really retreated like a tide at this time, leaving behind countless wreckages of mechas and various weapons and equipment. There were also corpses. The firepower strikes of the Federation and the last desperate firepower strikes of the Empire acted on this battlefield at the same time. The flames bursting from the ground were brighter than the pale blue sun in the sky. The earth trembled constantly, and the orange-red dust was raised high by the shock wave. Ji Xinghe was on such a chaotic battlefield, driving a Xingaiyu armor that looked slender and scarred on the outside. He held a tungsten steel gold sword in one hand and dragged the 8-meter-long final fortress that was thrown to the ground with the other hand, and walked slowly forward. His steps were so firm and powerful that people had an illusion that the tremor of the earth was because his feet landed on the ground. Those constantly bursting flames were like fireworks praising him. The flying dust was like a spirit dancing for him. Countless Empire debris, like his merits, covered the entire battlefield. Some people suddenly felt sad, and their vision even blurred. They looked at the final cuboid fortress dragged forward by Ji Xinghe, as if they saw a coffin. 3 years ago, the 67-year-old Ji Xinghe made a promise with hundreds of millions of people. He said he would come back and lead people to victory. 3 years later, the 70-year-old Ji Xinghe arrived as promised, and helped the Federation achieve an unprecedented victory with the attitude of returning as a king. But he was not satisfied with this, because this was not the victory he and hundreds of millions of people agreed on. One hand held a knife, and the other hand pulled the coffin. Ji Xinghe, who was marching towards the enemy, was like following the ancient custom. At the age of 70, he prepared a suitable coffin for himself and found a suitable cemetery. It was like telling everyone that he had not forgotten the promise about victory. Huangsha wore golden armor after 100 battles. And he would not return until the Empire was broken. He was still using practical actions to tell some people that he was no longer afraid of death when he came to the alien planet this time. Because Ji Rong and Xin Yu have recovered, grown up, and can take care of themselves, because... Don't laugh at me sleeping drunk on the battlefield. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from the war? P.S. Happy National Day, everyone eat well and have fun. I will try to write more these days. Chapter 593, Cutting His Back. Da King also saw Ji Xinghe's appearance at this time. Even he had to admit that Ji Xinghe at this time really made him feel scared. And, respect that had not appeared before. But thinking that if Ji Xinghe did not die today, he would fight him one-on-one at the latest the day after tomorrow morning, he was angry. He is so arrogant and looking for death. Tao Wucha, who is already prepared, agreed and said beside him, he is indeed looking for death. The small jump gate inside the jump base of the God's Mountain has been activated. 3 Duke armor, 12 Marcus armor, and 109 Earl armor are passing through the jump gate to the jump base of the Battle Scar Canyon. The internal fighting caused by the competition for retreat has been quelled under Tao Wuche's strong intervention, and the speed is not slow. The Imperial forces in the Battle Scar Canyon are still in a state of defeat overall, but the chaos has gradually stopped. Part of the reason is that many guerrillas have seen the scene of Ji Xinghe holding a sword and pulling a coffin. Not entering the final fortress means that the nuclear strike of the Federation is unlikely to come. Another reason is that the Galaxy Independent Regiment and the Holy Independent Regiment, led by Qin Tuang and Luo Wiki respectively, are constantly advancing towards the position where Ji Xinghe is. They can also prove that the Federation will not use nuclear weapons for the time being. Let's fight. Some of the Imperial forces decided to make a desperate attempt, but they are relatively few. More than them are those who are still trying to retreat, and those who have begun to collect supplies and are ready to hide in bunkers to withstand nuclear strikes. Counting those Imperial forces that have evacuated and are evacuating, the Empire has lost the ability to stop the Federation's attack in the Battle Scar Canyon. I have ordered the 2 independent regiments of the Federation to intercept and kill Ji Xinghe's forces. They are about to be in place. As long as Ji Xinghe dares to enter from the entrance and exit, his retreat will be cut off in the first place. If he dares not to enter, his retreat will also be cut off. We take the initiative to attack, and he will die today. Tao Wuche suddenly regained his confidence. Ada Kang did not comment, and his heart was as entangled as ever. On the one hand, it didn't want to fight Ji Xinghe alone, because in armor-piercing battles, Ji Xinghe could always create miracles, so it thought it would be best if Ji Xinghe died. On the other hand, Ji Xinghe was the only known person with the ability of gifting besides Emperor Wu Ii. It really wanted this ability. Even if it couldn't get the so-called blood of God from Ji Xinghe, as long as it trapped Ji Xinghe by its side, it would be equivalent to Emperor Wu Ii in a sense. Tao Wuche kept issuing and revising orders, looking at the various battle reports displayed on the big screen, with some doubts. If the Federation wants to capture our jump base, it should send a large army to attack now. When our military morale is unstable and there are problems with logistics and supplies, they have a great chance to directly occupy all the surface of the Battle Scar Canyon. Then slowly plan for the jump base. Why don't they take action? Ada King put aside the entanglement in his heart and decided to leave it to fate. It replied, because the Federation is afraid that we will use nuclear weapons. If they occupy the surface above the jump base and almost wipe out our troops, we will definitely use nuclear weapons. Tao Wuche was still puzzled. Since the Federation is sure that we will use nuclear weapons, no, it should be said that they are sure that we will destroy the jump base in the end, then why let Ji Xinghe make this attempt? And the independent regiment, at this time, shouldn't conventional mecha troops be used as reconnaissance forces? Ada Kang was also very puzzled about this. No matter how you look at it, the Federation has no reason to let Ji Xinghe try to find the true location of the Empire's jump base in the current way. The independent regiment with the standard pantaloon armor should not be used as a reconnaissance force. Especially Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, their battle time to kill through the canyon was not long, but the intensity of the battle was very high. The energy of the mecha and the physical strength of the mecha warriors are now almost consumed. How can they be ordered to come and die? Thinking about it, Ada Kang suddenly had an epiphany. So it's the heart-cutting sword. Heart-cutting sword? Yes, Ji Xinghe's heart-cutting sword. Tao Wuche was even more confused. I've heard of the heart-cutting sword, but is there any direct connection between this kind of swordsmanship that attacks the heart and his current behavior? Our military morale has collapsed, and there is no practical significance for him to do this. It can't be that he wants to further affect our morale on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods. He is using the heart-cutting sword to cut me. Ada Kang suddenly laughed and asked, do you know that Ji Xinghe is actually very afraid of death? Tao Wuche was born in one of the most noble families in the Empire. He is also a Grand Duke and can become the Empire's general on the alien planet. Naturally, he has a lot of information about the Federation. It frowned and asked, you mean, his granddaughter? But your previous actions against the Federation Base Number 6 and Base Number 5, didn't it show that he didn't care about the life and death of his granddaughter at all? Thinking back to the failed combat plan, Ada Kang felt a little regretful and a little regretful. No, some things can be inferred from the process to the result, and some things must be inferred from the result to the process. Judging from Ji Xinghe's choice at the time, he really didn't care about the life and death of his granddaughter. But judging from the results afterwards, Ji Xinghe didn't care, but because he was confident that he could hold on and win, Tao Wuche understood. So, he wants to tell us now that he is no longer afraid of death. Well, he has mastered the power of the gift, and his granddaughter's congenital defects must have been cured by him. Now, his granddaughter should be 11 years old. At this age, she can take good care of herself. In addition, he can leave behind the shadows even after his sacrifice. He doesn't need to worry about his granddaughter anymore. Aida Kang guessed the truth and said, so, he wants to tell me that he is not afraid of death and put pressure on me. Because he knows very well that I must be afraid of death. Tao Wuche didn't find it strange that Aida Kang said bluntly that he was afraid of death. He was also afraid of death, and Aida Kang's power and status and individual force were all above it. What reason would he have to ignore life and death for the victory or defeat of a battle? It's not like we can defeat the Federation by killing Ji Xinghe. Even if that's the case, there's no reason for Aida Kang to sacrifice himself for the Empire. The Empire belongs to Emperor Wu Ii, not Aida Kang. Born as a king, Aida Kang lacks ambition and dares not show it. The Federation can't build a mecha comparable to the Emperor armor. No matter how powerful Ji Xinghe is, how can he defeat you? Moreover, his Star Moon armor with multiple arms should not be able to be fully repaired in a short time. Aida Kang pondered for a moment, looking at Ji Xinghe who was getting closer and closer to the entrance, and there was a hint of admiration in his tone when he spoke again. The performance levels of the mechas currently used by the Federation, Wangshan, Pazian, Xianshan, Jiangjan, Guoshi, correspond to our Baron and Viscount level mechas, Earl armor, Marquis armor, Duke armor, and General armor, respectively. Ji Xinghe defeated Earl armor when he was driving the Viscount armor. When he was driving the Earl armor, he captured Kaisman who was driving the Marquis armor. When he was driving the Marquis armor, he defeated Bilrosi who was driving the Duke armor in public. When he was driving the Duke armor, he killed all our Duke armors, and no one dared to appear on the battlefield with him. When he was driving the Divine Punishment armor and the Star Moon armor, two federal national level mechas equivalent to our General armor, Yinan died, and my Prince armor was taken away by him. This time when he fights me, he will definitely drive my Prince armor. After the Federation's transformation, the performance of the core engine will definitely be improved, and it will definitely not be weaker than the Emperor armor I drive. As for the body material, both the Emperor armor and my Prince armor use tungsten steel gold, and their defense is comparable. So, Aida Kang paused, looked at Tao Wuche and said, if you don't kill Ji Xinghe today, when Ji Xinghe fights me, are you willing to drive the Emperor armor to fight him instead of me? Tao Wuche shook his head without any hesitation. Not to mention that Aida Kang had just laid the groundwork. Even if he didn't say anything, he didn't dare to fight Ji Xinghe alone, even if he could drive the Emperor armor. So, you want? Tao Wuche made a gesture with his eyes. Aida Kang understood and nodded. Tao Wuche wanted to say something again, but felt that its meaning was too complicated and his eyes couldn't express it clearly. After a little hesitation, he waved his hand. Aida Kang also waved his hand. The surrounding gorillas and monkeys moved away. This scene would inevitably be known to Emperor Wu Ii, but it was not a big problem. Tao Wuche whispered, what you said, the system that uses the Saint Crystal as an energy drive for the Emperor armor has been dismantled. Even if I give you the Saint Crystal, you can't use it. Aida Kang's eyes suddenly brightened. How many Saint Crystals do you have? Here, Saint Crystals are the most powerful energy source controlled by the Empire, so there must be a limited number of them. It goes without saying that there are large warp gates, and even the relatively large number of small warp gate devices are equipped with one Saint Crystal per gate. Those who are responsible for management are all confidants of Emperor Wu Ii. Logically speaking, there should not be extra Saint Crystals on alien planets. Moreover, Tao Wuche's family is only responsible for mining the raw ore of Saint Crystals, and the raw ore needs to be processed later before it can be turned into usable Saint Crystals. Aida Kang wanted to trade with Tao Wuche before, but it was not what Tao Wuche thought now. The real implementation of the plan was completed on the Empire Star. But Tao Wuche misunderstood, and Aida Kang took advantage of the situation and found news that made him very happy. I do have a Saint Crystal. Tao Wuche thought of today's failure, gritted his teeth and looked at Aida Kang and said, and it is a real natural Saint Crystal, but, Aida Kang took a deep breath. Among the raw ore of Saint Crystals, there is a very small probability that natural sync crystals that do not need to be processed later will be born. The value of this kind of sync crystal is proportional to its rarity. It knew that the Emperor armor it had obtained temporarily, as well as the Emperor armor currently used by Emperor Wu III, all use natural sync crystals. The Saint crystals processed later were almost all used on the Warp Gate and Emperor Wu II's emperorship. Give it to me, you can't use it, I can use it. Hearing Ada King's decisive tone, Tao Wucha suddenly realized, you mean, Qi? Yes, Ada King didn't need to hide it at this time, and said, this news is enough to make the Saint crystal worth it, indeed. Although Tao Wucha's Qi is not as good as Ada King's, his father's Qi is not much worse than Ada King's, only about 10 years. With his father's current physical condition, he has a chance to reach Ada King's current level. If Ada King can use the energy of the Saint crystal through Qi, then his father can do it in theory. But I already know, Tao Wucha still wants more. Ada King suddenly laughed, looked at Tao Wucha and stopped talking, and turned his eyes to the big screen. It looks like he has given up. But Tao Wucha suddenly panicked, thinking of Ada King's title of conqueror, who had killed tens of millions of gorillas and many monkeys in the Empire Star in the past 3 years. Are these gorillas and monkeys really rebels? I'll give you one first, more than one? Ada King, who originally only wanted to get some Saint crystal ore from Tao Wucha's family and then find a way, suddenly became angry. Because in its view, everything in the empire should belong to its family. It can have the intention of replacing Emperor Wu III, but an imperial noble like Tao Wucha should not hide its family's wealth. But Ada King suppressed his anger, and first got the Saint crystal in his hands, and then got rid of Ji Xinghe. No matter how many there are, they're all his. Okay, the deal mentioned before was revised, and both parties were very satisfied, especially Tao Wucha, who felt that with more Saint crystals as bait, Ada King would definitely help it solve its decision-making mistakes today. But soon they were dissatisfied, because Ji Xinghe, who finally arrived at the entrance and exit of the jump base, did not go down directly. The entrance and exit are not completely blocked. Ji Xinghe is waiting for the independent regiment, cut off his retreat. We are already trying to do it, but he is too good at fighting. We can only cut off his retreat, not block him. Go dig out Sichuanayan and let Ji Xinghe have a taste of his sword, okay? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594 Scrudinger's Sichuanayan. After Ji Xinghe left, Sichuanayan, who had already drilled underground, was temporarily safe because of the collapse of the Empire's forces. But this safety was not long-lasting. When Tao Wucha regained command and stabilized part of the Empire's forces, it issued an order to dig Sichuanayan out. Of the more than 2,000 Empire mechas that were previously in this battlefield, less than half were still present and able to obey Tao Wucha's command, but the number was still large. Most of them copied to Ji Xinghe's back road, trying to block Ji Xinghe, and the remaining small part was fully capable of digging Sichuanayan out. After the Federation discovered this change, it immediately corrected the strike targets of some long-range firepower. As the saying goes, rich firepower coverage, poor tactics interspersed. Although the Federation has always been less wealthy than the Empire in terms of firepower, the previous battles with the Empire mostly used mecha forces for tactical interspersal, destroyed the anti-missile weapon system on the Empire's position, and then carried out precise firepower strikes. But at this time, there is a great hope to completely destroy the Empire's jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone, so naturally it will not save firepower at this time. The Imperial mechas that rushed to Sichuanayan's location encountered unprecedented firepower coverage. This is actually not reasonable, because Sichuanayan's value is really not as good as the firepower invested in protecting him, and the destroyed Imperial mechas can also be described as losing the big picture for the small. But like Tao Wucha, Ivanovich, who regained command, only hesitated for a few seconds and made a decision to keep Sichuanayan. Because he didn't want to see Ji Xinghe distracted. General Ji, you know very well that we can't keep him for how long, and the firepower invested in protecting him, if used in other battlefields, can cause greater casualties and save more people. In order to avoid Ji Xinghe asking him to shut up again, Ivanovich chose to act first and speak later, and spoke earnestly. My suggestion is that you retreat immediately. Return to Sichuan's location, and wait for the independent regiment to pick you up. After that, whether you want to find the true location of the Empire's jump base yourself, or want to retreat, it's up to you. Having said that, Ivanovich felt that his position as the commander-in-chief was a bit aggrieved. What's more aggrieved is that he was ready for Ji Xinghe to ignore him again, or even to confront him. But what he didn't expect was that Ji Xinghe's response was very quick. Okay, Ji Xinghe, who was pulling the coffin, responded and directly gave up the final fortress that he had just protected. He fired 7 shots in a row when he raised his hand and fell with a knife. In this way, he successfully broke through. Under the pursuit of a group of conventional imperial mechas, he rushed to Sichuan's location at a speed that was far superior to others. Ivanovich suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and a little confused. Doesn't this make your previous actions look like a waste of effort? It can't be considered a superfluous move. Ji Xinghe went from Sichuan's location to the entrance of the jump base discovered by Sichuan, and destroyed 67 imperial mechas. Including his direct destruction today, the original 62.5 red stars have now become 67. Just in this battle today, Ji Xinghe destroyed 443, and more than 100 of them were Earl armors. So, just to make it a whole? When people thought about this in their hearts, they were all amazed, and many people excitedly said to the people around them. General Ji said 3 years ago that when he comes back, he will be stronger than before. He is really stronger. Who else can destroy more than 400 imperial mechas in one battle? If there is a chance, I want to say sorry to General Ji. I used to think that when he comes back, he will definitely be older, so he will not be as strong as before. I thought so before. I think what General Ji said 3 years ago was just to comfort us. General Ji at the age of 67 is stronger than General Ji at the age of 65. General Ji at the age of 70 is stronger than General Ji at the age of 67. So the question is, how strong will General Ji be in a few years? Chop a mountain of gods with one sword. This outrageous statement has not been refuted, because Ji Xinghe has only been back to the alien planet for 10 days, and he has already won 7 red stars, and they were all in the most fierce battlefields with fewer enemies. According to this calculation, the Imperial mechas are really not enough for Ji Xinghe to destroy alone. Even if it is not based on this calculation, how many Imperial mechas can there be on the Mountain of Gods? 20,000, or 30,000? Having already chopped off the Vulture Mountain with one sword, is it really impossible for the stronger Ji Xinghe to chop off the Gods Mountain with one sword? When many people have begun to discuss excitedly about the victory they have already obtained and the upcoming victory, the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon is still going on, and it is unknown when it will really end. In fact, the Federation is ready to nuclearize the Battle Scar Canyon, but nuclear pacification is not that easy. With Ji Xinghe's breakout, the Imperial Mecha, which was under the fierce firepower of the Federation, had to give up the plan to dig out Sichuan, assemble, and then rush to Ji Xinghe. So Ji Xinghe entered a passive situation of being attacked from the front and back, which looks very dangerous. According to Ji Xinghe's performance today, he may make a very radical and risky choice again, but people's worries are completely unnecessary. Ji Xinghe chose to turn and maneuver to avoid the Imperial Mecha in front and behind. Wrong, the direction is wrong. The independent regiment is in the east. Why are you running to the west? These words did not reach Ji Xinghe's ears, but people's worried exclamations did not reach the communication channel. People also knew that Ji Xinghe would never choose the wrong direction in a panic because he was attacked from both sides. Ivanovich asked directly at this time, General Ji, how do you want to fight? Yes, he could tell that Ji Xinghe still wanted to fight. He believed that Ji Xinghe's previous action of rushing to the entrance and exit of the jump base was to make up the number. Under normal circumstances, if the Federation's ace mecha warriors could make up a red star, it would be considered a whole number. But as the first person in the Federation to say make up the number, Ji Xinghe's goal must be more than just making up a red star. Ji Xinghe, who already has 67 red stars, the only possibility to make up the number is to make up 70 red stars. There are still nearly 300 Imperial mechas to be destroyed, so of course we have to continue fighting. Wait for the anti-galaxy core to come out. Ji Xinghe directly expressed his thoughts, which made Ivanovich continue to feel uncomfortable. How could Ji Xinghe, who was lawless just now, suddenly change his nature? Is it because I finally ignored Ji Xinghe's life and death, and began to coordinate the overall war with the height that a commander-in-chief should have? So Ji Xinghe thinks, am I not stupid now? Ivanovich did not say his thoughts, he understood Ji Xinghe's thoughts without the help of his staff to analyze. When the Federation said it would use nuclear weapons, the Empire would definitely withdraw its troops from the surface. When the Federation said it would not use nuclear weapons, the Empire, which had no time to withdraw all its troops, would definitely fight to the death. And facing Ji Xinghe, this whale, no, it should be said that it is Kun. In addition to sending out the anti-galaxy corps, what other methods does the Empire have? At this time, the number of imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe exceeded 700, but they could only follow behind Ji Xinghe's ass and eat the dust trampled by the Star Moon armor. Although the national-level Star Moon armor was damaged in the previous battle, it is still a national-level mecha, and its speed in overclocked form can be described as unparalleled. How could it be possible to catch up? After Ivanovich figured it out, he felt that Ji Xinghe's choice had some flaws, so he reminded him. General Ji, if you want to completely annihilate the Empire's anti-galaxy corps, you shouldn't go at full speed. I suggest that you take the initiative to be surrounded by the Empire's mechas. Don't worry, we are ready for orbital airborne support. You are in some danger, but not big. Look, I can also ignore Ji Xinghe's life and death. If you had said it earlier, why bother looking for Tu Yuan, a mere admiral? Well, I also have the rank of admiral, but I am a 3-star admiral, the commander-in-chief. How can Tu Yuan compare with me? Just when Ivanovich was a little complacent, Ji Xinghe's voice rang out, and this time his tone was filled with a meaning of regret. Have you forgotten that Sichuanian is not dead yet? Yes, Sichuanian is not dead yet. When the Empire's mechas were chasing Ji Xinghe was getting farther and farther away from Sichuanian. When the Empire's mechas found that they could not catch up, they would definitely turn around and try to dig Sichuanian out again. If Ji Xinghe doesn't look back, Sichuanian will die. If Ji Xinghe looks back, he will naturally be surrounded, and the anti-galaxy corps will be more likely to appear. The reason is that it is more natural to fight like this. Ivanovich figured it out in an instant, and he should have figured it out before. But it must be because I was mad at Ji Xinghe and Tu Yuan. These two people disobeyed military orders today, and I must investigate them to the end afterwards. Especially Tu Yuan. He dared to seize his command and threaten himself and the Federation with the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. It's so audacious. If this is not investigated to the end, can he still be the commander-in-chief in a few days? Not to mention that Ivanovich was silenced again by Ji Xinghe, because his silence actually had no effect on the ongoing war. Up to now, everything has entered a step-by-step state. Units at all levels know how to fight, and the transmission of various orders is orderly. Ivanovich's only role may be to authorize the use of nuclear weapons, but there is no need to use nuclear weapons now. In addition to wanting to capture the Empire's jump base, the Federation also has great concerns about using nuclear weapons first. Whether it is the eastern and western theaters of the Battle Scar Canyon or the battlefields of the Mountain of Gods Theater, most of the Federation's troops are currently not capable of defending against nuclear strikes. It's not that the Federation doesn't know how to prevent nuclear strikes. As long as the entrances of several bases are not captured and the precise surface is determined by the Empire, they are not worried about the Empire using nuclear weapons. This can already explain it. But how could the Empire give the Federation enough time to build a large number of bunkers to prevent nuclear strikes in the theater? Insufficient resources are also one of the reasons. My lord, they are going to dig Sichuanian. Xingai's voice sounded in Ji Xinghe's ears, one step faster than the reminder from Nanshinman. The movements of the Empire's mechas are completely in line with Ji Xinghe's predictions. They couldn't catch up with Ji Xinghe, so they completed the division of troops under Tao Wuch's order. One part rushed to Sichuanian's location again, and the other part continued to pursue and was ready to turn to block Ji Xinghe. It seems that they know they can't kill Ji Xinghe, so they want to kill Sichuanian to get back some of their capital. Of course, they can't get back this capital. Ji Xinghe changed the direction of the charge without hesitation, aiming directly at the location where Sichuanian was. The pursuers behind him also began to turn. Just because they couldn't catch up with Ji Xinghe didn't mean they couldn't stop him after determining Ji Xinghe's destination. The battle had already begun before the two sides met. But it was not the fire support of the Federation or the Empire. The collapse of the Empire almost made their fire output units disappear, and they were simply unable to launch a fire attack on Ji Xinghe, who was moving at high speed and would definitely be besieged. The Federation's long-range firepower was also difficult to achieve accurate strikes when facing the Empire's mechas that were also in a moving state. No matter how fast a long-range firepower is, it still needs fight time. Even a hypersonic orbital ballistic missile like the Dongfang 520 cannot arrive in an instant. Including the Federation space battleships above the battlefield, they were also unable to support Ji Xinghe at this time. They could only keep some spare power to protect Sichuanian while continuing to bombard the entrance and exit of the jump base. The firepower weapons of the Empire Metro were almost consumed in the previous battle, so they can only fight Ji Xinghe in close combat now. But Ji Xinghe's firepower weapons were not completely consumed. Bang! 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 Xingheyu's dubbing sounded very loud and her tone was slightly excited. She was also very excited today. The two electromagnetic rifles under her operation really hit wherever she pointed. The 2-second interval, because she had 2 guns, could be counted as 1 shot per second. Ji Xinghe had not yet encountered the blocking Empire Mecha. In just 30 seconds, 30 Empire Mecha fell to the ground. It was really 1 shot at a time. The effective range of 10 meters was maximized when Ji Xinghe kept pulling the distance. The electromagnetic rifle body made of tungsten steel can still remain stable in such continuous high-frequency shooting. However, the energy of Ji Xinghe's mecha has been depleted in the process of continuous shooting. If there is no nuclear fusion reactor, Xingheyu armor would have been unable to move long ago. Taking advantage of the double-gun Xingheyu killing, Ji Xinghe found the weakness of the imperial mecha, and the double swords in his hands fluttered like a butterfly spreading its wings. When the hand was raised and the knife fell, the sound of gunfire was endless. Kill through. 89 conventional imperial mechas became corpses behind him. Relevant personnel of the Western Theater Command constantly revised Ji Xinghe's record of breaking in this process. When Ji Xinghe killed through, someone excitedly shouted, 68 red stars, just one sound. The relevant personnel entered the statistical state again, because Ji Xinghe's battle was still going on. Facing many Imperial mechas and the anti-galaxy core that might appear at any time, he had no intention of saving bullets at all. Just like he was worried that Sichuanian would be dug out, he rushed over regardless of everything. 69 red stars, 70 red stars, 10 days, 1 broke 1,000. The words Liu Mian said to Davis in the Western Theater had long been spread, just like the agreement that Ji Xinghe said 3 years ago. Some people believed it, some questioned it, and some did not comment. And now, everyone firmly believed that Ji Xinghe's return to the alien planet this time was what Liu Mian said about the return of the king. Li Yuanba took advantage of the 3 years that Ji Xinghe was away to create another record-breaking record. Danger. The excited cheers of the people did not sound, because the battle had not stopped, because Xingheyu, who had finally finished all the bullets, was Ji Xinghe in people's eyes. When he rushed to Sichuanian's position, he threw away the 2093 electromagnetic rifles. The bullets made of tungsten steel alloy were actually not finished, but the gun body made of tungsten steel gold was already useless. At this time, the number of Imperial mechas surrounding Ji Xinghe was close to 500. The anti-galaxy core that Ji Xinghe had been waiting for also appeared on the battlefield when he threw away the 2 guns, and launched a full-speed charge towards him. Leading the way, there were 3 Duke armor aircrafts, which were very rare. They seemed to be worried that the independent regiment, which was already very close, would come over regardless of casualties. It seemed that they thought that the threat that Ji Xinghe could pose to them now was no longer as great as before, and the state consumption was one reason. Another reason was that they thought that as long as they rushed over, Ji Xinghe would not be able to stop the Imperial mecha from digging out Sichuanian. And Ji Xinghe vowed to protect the federal ace mecha warrior named Sichuanian, so he would definitely be distracted in the subsequent battles. That was their chance to kill Ji Xinghe. If they could kill Ji Xinghe with their own hands. Just as the 3 Duke armor aircrafts that led the team to charge at full speed had already begun to imagine the future in their hearts. Ji Xinghe, who was surrounded, actually rushed directly to their location. Those conventional Imperial mechas could not stop Ji Xinghe at all, but the problem was, Tao Wacha, who was watching the battle in the Mountain of Guts, suddenly realized, and then shouted in shock and anger. Bait. Ji Xinghe didn't want to save Sichuanian at all, he always used Sichuanian as bait. Chapter 595, God Descends. Dig or not? This is a question. But the real key question is, what is Sichuanian to Ji Xinghe? Judging from his previous performance, he is simply his own son, giving up his chance to evacuate to save Sichuan. Judging from his current performance, Sichuan looks like Ji Xinghe's bait, and his purpose is to lure out the anti-galaxy core. Tao Wuche made the latter judgment, but Ada Kang made the former judgment. Ji Xinghe knew that if he continued to protect Sichuan, he would be killed by us, so he chose to retreat and acted as if he didn't care about Sichuan. The purpose was to protect Sichuan, recalling that he was pitted by Ji Xinghe with Ji Rongzhen. Ada Kang felt that what it said was the truth. But Tao Wuche didn't believe it. He is just one person, we have more than 800 mechas, how can he retreat? This is a dead end. Ada Kang didn't answer, but reminded, look, what to look at? Tao Wuche looked at the perspective of the Empire Mecha on the big screen, and then understood what Ada Kang meant. The 3 Duke armor planes that were originally charging in the front, when they found that Ji Xinghe was rushing directly towards them, they chose to dodge without hesitation. The 12 Marcus armor planes following behind them also chose to dodge. Their maneuvers also affected the Earl armor of the anti-galaxy core. Needless to say, the 3 Imperial Dukes and the 3 Duke armor planes, as well as the 12 Imperial Marquises, all believed that Ji Xinghe would not be distracted in the subsequent battles because of Sichuan. Facing Ji Xinghe, who could go all out, how could they not be afraid? How could they dare to rush to the front? They were just Duke armor planes, and Ji Xinghe had killed more than 1 or 2 of them in seconds. Waste, Tao Wuche cursed, but did not force in order to try to change anything. Facing a noble who was also an Imperial Duke, even it could only persuade him with kind words. Ada Kang's thoughts at this time were the same as Tao Wuche's. After sighing, he said, the configuration of the anti-galaxy core should be upgraded to a higher level. If it was equipped with Marcus armor like the independent regiment of the Federation, today's battle would not have been like this. Tao Wuche didn't want to talk about the problem of the anti-galaxy core at this time. Seeing that Ji Xinghe was about to encounter the anti-galaxy core with only Earl armor, he issued an order again. Dig out Sichuan for me, and don't worry about Ji Xinghe. This order was issued to nearly 800 conventional level Imperial mechas. When Ji Xinghe broke through, most of these Imperial mechas had already chased after him, but because of the speed difference, they were left behind by Ji Xinghe for a distance. There were less than 100 Imperial mechas left in place. After receiving the order, they dug again. The Federation once again began a covering fire attack, but the effect was much worse than before. When the formation of the Imperial mechas was no longer dense, the lethality decreased on the one hand. If the attack was accurate enough, it would be equivalent to helping the Imperial mechas dig out Sichuan. Seeing these changes, Tao Wuche suddenly laughed. Before Sichuan was dug out, whether Ji Xinghe cared about him or not was only known by Ji Xinghe himself. But after Sichuan was dug out, we will know the truth. The truth? Ada Kang still firmly believed that Ji Xinghe cared about Sichuan very much. Although he didn't understand, he had known Ji Xinghe for more than 4 years, and he thought he had mastered Ji Xinghe's character. But the scene he could see at this time made him feel that Ji Xinghe had become strange, including many of Ji Xinghe's choices today, which also made him feel strange and had a very obvious sense of conflict. From leading the independent regiment to try to kill through the canyon regardless of casualties, to not retreating when the independent regiment retreated, to ignoring the pursuit of nearly 1,000 Imperial mechas to save Sichuan, and finally now, Ji Xinghe completely ignored Sichuan who was being dug out, and fought with the anti-Star River Corps. One choice after another, they were all conflicting. Ji Xinghe, who cares a lot about the lives of the Federation's Mecha warriors, chose a combat plan that is destined to sacrifice many people. It looks like he has finally become a qualified cold-blooded general. But the act of rescuing the independent regiment and Sichuan seems to have never changed. He is still the old father called by the 300,000 Mecha warriors of the Federation. This contradiction is not the final contradiction. The current Ji Xinghe has no intention of being distracted at all, and is not affected by the possibility that Sichuan may be dug out and killed at any time. He fought very fiercely and did not look at Sichuan's position at all. 2 tungsten steel gold swords, 3 3-section bayonets on the back, and the shoulders, elbows, and knees of the mecha, make this mecha driven by Ji Xinghe a real weapon of war. It is obviously 1 against 100, but in the few minutes after the encounter, it has completed 12 breaks. It is simply unstoppable. But why? Why is Ji Xinghe like this? Ada Kang couldn't figure it out, so it just got the Saint Crystal, and the confidence it had in tomorrow's battle began to diminish. It had a very clear intuition that Ji Xinghe would not die today. Ji Xinghe broke through. He really still cares about Sichuan. General, you are right, not right. Tao Wucha wanted to flatter Ada Kang when he saw Ji Xinghe taking advantage of the gap created by breaking through the 12 Earl armor and breaking out directly. But before he could finish flattering, he changed his mind. Ji Xinghe is not going to break through, he's going to fight by pulling. Surround him, all the apes, surround him, he can't hold on for much longer. On the big screen, Ji Xinghe, who successfully broke through, did not choose to rush to Sichuan's position, but completely ignored Sichuan and started to fight by pulling with the higher speed of Xinghe armor. If you want to succeed in a battle of 1 against 100, you must not be restricted in your freedom of movement, otherwise you will die. Pulling to gain time difference and looking for opportunities to break one by one is the key to winning, and it is also the way Ji Xinghe has always been best at fighting. Long ago, before he became a special mecha warrior, he won a crucial victory with his style of play. Now, the mecha he drives is stronger, and he is stronger too. Many Earl armors began to change their formations, and when Ji Xinghe pulled them, they kept trying to surround Ji Xinghe. In this case, the most correct choice for Ji Xinghe is to give up the fight and evacuate directly with a speed advantage. Because when pulling, Xinghe armor can't play the fastest speed at all, and there are many Earl armors to face. However, Ji Xinghe once again made an unexpected choice. He continued to pull and fight, and was gradually surrounded by many Earl armors. 3 Duke armors and 12 Marcus armors were also waiting for an opportunity to move on the periphery, ready to give Ji Xinghe a fatal blow when he broke through again. At the same time, the final fortress where Sichuan was located was also successfully dug out by the Imperial Mecha, and began to use various weapons to break it forcibly. The situation suddenly became clear, which was extremely beneficial to the Empire. But Ada Kang felt something was wrong. Where is the Federation's orbital airborne mech core? Where is the light of divine punishment? Why are they all useless? Tao Wucha frowned and said, the orbital airborne mech core has been crippled by us, and the battlefield of the Gods Mountain and the major bases of the Federation need their support, so it is normal that they can't come. As for the light of divine punishment, they have used it 4 times today. Maybe it is like the 2 guns used by Ji Xinghe, it has been useless. The orbital airborne mech core that Ji Xinghe, Jackson and others had joined before has now been regularized. It is the 5th independent regiment formed by the Federation. It is no longer like before, and it is no longer necessary to mobilize personnel from other mecha corps and squads when it is needed. They were indeed crippled by the Empire's anti-galaxy corps, but the war in the Battle Scar Canyon has reached a current level. How could they not come to support? There is also the light of divine punishment. Ada Kang knows the cooling time and usage limit of the light of divine punishment very well. When the bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger, changes suddenly appeared. A beam of light fell from the sky and hit Ji Xinghe's position directly. The light of divine punishment appeared again, with the goal of helping Ji Xinghe fight. Another time, it was Sichuan. The Federation wanted to use the light of divine punishment to save Sichuan, and let them use Sichuan's final fortress to block. Ada Kang's order was not finished because it made a mistake in judgment. Before the first light of divine punishment completely dissipated, the second light of divine punishment also fell from the sky. The target was still Ji Xinghe. To be more precise, it was the imperial mechas that surrounded Ji Xinghe. The 2 rays of divine punishment came down one after another, and the power doubled. Many of the imperial mechas that were about to surround Ji Xinghe were directly damaged. The superimposed high-temperature energy damaged the anti-electromagnetic pulse coating on their mechas, allowing the electromagnetic pulse to enter the interior of their mechas, wantonly destroying the electronic components, energy transmission devices, etc. There were less than 100 Earl armor, and most of them crashed directly in such an attack. Several unlucky Marcus armor also lost their mobility due to the influence of electromagnetic pulse. They were like trees made of metal, making a mecha jungle appear on this battlefield. The Star Moon armor, which was completely unaffected by the light of divine punishment, broke out again, moving flexibly between the mecha jungles. The double knives in its hands and the 3 lances behind it, like the sickle of the god of death, began to reap the lives of the Empire's mecha warriors wantonly. At this time, Ada Kang finally confirmed that it had guessed wrong. Ji Xinghe really didn't care about Sichuan's life or death. The previous rescue of Sichuan was just to make the Empire mistakenly believe that Sichuan was important to Ji Xinghe, and then make Sichuan a bait. Without this bait, how could the anti-galaxy core chase out? It's over. The anti-galaxy core is over. Tao Wuche regretted it again. Although the decision was made by Ada Kang this time, it was still it who gave the real order. So it was bound to bear the blame. Kill Sichuan, drag out his body and chop it into 100 pieces. If there is one less piece, I will kill you. When Tao Wuche's hysterical voice sounded, the Imperial mecha finally broke through the final fortress where Sichuan was. But before they could launch an attack on Sichuan who was in it, the final fortress burst open. In the dazzling fire and thick white smoke, the divine punishment armor driven by Sichuan actually rushed out of the encirclement of more than 100 Imperial mechas at an extremely high speed and agilely. The target direction was where Ji Xinghe was. More than 100 Imperial mechas did not react at all, because before Sichuan entered the final fortress, he had already lost his combat effectiveness, and they could see it. But now, chase him, he is already at the end of his strength. Tao Wuche gave the order again. Compared with ordinary Imperial mecha warriors, it knew more about the loss of neural link technology to federal mecha warriors. In such a short time, Sichuan would definitely not be able to recover. But the speed of the divine punishment armor is really fast. More than 100 conventional Imperial mechas simply cannot catch up. If Sichuan and Ji Xinghe are allowed to merge successfully, then with the number of Imperial mechas on the battlefield now, they will lose the opportunity to kill Sichuan. Sichuan is not important, but now he is the only federal mecha warrior who can be killed. Tao Wuche didn't want to give up. You three idiots, go and kill Sichuan, otherwise, the jump gate will not open. This is about the 3 Imperial Dukes. At this time, Tao Wuche can't care too much. But in order to make the 3 Imperial Dukes obedient, it added an order. All other mechas, go all out to stop Ji Xinghe. As long as Sichuan dies, you can all come back. Tao Wuche's order is actually very wise to replace the inferior horse with a superior horse. Ada Kang on the side has no better idea, but the bad premonition in his heart has not disappeared. Why? The other Imperial mechas on the battlefield can completely block Ji Xinghe for some time. There will be no problem for the 3 dukes to kill Sichuan. The independent regiment was still 3 kilometers away from the battlefield and was blocked by the Imperial forces along the way. There was no orbital airdrop device of the Federation in the sky. Even if the orbital airborne mecha core was sent out at this time, it would be too late. Ada Kang couldn't figure it out, but the answer soon appeared in his sight. The 3 Duke armor who had been threatened by Tao Wuche knew that this combat plan was feasible after a little thought. So they all rushed towards Sichuan who was charging. In the case of two-way rushing, the encounter speed naturally increased significantly. When he was about to encounter, Sichuan, who was charging at full speed, still did not raise the mecha heavy sword in his hand, nor did he slow down or avoid. The 3 of them were sure in their hearts that Sichuan was indeed at the end of his strength. Ji Xinghe did not chase them from behind, which made them feel unprecedented confidence. Can't beat Ji Xinghe, and can't beat Sichuan, who was not famous before today? For a moment, the 3 Duke armor actually felt like they were scrambling to be the first, as if they wanted to complete this break. Although Sichuan is not very famous, the Gout's punishment armor is famous, and the 3 of them clearly remember that it was Sichuan who discovered the entrance and exit they passed through, so that the empire began to collapse across the board in the Battle Scar Canyon. With a superposition of military merit and hatred, the formation of the 3 Duke armors had some minor problems, but they were not serious. With Sichuan's combat power, it was difficult to make use of this minor problem. But, how dare you look down on me? Xinghe was furious from the heart, controlling the Gout's punishment armor, making a maneuver with an overload of more than 40 G, and swung the mecha heavy sword in her hand suddenly. When the 4 mechas crossed each other, the head of her Duke armor was chopped off directly. However, the Gout's punishment armor was unscathed, and when everyone who could see this scene and all the guerrillas were shocked, it completed the turning maneuver with an extremely high overload maneuver. The mecha heavy sword in his hand was raised again, and it slashed out while charging. The Duke armor hurriedly turned around to parry, but its speed was slower than that of the divine punishment armor. The mecha sword in its hand could only parry the alien air, and then fell to the ground together with its arm. With a second sword, Xinghe cut off the arm of a Duke armor, and then took advantage of the situation to stab the third sword. The Duke armor made of tungsten steel alloy was directly submerged into the cockpit by the sword. Another instant kill? When the people and the apes were shocked again, the divine punishment armor had already drawn out a mecha heavy sword, and when the metal giant feet trampled the earth and raised orange-red dust, it had already rushed to the last Duke armor. The pursuit started suddenly and ended suddenly. The last Duke armor, which was still accelerating, failed to outrun the national-level divine punishment armor. It was broken without any resistance. Until this time, people's mouths were wide open in shock, and they had not had time to close them. Some people looked at the time, and then opened their mouths wider again in shock. 21 seconds. 1 against 3, breaking 3 Duke armors. Ji Xinghe is no more than this, right? Seeing that the armor of divine punishment, which ended the battle like a god descending from heaven, burst out again at full speed and rushed towards Ji Xinghe. People and apes all remembered a name, Sichuanian. But what they didn't know was that Sichuanian was really dying now. Originally, because the final fortress was dug out and he was chopped by Ding Ding Dang for a while, Sichuanian, who was about to wake up, couldn't open his eyes, and because of the extremely high overload generated when Xinghe drove the armor of divine punishment, he fell into a state of coma. Xinghe discovered this through the life support system of the armor of divine punishment and cried out, "Lord, help me, P.S., make up for the update, bosses, from the 1st to the 7th is still the period of double monthly tickets. There will be no double monthly tickets at the end of the month. Don't keep them, vote for me, your little brother." Chapter 596 The Real Anti-Galaxy Core. If some people could predict the beginning of the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon, then even Ji Xinghe, who initiated the battle, could not predict the process and outcome of the battle. Not to mention the Empire. It turns out that the guy named Sichuanian doesn't need Ji Xinghe's protection at all. What a great performance. Ji Xinghe finally understood that the battle had come to this point because it had misjudged the Federation mecha warrior named Sichuanian. His luck was off the charts and his strength was unparalleled. So, I have to remember the names of 2 humans today. Ji Xinghe didn't want to remember, but he had to remember and gave a high evaluation. Compared with this Federation ace mecha warrior named Sichuanian, Ji Xinghe's performance today is nothing. Tao Wucha watched the anti-Xinghe corps sent out to hunt down Ji Xinghe being completely annihilated by Ji Xinghe and Sichuanian, and the more than 100 Empire mechas that had dug out Sichuanian before were all disbanded. And when Ji Xinghe's independent regiment finally arrived at the battlefield and began the clearing operation, it knew that the situation was hopeless. But it disagreed with what Ji Xinghe said. Without Ji Xinghe, the independent regiment couldn't even break through the 5th line of defense we temporarily arranged, not to mention the ones that came after that. The real key is still Ji Xinghe. This human must die, you are right. Without Ji Xinghe, even if it was Li Yuanba, we wouldn't be able to break through the 5th line of defense today, because Li Yuanba doesn't have the ability to master the gift, so there is no need to send a large number of elite mechas to hunt him down. But, after Ji Xinghe agreed with Tao Wucha's statement, he changed the subject. He is Ji Xinghe. He can do all this, so what's there to say? Yes, he is Ji Xinghe. The first Galaxy-class mecha warrior in the Federation, the first human to master the extraordinary power of Ki, and the only known life besides the Emperor Wu who can master the ability of the gift. So, yes, compared with Sichuanian, Ji Xinghe's performance today is nothing. At least, when we were still in the Battle Scar Canyon jump base, he failed to break in and kill us. Tao Wucha said this and suddenly laughed, as if he felt that even Ji Xinghe could not do what he said, but his smile could clearly show the bitter meaning. The Battle Scar Canyon was lost, and the anti-galaxy core was also destroyed in his hands. Even with Ji Xinghe's help, its fate in the future can be foreseen to be tragic. The position of the general is definitely gone, the title of the Grand Duke can't be kept, and the position of the patriarch of the family is even more needless to say. For a moment, sadness filled the air, and the bitter smile on his face disappeared. Ji Xinghe noticed this and was actually a little happy. Continue to evacuate important supplies and elite troops. The Federation will not use nuclear weapons now. Do everything possible to delay time, and then destroy the jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon. As a commander, it only needs to provide ideas, and specific instructions will be formulated by professional staff and then conveyed layer by layer. After the explanation, Ji Xinghe took Tao Wucha out of the command hall and went to the room with a jump communication device. Reporting and accepting punishment are certain, but in the process, the two of them also successfully avoided the eyes and ears of Emperor Wu. Actually, I don't understand, Tao Wucha, who seemed to be deflated, said helplessly, why can the Federation always have humans like Ji Xinghe and Sichuanian? If Sichuanian could hear this, he would definitely faint again with excitement. How could he replace Li Yuanba, surpass Han Li, Kai Dylan, Luo Wiki and others, and be on par with Ji Xinghe? Because the Federation has a different system from ours, Ada Kang seemed to have let go of his guard and said bluntly, not to mention the resources that our few mining stars can provide, the resources owned by the Empire Star alone far exceed those of the human Blue Star. Moreover, our average physical fitness is far superior to that of humans. Theoretically, the number of our ethnic groups should also be far greater than that of humans. But the reality is that our ethnic group is only 3 billion, while the Federation has more than 7 billion people. There is also education. Our educational resources are only available to the nobles. Even the nobles cannot get truly advanced educational resources. Unless they join the Royal Academy of Sciences, they will completely lose their freedom. The Federation is different. They are keen on popularizing educational resources. Now even higher education resources are said to be about to be popularized. With a much larger ethnic base than us and unrestricted educational resources, if our intelligence levels are the same, they will definitely be able to burst out with more powerful wisdom than us, and the speed of technological development will also be faster. So except for some important technologies of the Royal Academy of Sciences, the Federation is more advanced than us. For example, mecha, satellites, missiles, communication equipment, etc. Similarly, they advocate equality for all. As long as everyone has talent and ability, they can get opportunities, unlike us, where only nobles have opportunities. Even if commoners are lucky enough to become nobles, it will take more than 3 generations to get real opportunities. After hearing Ada Kang's long speech, Tao Wucha stood there in panic. At some point, there was no one around them, and the guards were all blocking the corners at both ends of the passage. Ada Kang also stopped, looked at Tao Wucha and asked, "Have you noticed that in Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, there is a former war slave of ours?" Tao Wucha nodded. Liu was indeed famous in the Empire, especially after successfully joining the Anti-Galaxy Corps. I asked him to join the Anti-Galaxy Corps. At that time, he killed all the Mecha warriors who participated in the selection. The Anti-Galaxy Corps was in urgent need of Mecha warriors, so, if I had known earlier, I should have killed him at that time. You are right to let him join the Anti-Galaxy Corps. Ada Kang looked into Tao Wucha's eyes and said, "Your mistake is that you shouldn't treat him as a war slave after he joined the Anti-Galaxy Corps." Tao Wucha frowned. But he is a war slave, and it is an ominous sign. The facts have proved that he is indeed an ominous sign. If you treat him as a noble, or even a commoner, and give him the hope of becoming a noble, do you think he will still betray the Empire? Tao Wucha actually wanted to say yes, but it understood what Ada Kang meant, so it didn't dare to say it. Ada Kang continued, "I have seen his battle videos. He is very strong and very talented. If his family had not fallen because of him and he had the opportunity to obtain the power of Ki, his strength would definitely not be weaker than Belrossi. And there are many people like him in our empire. One of him is nothing. Even if he has the strength of Belrossi, he will be killed on the battlefield when he encounters federal Mecha warriors like Ji Xinghe, Li Yuanba, and Sichuan, and he may not even be able to fight back. But what if there are 100 or 1,000 of them? The resources we use to manufacture mechas far exceed those of the Federation, because we have more mining stars. If we give Mecha warriors like him the power of Ki and mechas that match their combat effectiveness, we can create a real anti-galaxy Corps. What is Ji Xinghe? What is the Federation?" Tao Wucha didn't dare to listen anymore, and said directly, "I will give you the Holy Crystal, and our deal is limited to this." There is no need to talk about anything else, but Ada Kang was unwilling to give up. "You know very well what your fate will be. Are you really willing to give up everything you have now? In your family, there should be brothers or elders whom you have oppressed before. What will they do to you after you lose power?" Tao Wucha was silent for a moment and asked, "Why didn't you tell them this when you killed the rebels? They don't deserve it because they rebelled against the Empire." Ada Kang said seriously, "We are different. What we have to do is to change the Empire." Tao Wucha was silent again. "What else can I do? The rebels have not been killed yet. I will find a way to make you redeem yourself from your crime. What you need to do is to help me get the things that the rebels have." Tao Wucha understood. "Do you think His Majesty will let you stay on the alien planet?" "Yes, I can kill Ji Xinghe, but I can't deal with his independent regiment for the time being, and those who have received his grace. This war will continue for a long time, long enough that the rebels will be completely wiped out, Will His Majesty agree to let me deal with the rebels now? If you want to be a general, it's impossible, but His Majesty will agree to participate in the war to wipe out the rebels. The premise is that you have to bring your family to the war. My family will not agree. I agree. Your Majesty agrees. What reason does your family have to disagree? But if my family loses its strength because of the elimination of the rebels, what else will I have left? You can still have a family that only obeys your orders, and an opportunity to rise again. Prince, don't you really want it? So, you won't kill Ji Xinghe directly, but want to get the power of grace through him? Ada Kang did not answer this question. Tao Wecha did not ask further, but said, but if you get the power of the gift through him, His Majesty will definitely kill you. He won't kill me, because he needs me, and he needs me who has mastered the power of the gift even more. What do you mean? He also wants to change the empire. Tao Wecha was a little confused. You all want to change the empire, so what are you going to do? In the process of changing the empire, a force that makes the empire stronger will be born. Ada Kang said seriously, whoever changes it will have this power in his hands. Tao Wecha understood it thoroughly. After thinking for a while again, it nodded and said, okay, I'll help you. No. You accept my help. After Ada Kang corrected it, he started to leave, and Tao Wecha followed closely. The jump communication with the Empire Star was quickly established successfully. Emperor Wu Ii, who had received the news, did not seem to intend to pursue responsibility. Kill Ji Xinghe first. Yes, Tao Wecha knew very well that this was a brief calm before the storm. As soon as the communication ended, it handed a natural holy crystal that it had hidden to Ada Kang. Ada Kang took this natural holy crystal and went directly into the cockpit of his Emperor armor. Strictly speaking, when this previous generation of Emperor armor was handed over to it, it should be called Prince armor, but Ada Kang prefers the name of Emperor armor. Not to mention how Ada Kang tried to use the energy of the holy crystal in the cockpit of the Emperor armor. On the Empire Star, Emperor Wu Ii had already watched all the battle reports sent back from the front line, including various battle videos, and the scenes of Ji Xinghe and Sichuan leaving the battle scar canyon. I'm very curious. Emperor Wu Ii looked at Li Hangfen and asked, why is there such a big difference in the combat performance of this human named Sichuan? Li Hangfen shook his head. I don't know. Guess, he got the power of Qi through Ji Xinghe's gift, and gradually mastered the use of Qi in the process of fighting, so his combat power increased dramatically. No, the Earl level Qi can't give him such a big help. Is it possible that because Ji Xinghe is as powerful as you, the gifts he can give to Sichuan and others are all Duke level? Emperor Wu Ii fell silent. Both it and Li Hangfen did not know that the power of Qi would conflict with a brain-computer interface because the Empire did not have the ability to manufacture brain-computer interfaces and lacked experimental samples. So it was unimaginable that none of the Federation's mecha warriors on the alien planet had yet received Ji Xinghe's gift. Do you want me to stop the fight between Ada Kang and Ji Xinghe? Emperor Wu Ii suddenly laughed. If you are so confident in Ji Xinghe, you shouldn't say that. Isn't Ada Kang very useful to you? Li Hangfen asked back and said, you want it to replace you and give gifts to a large number of talented civilians and even slaves, and create a real anti-Xinghe core. Why do you have to let it die? I said, if Ada Kang didn't hesitate, it would definitely kill Ji Xinghe, but now Ji Xinghe's strength has exceeded your expectations. Even if Ada Kang didn't hesitate, it would not be Ji Xinghe's opponent. Emperor Wu Ii laughed twice again and said, Tao Wecha will give Ada Kang a holy crystal. I reminded Ada Kang before that he knew that he could use the power of Qi to connect the holy crystal and the Emperor's armor. Therefore, Ji Xinghe can't beat Ada Kang. What if Ji Xinghe can win? Then he won't kill Ada Kang, because Ada Kang still has some value. Now that Ada Kang has been captured alive, how can you carry out your plan? Let one of your sons inherit the power you bestowed. They can't, because their Qi is too weak. Only Ada Kang can bestow it on my behalf. After answering, Emperor Wu Ii looked at Li Hangfen and asked, tell me, if I use you to exchange for the captured Ada Kang, will Ji Xinghe agree? I know so much, will you let me go? Yes, you know so much information, Ji Xinghe will definitely agree to exchange you with Ada Kang. After all, for the Federation, Ada Kang doesn't have much practical value. Li Hangfen suddenly realized, you want me to tell the Federation that the alien advanced civilization will come to the Empire Star in 47 years. Also, if you lose, you will definitely tell the alien advanced civilization the coordinates of the blue star. Emperor Wu Ii did not comment. Ada Kang will capture Ji Xinghe alive, and you will meet him on the Empire Star. Remember to ask me the questions I asked you to ask before. I will ask him when I return to the Federation. P.S. I'll make up for the guaranteed update that I owed last month. Come to think of it, I updated more than 300,000 words last month. Why do I still owe the minimum? Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 597 Another Unaware Genius? Su Chuanayan had a dream. In the dream, he met a god. The god's body was extremely tall, and the alien star was hanging on his fingertips, as if it would be reduced to ashes in a moment. He looked down at Su Chuanayan, who was like an ant, and said, I can fulfill one of your wishes. Su Chuanayan looked up at the god who occupied all his sight and said, my wish is to fulfill 3 of my wishes. Is it not possible? Haha, gods are just like this. Change your wish. Okay, my wish is to fulfill 6 of my wishes. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to be a god in front of me. I'm not pretending. You are pretending, because someone said that there should be no other gods except Ji Xinghe. What if there is? Our independent regiment is fighting against gods. The god, who was silent for the 3rd time, became much more majestic when he spoke again, and the starry sky began to tremble. Su Chuanayan, you should be in awe of the gods. Where were you when my brothers sacrificed themselves? Where were you when the Empire invaded the alien planet? So, your wish is to end this war. Su Chuanayan laughed. The old man said that it is better to ask for help from oneself than to ask for help from Buddha, and it is better to become a god than to worship God. If this war requires a god to win us, the old man will do it himself, and I will follow behind the old man. So, we don't need you. The god disappeared, as if he was driven away by Su Chuanayan. Su Chuanayan woke up, as if he had a good sleep for a long time. When he opened his eyes, he could see the familiar top of the hibernation capsule. The slowly flowing nutrient solution was isolated by the mask, so he could breathe smoothly. Trying to move his body, he could clearly feel the resistance brought by the nutrient solution, and he could also feel the abundant energy. How long have I slept? Su Chuanayan's tone was very calm, but in his eyes that had just woken up, he revealed a trace of panic. Based on his experience of having to enter the hibernation chamber to recover his physical strength after challenging Su Chuanayan many times before, it would take at least 3 days for him to recover to the current level after being exhausted. No, it should take more, because he had never been in a critical state for such a long time before. The nervous system must have been damaged, and his limb movements would be affected as soon as consciousness was generated, but his attempt just now was more normal than that of a normal person. 10 days? Or a month? The battle that he didn't see the end of, those comrades he didn't see evacuate, the old man who risked his life to save him. 16 hours. Colonel Su Chuanayan, you slept for 16 hours, huh? Su Chuanayan frowned. Based on his understanding of his own body, he felt that this was unlikely. Colonel Su Chuanayan, how do you feel now? If possible, we want to open your hibernation capsule and do further examinations on you to ensure that your body has recovered after receiving General Ji's gift and comprehensive treatment. Gift? Su Chuanayan was stunned for a moment, and did not notice that the medical staff who was talking to him had unprecedented respect in their tone. Yes, during your coma, General Ji gave you a gift to ensure your life and health. General Ji said that the gift you accepted was successful, and your body's recovery speed later also proved this, so that's how it is. Su Chuanayan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know much about the power of Qi, Chen Sun's facial paralysis could be cured by Qi. Ji Xinghe must have used Qi to treat him when he gave him the gift. It's nothing strange to fully recover in 16 hours. Su Chuanayan, who was relieved, finally noticed the unprecedented respect in the tone of the person who was talking to him, especially the address for him had changed from you to you. Why is this? As an ace mecha warrior, Su Chuanayan was specially authorized by Ji Xinghe to take over the divine punishment armor. He was already very famous in the Federation. With his amazing record, he also had many fans. But not to mention the gap between him and Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe, even compared with the 4 ace mecha warriors Han Li, Jackson, Ravich, and Caitlin, there is a clear gap. Within the independent regiment, Qin Tong and Harris can also suppress him. Before, the blind man and the cripple could also suppress him. It was only because he had the divine punishment armor that he was able to become the strongest combat force of the independent regiment after Ji Xinghe and Han Li left. However, in terms of the strongest combat power, combat awareness and command ability, he is still not as good as Qin Tong and others who became the captain of the mecha team earlier. So, The exact coordinates I found are really the closest to the Empire's jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon. Did we win? Is the old man okay? Yes, the old man can give me a gift, so he must be okay. What about the others? Did the others in my independent regiment successfully retreat? And the nuclear weapons, did we use nuclear weapons to destroy the Empire's jump base? Sichuan suddenly opened up and threw out a series of questions. The medical officer was very surprised. Colonel Sichuan, do you mean that you don't know what happened before you were completely unconscious, before I was completely unconscious? Of course I know what happened before I was unconscious, then why don't you know the answers to these questions? What do you mean? Sichuan suddenly calmed down and said without waiting for an answer, open the hibernation capsule. Yes, after the hibernation capsule was successfully opened, the nutrient solution automatically retreated, just like the protective solution in the cockpit of the mecha. Sichuan, who was wet all over, stood up from it. He didn't care at all that he was not wearing clothes. He took off his mask and saw the medical soldiers waiting around him, and noticed their strange eyes. After tidying up a bit, changing clothes, and undergoing a more detailed examination, Sichuan finally knew what happened after he fell into coma. What he knew was completely different from what people knew. The time when he actually lost consciousness was when Tang Qiao gave him the order to give up retreating. Although he was still able to control the mecha to follow Ji Xinghe and enter the final fortress that was dropped from the air, it was all driven by instinct. It's like a person with a hangover, who still has the ability to move and speak, but remembers nothing the next day. And people think that the time when he lost consciousness, or the time when he lost consciousness judged through the records of the Divine Punishment Armor's life support system, was after he destroyed 3 Duke Armors and followed Ji Xinghe to annihilate all the Imperial mechas that could be annihilated. I followed the old man to the final fortress and took the initiative to get in. The final fortress where I was dug out by the Imperial mechas. I rushed out from it the moment the final fortress was broken. More than 100 Imperial mechas couldn't stop me. 3 Duke Armors rushed towards me at the same time, ready to join forces to defeat me, but I defeated them all in more than 20 seconds. After I dealt with the 3 Duke Armors, I joined forces with the old man and together we defeated 139 Imperial mechas. I defeated 56 of them. I have 17 red stars now. I rank 7th in the entire Federation, only behind Li Yuanba, the old man, Han Li, Robik, Kadelin, and Jackson. I'm so fucking strong. The medical soldiers who had just confirmed that Sichuan was okay, listened to Sichuan's repeated questioning, and then looked at Sichuan's sudden arrogant laughter, and their expressions all became nervous. Colonel Sichuan, please calm down immediately. We still have some examinations to do. Didn't you say that the examinations are over? No need for examinations. My physical condition has never been better. Yes, your physical condition has never been better, but your mental state, we think it is necessary to conduct further examinations. What do you mean? Colonel Sichuan, please cooperate with our work. General Ji said before he left that if you don't cooperate with us, you will be asked to challenge Sichuan again. Why would I be afraid of Sichuan's challenge now? I'm not bragging. Who can be my opponent in the independent regiment? General Ji said that if you challenge Sichuan again, you will need to face the entire army of the Western Theater. By the way, there is one more thing to explain in advance. In order to prevent the Empire from using nuclear weapons to destroy the jump base, and we are ready to use nuclear weapons at any time, so, except for the Mecha warriors, almost all of our Western Theater army has retreated to the rear. They now have time to cooperate with you to complete your Sichuan challenge. Sichuan said seriously, I also think there are some problems with my mental state. Please be sure to conduct a careful and comprehensive examination. Thank you. Okay, the examination did not take too long. Sichuan's mental state was just very excited, and he did not show any symptoms related to mental illness. This made the medical soldiers even more puzzled. Colonel Sichuan, are you sure that you really don't remember what you did after you received the order from Colonel Tang Qiao? This time, Sichuan did not answer. He calmed down and said, help me to connect with the old man. I want to communicate with him alone. Okay, we will arrange it immediately, but please be sure to answer our questions just now. Before answering your questions, I would also like to ask you to arrange for me and Tang Qiao to meet. Colonel Sichuan, the situation at that time, don't explain anything. I have no opinion on Tang Qiao's order. It's just that I haven't seen Tang Qiao in person for a long time, So I miss him very much. Some people vaguely remembered that 3 years ago, Sichuanian took down the entire Nanchaman command with one mouth. How could such a daring person miss Tang Qiao? According to the fine tradition of the independent regiment, Sichuanian must have wanted to break Tang Qiao's legs the most, so they must not be arranged to meet on this side. Please wait, we will arrange it right away. The communication arranged was between Sichuanian and Ji Xinghe, with a high encryption level, and there was no one around Sichuanian. From the picture displayed on the screen, it can also be seen that there was no one around Ji Xinghe, because he was in the cockpit of a mecha. Isn't this the Star Moon armor? Old man, what mecha are you driving now? The alluring armor, huh? Didn't you say before that you wouldn't use Hanli's mecha? Oh, by the way, your Star Moon armor needs a long time to fully recover. That's right, when fighting Etikan, of course you have to drive the most powerful mecha in the entire Federation. Ji Xinghe did not comment, and asked, what do you want to say? Sichuanian said seriously, I want to ask, what happened to me at that time? The microcosm exploded, and there is a more powerful you hidden in your subconscious. You were possessed by the spirits of the heroes who sacrificed on the alien planet. You are actually an unknowing genius. What do you think is the reason? Sichuanian, who had silenced even the gods, was silenced by Ji Xinghe this time. Old man, it's really not you. Why me? Armor clone technique. Armor clone technique is not that strong. No, armor clone technique is that strong. Xingaiyu armor itself has the modification of using armor clone technique. At that time, you and I were very close, and the delay was much lower than when you used armor clone technique in the Battle Scar Canyon to fight at base number 5. You can do it, you can definitely do it. Ji Xinghe shook his head after a brief silence. It's not me, but, Sichuanian suddenly shut up. He thought of the comprehensive battle report information he saw during the inspection just now. When Tao Wucha made the judgment that Ji Xinghe had always used Sichuanian as bait based on Ji Xinghe's behavior, how could the Federation not make the same judgment? Although this judgment did not appear in front of Sichuanian as battle report information, he was not a fool. How could he not see it? Moreover, compared to Tao Wucha, he knew more. When the Federation had only 2 chances to use the light of divine punishment, when he was about to be dug out by the Imperial Mecha, and when the Federation's orbital airborne Mecha Corps was ready for airborne. It was Ji Xinghe who gave the order, determined the attack targets of the 2 lights of divine punishment, and prevented the orbital airborne corps from joining the battlefield. It turned out that Sichuanian would not die. But the whole process showed that Ji Xinghe wanted to use Sichuanian as bait. The reason why Sichuanian survived and made great contributions was definitely not the nonsense that Ji Xinghe said just now. So, why did the old man hide it? After Sichuanian suddenly realized it, he laughed out loud again. Ha ha ha, I knew I was not an ordinary person, old man. What I said to you before was indeed wrong. I am not the most powerful mecha warrior of the independent regiment after you and Han Li left, but the most powerful mecha warrior of the independent regiment after you left, Han Li? Haha. From today on, I will suppress him for the rest of my life. Ji Xinghe was very pleased, but still scolded. Don't laugh, you should think about it carefully. After you can't use the neural link operation mode, how should you drive the mecha to fight? This time, Sichuanian was really stunned. Reaching out to touch the back of his head, the brain-computer interface that had existed for more than 3 years really disappeared. He gained the power of Ki, but lost the mecha operation mode that he was completely accustomed to. Is the combat effectiveness increased or decreased? There is no doubt that within a certain period of time, there will naturally be a significant decrease. Old man, can you take back your Ki first? No, try it. How do you know you can't if you haven't tried it? What if? No need to try. Before you use the previous operation mode to reach the combat effectiveness of the neural link operation mode, or before the Academy of Sciences creates a brain-computer interface that can adapt to Ki, you don't have to participate in the war. You can't do this to me. I'm a newly promoted quasi-galaxy level mecha warrior. The Federation only has 5 quasi-galaxy level 1s. Not letting me participate in the war is a loss for the Federation and for all mankind. The communication was hung up by Ji Xinghe. As a result, the Federation's newly promoted quasi-galaxy class mecha warriors lost the qualification to participate in the war. Chapter 598, A Gift for the Blind. The Mountain of God's War Zone, the Federation Ground Command. 16 hours ago, Ji Xinghe, who was still fighting in the Battle Scar Canyon, was now driving a mecha here for adaptive training. There were many onlookers. Because of the great victory in the Battle Scar Canyon and the temporary annihilation of the anti-galaxy core, the Federation's defensive pressure in the Mountain of God's war zone was greatly reduced. Li Yuan became alone in the Overlord armor. Han Li brought some elite mecha warriors from the Piercing Independent Regiment, and Caitlin and Jackson brought some elite mecha warriors from the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment. They all gathered here. Some people from the Galaxy Independent Regiment also followed Ji Xinghe to the Mountain of God's war zone. Layman Left Hand brought the best 60 mountain cutting armors of the Independent Regiment, as well as a broken array armor. Therefore, the mecha force of the Mountain of God's command can be said to be the best in the Federation. Not to mention that the anti-galaxy core has been annihilated, even if it can still maintain the establishment of 500 Earl armors, as long as it dares to appear, the end is destined to be annihilated. So many elite mecha warriors are now watching Ji Xinghe's adaptive training. With Ji Xinghe's mecha operation ability and his mechanic ability that he has never given up, any mecha of the Federation should be able to be operated with ease. But because the King Chang armor he is driving at this time has long been transformed into neural connection operation mode, the original manual combined with brainwave sensing operating system has been reduced to a certain extent. Not to mention that the reconstruction will take a longer time, it will also affect the combat effectiveness of the King Chang armor. So he also needs adaptive training. If you ask me, the old man is just a face saver. If he had said earlier that he would use the King Chang armor, he would have carried out the transformation earlier. There would be no need for so much trouble. As the captain of the Independent Regiment, Zuo Xiao has long been an ace mecha warrior, so he still has a say in such occasions. Han Li shook his head and said, no matter how it is modified, the King Chang armor cannot adapt to a previous generation of operating systems, because it is the Imperial Prince armor, which is more suitable for the Imperial guerrillas to drive. If there is no neural link operation mode, it is difficult for this mecha to really play its combat effectiveness. Orangutans and humans are basically the same, and the Imperial mecha is derived from the Federation mecha, and the operation mode is also very similar. However, the technology of the Empire is different from that of the Federation. When reverse engineering the brainwave sensing technology of the Federation, there will be a certain degree of difference, which will have a significant impact when driving the mecha. In addition, the same manual operation, because the feet of the Imperial guerrillas are also similar to the structure of the hands, the complexity of the operation mode is higher than that of the Federation. The difficulty of modifying ordinary Imperial mechas, or Earl armor and Marcus armor after being seized by the Federation is actually not high, but when it comes to the Duke armor made of tungsten steel alloy, the difficulty of modification is much greater. The Lonely Courage, which was transformed from the Duke armor seized by Ji Xinghe from Bel Rossi, was rebuilt into a general armor because of this, and it was truly able to adapt to Ji Xinghe or the driving methods and habits of humans. And the Prince armor of Ada Khan uses tungsten steel gold as the main material of the body, and it is too difficult to transform. If it were not for the neural link operating system, the Prince armor would have to be rebuilt before it could become the Allure armor that adapts to human mecha warriors. So, unless Ji Xinghe decided to come to the alien planet more than 2 months ago, he would have asked to use Han Li's Allure armor, and then rebuilt it in 2 months. Otherwise, it would be too late. I think there is no problem for the old man to drive the Allure armor, Jackson said confidently. In his current state, Ada Kang is dead. Both Caitlin and the cripple nodded in agreement. The Allure armor driven by Ji Xinghe not far away suddenly stopped its maneuvers. Hey, why aren't you moving? When Zuo Xiao frowned and spoke, everyone was a little worried. Although they were full of confidence in Ji Xinghe, as ace mecha warriors, they knew very well how much impact it would have on mecha warriors to drive unfamiliar mechas to fight. Li Yuanba, who had been silent all the time, said, "It's communicating." Everyone was relieved. Although they didn't know how Li Yuanba guessed it, since it was Li Yuanba who said it, they would naturally believe it unconditionally. After all, Li Yuanba is now the mecha warrior with the most red stars in the entire Federation. With Ji Xinghe's breaking speed, it will take a long time to catch up. The most important thing is that Ji Xinghe must have the opportunity to fight 1 against 1,000, so that he can pick stars like cutting grass. Oh, Zuo Xiao took the opportunity to ask, "General Li, do you think the old man can win?" Of course he can win. After all, he has never lost in a battle with armor. Ha. Yes, the old man will never lose in his life. Han Li was hesitant to speak. He wanted to say that Ji Xinghe had lost to him in a battle with armor before. Jackson also wanted to say that he and Ji Xinghe had fought a 50-50 battle with armor before. But obviously, this cannot be said. If they have no confidence in Ji Xinghe, how can Ji Xinghe fight Ada Kang 10 hours later? Although their confidence does not seem to be important to Ji Xinghe. It should be Sichuanian, the lame man said. I just received the news that Sichuanian has woken up. Hearing this name, the curiosity of Caitlin, Jackson, and Han Li exploded. Sichuanian, what's going on? Unlike Li Yuanba, they don't know much about Ji Xinghe's armor clone technique. The same is true for the lame man and the left hand. I don't know, he suddenly exploded. We asked the old man, and he said it had nothing to do with him. Has he really not accepted the old man's gift before? No, if he accepted the gift, he would not be able to drive the divine punishment armor, the left hand said. Just like now, he has successfully accepted the old man's gift and obtained the power of Qi. Before the old man brought us here, he issued an order that Sichuanian is not allowed to drive the mecha to fight for the time being. The lame man added, unless Sichuanian can achieve the strongest combat power level before without relying on neural link driving technology. Or the research of a new generation of brain-computer interface is successful. But, the latter condition, it will probably take a long time. Caitlin sighed, that's a pity. Even if there was no explosion yesterday, Sichuanian would be very strong, Han Li said. It's not a pity. The battle in the Battle Scar Canyon has reached the final stage. It doesn't matter whether Sichuanian is there or not, but we need him here, Jackson said with some concern. Many elite imperial forces in the Battle Scar Canyon have evacuated to the God's Mountain. The temporary advantage we have gained will soon disappear, and their counterattack will be more fierce than before. In the past 2 years, Jackson and Caitlin, as well as the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment they formed, have been fighting in the God's Mountain war zone. Compared with the previous battles, the God's Mountain is very different. Because of the terrain, any battle may become a meat grinder. Both sides continue to invest more troops to fight. And many times, there is no way to fight for a result. Winning the battle does not mean that you can't occupy it, and retreating does not mean losing the battle. The anxious battle between you and me makes them feel a little exhausted. Our independent regiment will come, the lame man said, after our mechas are repaired and the personnel are fully replenished, we will come here to participate in the battle. Hearing this, everyone, including Li Yuanba, brightened their eyes. The independent regiment itself has a very strong combat power. Although nearly half of the mecha warriors were sacrificed in this battle to kill through the Battle Scar Canyon, with the experience of this battle, the independent regiment will definitely be able to complete the rebirth of the fire. Those mountain chopping armors that were broken by the Empire have been recovered because the Federation won the final victory in the Battle Scar Canyon, and some will be gradually recovered in the future. In addition to the destruction completed by Ji Xinghe in this battle, the independent regiment will definitely be able to have 300 mountain chopping armors again. The strongest independent regiment is about to return and come to support them, which is of course good news. However, the real key is, do you mean that the old man will also stay in the God's Mountain? Li Yuanba asked with some expectation. We are here, so of course the old man is here too, the lame man answered as a matter of course. Li Yuanba suddenly laughed. He knew that Ji Xinghe would not leave the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods alone while he was conducting the life-threatening experiment. But after thinking about it carefully, Li Yuanba felt helpless. If the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon had not achieved the current level of victory, Ji Xinghe might not come. Including the battle with Ada Kang, according to the previous forecast of the Federation, it would also be fought in the Battle Scar Canyon. Because Li Yuanba was in the Mountain of Gods, Ada Kang would be afraid. We can't be happy too early. Han Li's tone suddenly became serious, and he said, although we won the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon, the Empire still has the strength to counterattack. When we investigate the exact location of the jump base, they may send a new anti-galaxy corps to participate in the battle. Caitlin frowned and said, Ravach's independent regiment is well organized, and the old man's independent regiment has maintained at least half of its combat power. Moreover, we have a better understanding of the exact location of the jump base every hour. The situation you said is unlikely to happen, Jackson also said. Yes, and even if there is a new anti-galaxy corps, it should appear on the battlefield of the God's Mountain. After all, we may use nuclear weapons in the Battle Scar Canyon at any time. The Empire may also use nuclear weapons. Han Li insisted on his opinion and said, so whether it is the Holy Independent Regiment or the Independent Regiment, They can't go all out to conduct reconnaissance battles. It will take a long time for the battle in the Battle Scar Canyon to end. He didn't add a prefix when he mentioned the Galaxy Independent Regiment, but people didn't care. In fact, this is also the way most people are used to calling it when they mention the Independent Regiment. The independent regiments without prefixes are the Galaxy Independent Regiment, and the ones with prefixes are other independent regiments. The Bald Eagle Independent Regiment of Eagle Continent, the Sacred Independent Regiment of Bear Continent, the Piercing Independent Regiment of Dragon Continent, and the Azure Independent Regiment, Orbital Airborne Mecha Independent Corps, formed with the participation of multiple continents under the leadership of Bird Continent, are all other independent regiments. If you ask me, Ivanovich should be more ruthless, Jackson said with some dissatisfaction. We know that the Empire will not give us the jump base. Even if we find the exact location, it will definitely be destroyed by the Empire itself, and we won't get anything. Why can't we just destroy the jump base? What kind of reconnaissance operation is it? It's just a waste of resources. Caitlin frowned and said, you can't say that. We must seize any opportunity. If we can control the Empire's jump base, it means that we can hit the Empire Star. At that time, the Empire will be passive, Han Li also said. Yes, if we can hit the Empire Star, we will definitely let the Empire know what nuclear and hydrogen are. Friendly, the nuclear and nuclear weapons, the hydrogen and hydrogen bombs. Ha. Interesting, everyone understands this principle. When fighting on alien planets, because alien planets are the Federation's territory in the eyes of the Federation, and there are a large number of Federation soldiers stationed there, they will not use nuclear weapons easily. But if the Empire Star is hit, it is estimated that all the nuclear weapons that the Federation has stored for more than 100 years will be put to good use. I'm worried that some people will not want us to use nuclear weapons for the benefit of the Empire Star. Whoever does not allow us to use nuclear weapons, I will break their legs. Several of the Federation's most powerful ace mecha warriors, as well as a Galaxy-class mecha warrior, said such words loudly in public, which was a statement in itself. Because with the Federation's unprecedented victory in the Battle Scar Canyon, those who supported the peace talks felt that the Federation could finally take the initiative, and in the past 16 hours, they had begun to clamor. This made them very dissatisfied. After this seemingly casual chat, those voices should become quieter. Although Ji Xinghe did not participate in this chat, his attitude had long been clear and there was no need to express it again. Li Yuanba poured a basin of cold water on several ace mecha warriors who were chatting enthusiastically. You all have to be prepared. Erlay's anti-galaxy core has been annihilated, and Ada King will die in 10 hours. But the real anti-galaxy core will definitely appear later. Han Li and others thought of the intelligence they had obtained before, and they all frowned. Are you talking about the Imperial Royal Guard Mecha Battalion that Drongo Osilian and the others mentioned before, the Mecha Corps with 300 Duke armor? No way. Would Emperor Wu Ii send his most powerful force to the alien planet? Did Drongo Osilian and the others make a lot of trouble in the Empire? Yes, almost all the gorillas and monkeys in the Empire are rebellious against Emperor Wu Ii. How dare they? Faced with these reasons, Li Yuanba silenced Han Li and others with just one sentence. Because if they don't come, we will definitely win. Yes, apart from the 300 Duke armor, what other forces does the Empire have to defeat the Federal Mecha warriors with Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba? Zuo Shou pretended to be relaxed and said, in that case, Su Chuanian has to work hard on recovery training. He can only destroy 10 or 8 planes. In group battles, I can at least fight off 3. Qin Tong, Harris, and Lame are all better than me. If we count them, our independent regiment can at least deal with 30 planes, not counting the old man. Well, the old man can deal with 70 planes, making it a round number. The remaining 200 planes, you 4 independent regiments can deal with it. No one paid attention to Zuo Shou. Logically speaking, the independent regiment can deal with 100 planes, and the other 4 independent regiments can deal with 200 planes, which should not be a big problem. But the question is, if fighting can be calculated like this, is it still fighting? If the Royal Guard Battalion of Emperor Wu Ii appeared on the battlefield of the Mountain of Gods with the anti-galaxy core fighting style, it would definitely not give the Federation the opportunity to gather all the independent regiments. If they were defeated one by one, no independent regiment could stop them. Everyone who knew this was silent, and Ji Xinghe on the other side also ended the communication and adaptation training with Su Chuanian. Remove the armor. Old man, don't you want to practice any more? No, I know what's going on, Li Yuanba persuaded. I think you should practice more. Although you are very strong and your armor clone technique is also very strong, the Empire is likely to use a communication jammer this time. The challenge before the battle is a one-on-one duel. What does it have to do with the armor clone technique? Others were puzzled, but Ji Xinghe understood what Li Yuanba meant. With Xingayu's help, he really didn't need to do any adaptive training. Even if it was an unmodified imperial mecha, as long as it had an intelligent core made by the Federation, Xingayu could make up for the reduction in combat power caused by the different operating methods. The intelligent core used by King Chang armor must have been made by the Federation. But Xingayu has appeared on the battlefield for 3 years under the guise of the armor clone technique, especially this time when Sichuan Iron exploded. Li Yuanba knew very well that it was Xingayu who took action. Does the Empire really know nothing? The main supporter of the peace talks is the Tower Top Organization, and the Tower Top Organization knows the armor clone technique because Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba used remote control to complete it. In case, for the sake of peace talks, the Tower Top Organization told the Empire about this news, and the Empire used a communication jammer to prevent Li Yuanba from using the armor clone technique to join hands with Ji Xinghe to challenge the enemy 2-on-1. Xingayu cannot appear on the King Chang armor driven by Ji Xinghe. This is something Ji Xinghe had determined before. In order to prevent him from having an accident, Xingayu sacrificed with him. For this reason, Xingayu raised strong objections, but was ignored by Ji Xinghe. In this case, it is naturally beneficial for Ji Xinghe to be more familiar with King Chang armor. I said, I know the number in my heart, don't worry. What is the number? Tell me. If you tell me, you won't let me fight. Haha, who else can control you? That's right. Ji Xinghe felt that what Li Yuanba said made sense, and looked at the eyes of everyone who seemed to believe him but were actually very worried. He said the number in his heart. You say, if I tell a Dakang that I want to fight without armor, will a Dakang agree? Everyone was stunned. Before his left hand could react, he answered as a matter of course he would agree. A Dakang can survive in an alien environment without any auxiliary equipment, and can even leave a fist mark on tungsten steel alloy with one punch. Its body. Wait, old man, what did you say? I said, I want to fight it without armor. Ji Xinghe's tone was unquestionable. This is a gift for the blind man. Chapter 599, The Reason for Taking Off Armor. When Ji Xinghe finally expressed his thoughts, he encountered opposition from everyone without any surprise. Catilin's opposition was the strongest. He opened his bracelet directly and prepared to contact Ivanovich. Although as Li Yuanba said just now, no one can control Ji Xinghe, but Ivanovich is at least the commander-in-chief of the Federation. If he really makes up his mind to stop Ji Xinghe, this challenge before the battle will definitely not go smoothly. There is no need to control Ji Xinghe. Just send a space battleship to appear over the battlefield, and Ada King will not be able to come out to fight Ji Xinghe alone. What are you going to do? Jackson grabbed Catilin's hand, and under the burst of power, Catilin couldn't move. So the angry look appeared. What are you going to do? What do you want to do? I won't let you do it. I am the head of the corps, and you are just a deputy head. Haha, is the head of the corps so great? The confrontation between the two people made the surrounding mecha warriors nervous, but because there was no further action, and the two people were surrounded by the most powerful mecha warriors in the Federation, so no one stepped forward. Wait a minute, Han Li spoke, weakening the force that Jackson exerted on Catilin's hand. He had a good relationship with Jackson, even better than Catilin and Jackson. And the scene finally reminded Catilin that the ace mecha warriors present today, Han Li, Jackson, Cripple, and Left Hand, were all from Ji Xinghe. And the other one of the only two Galaxy-class mecha warriors in the Federation had an unclear relationship with Ji Xinghe. If he really wanted to contact Ivanovich or anyone else, these people would stop him, so he gave up for the time being and stared at Jackson with angry eyes. Jackson snorted coldly and looked at Ji Xinghe. The eyes of others were also focused on Ji Xinghe, and when Ji Xinghe spoke again, Catilin also looked at Ji Xinghe. The difference from before was that Catilin and Jackson looked like they were holding hands at this time, which made the onlookers not far away feel a little strange. Cripple, do you still remember that blind helped me get medicine from base number 3? I remember, as the person who has known Ji Xinghe for the second longest time after Han Li among all the people present, Cripple can be said to have witnessed Ji Xinghe's legendary journey with his own eyes. He probably understood why Ji Xinghe said that, but others would not understand, so he took the initiative to cooperate and said it. At that time, The transportation of Xinghe's medicine was interrupted because base number 3 was besieged by the Empire, and base number 3 was the only one in the entire alien planet that had the ability to manufacture this kind of medicine. Although the Blue Star has the production capacity, the transportation time is too long. Therefore, we need to go to base number 3 to get the medicine, and you did not have the formal authority to drive a mecha at that time. Because of your encouragement, the blind man regained his qualification to drive a mecha and took the initiative to help you go to base number 3 to get the medicine. It was because of your encouragement that a few of us regained our confidence and fighting spirit. It was just because the blind man's body was disabled and it was easier to recover than me, left hand, the lame man, and the deaf man, so he got there first. You were very puzzled at the time. Because before that, you had never had a direct communication with the blind man. The lame man paused for 2 seconds before continuing. I told you that because the blind man felt inspired by you. And this inspiration was just one sentence you said. When we were discussing the physical fitness of the imperial gorillas, which was 4 to 6 times that of ours, you said, how about 4 times? How about 6 times? You also said that when they were unarmored, the imperial gorillas were no match for you. We naturally didn't believe it at the time, but the blind man thought you were right, and then he said to us, how about the blind man? How about the cripple? After that, we started restorative training, and it was from that time that we called each other blind and crippled. Hearing what the cripple said, everyone else understood. Among the people present, except for the cripple, the left hand was the one who felt the most deeply, and he was also one of them at that time. He already understood what Ji Xinghe meant, and added with a sigh, if it weren't for your encouragement at that time, I would have returned to the Blue Star long ago. How could I have become an ace mecha warrior? We were all unknown people before, but because of you, we can now say that we are all successful. The blind man said that when he died, it must have been the most glorious moment of his life, and that's exactly the case. No, that was not the most glorious moment of his life. Ji Xinghe denied the left-hand statement and looked at the metal wall of the training room. The ace mecha warriors with a strong sense of direction instantly determined the direction he was looking at. Battle Scar Canyon. The battlefield where the blind man died. At that time, the blind man decided to get medicine for me. The lame man told me that there would be no risk in this operation because there were no imperial troops in the 36th Grand Canyon. And the number 6 base was not exposed. The Empire, which had no air superiority, could not discover the blind man's actions. Moreover, the blind man was a first-level mecha warrior with 11 gold stars. I believed it. Ji Xinghe's tone was very calm, and he was a little long-winded when talking about his memories. I am very grateful to the blind man, because without him, Xinghe would most likely not be able to hold on. After I asked the cripple why he wanted to help me, I decided to give him a gift when he returned to base number 6. I said that physical fitness is not the key to victory or defeat in a battle. Whether the physical fitness of the imperial gorillas is 4 times or 6 times that of ours, it does not mean that they will be able to defeat us under the same conditions. But actions are worse than words. I know that no one believes me, so I decided to do it for everyone to see, prove it with facts, and tell the blind man, the cripple and others that physical defects will indeed have a negative impact on driving mechas in combat, but it will not affect their becoming strong. If I can defeat the imperial gorillas in a battle without armor, then why can't they, who have crippled bodies, defeat the imperial gorillas when driving mechas? Their bodies are crippled, but the mechas they drive can be intact. When Ji Xinghe finished speaking these words, the cripple added with deep emotion. There was an accident during the blind man's mission. You should all know about this. Including the fact that the old man and I went to the Sanlu Grand Canyon. But what you don't know is that the blind man and I were both first-level mecha warriors at the time, but facing 3 imperial mechas, neither of us dared to fight. Yes, because we didn't know that the old man was very good at fighting, but he passed the assessment and became a formal mecha warrior after all. So delaying it was always possible. Why didn't the 2 of us dare to fight? In addition to the need to send out intelligence, it was also because we were physically disabled and we lost confidence. This is to tell others that the gift that Ji Xinghe wants to give to the blind man is not hypocritical, but inevitable. Whether it is a battle or a war, confidence and morale that is directly related to confidence are extremely important. How can everyone win if they think they can't beat him? I understand what you mean, but it's not necessary. Caitlin said, you have given them enough confidence. They have all become ace mecha warriors. There are more people who have unprecedented motivation because of you and them. Our morale is unprecedentedly strong. Yes, at this time, Ji Xinghe really doesn't need to give that gift anymore. His legendary road, and the many legends he has led on this road, have achieved what he wanted to achieve before. This is why, after the blind man returned to base number 6, he did not fight any armor-removing battles with the guerrilla captives. Of course, there are also reasons why the war is tense and he has to move to base number 5. It is necessary, Li Yuanba suddenly said, because now, everyone knows the existence of Ji Xinghe has the first supporter, and the strongest supporter. Others also suddenly realized it, but they were unwilling to support Ji Xinghe because they felt that this was unlikely, just like people generally believe that humans were not opponents of gorillas without weapons. The physical fitness gap between 4 and 6 times makes all combat skills meaningless. Just like human fighting competitions, they must be divided into different weight classes. It was just like when humans faced wild beasts without weapons. To humans, the imperial apes were always wild beasts, and they were wild beasts with intelligence not inferior to that of humans. How to fight? Ji Xinghe was so powerful that he had surpassed the cognitive limits of humans many times, but that was Ji Xinghe. Caitlin continued to object. According to the intelligence we have obtained and the 9 stages you have divided before, Ji Xinghe is in the 6th stage of Qi, and you. Yes, you said that your Qi has also reached this level, but what about its basic physical fitness? Gaijin can allow you to burst out the power of your whole body, condense it at a point and hit it out. Your attack power may not be weaker than his. But can the gap in basic physical fitness really be made up in this way? Old man, I have never doubted your strength, but the time you have obtained Qi is too short. Moreover, the Empire advocates individual force, and Ji Xinghe's combat experience after removing armor must be far superior to yours. So I don't agree. Jackson also disagreed, but when he saw that Caitlin was so tough, he couldn't help but say, it's useless if you don't agree. Caitlin didn't get angry. In his eyes, Jackson has always been his junior. Jackson, do you agree? Jackson was speechless. Han Li hesitated to speak. He knew that Ji Xinghe's doing this was of great significance, and judging from the intelligence currently held by the Federation and the support it could provide to Ji Xinghe in this battle. In the armor-piercing battle, Ji Xinghe's chances of winning are really slim. The legendary Emperor armor, with its comprehensive performance and defense, must have surpassed any federal mecha on the alien planet. If Ji Xinghe's new mecha had not been blown up, and could have come to the alien planet and been transformed by Shenmue using the seized tungsten steel gold in key positions. What a pity. In this case, Ji Xinghe's chances of taking off the armor in the battle are indeed greater, if his Qi really reaches the 6th stage. I've said before that the 9th stage is not the level of Qi or the division of realm, but the division of combat power. After Ji Xinghe corrected, he said confidently, I am the 9th stage, don't be funny. Caitlin couldn't control his emotions and got angry again. Let's talk about it ourselves. The official has not disclosed your 9th stage until now. Don't you have any idea in your mind? This is indeed an irrefutable reason. After the official made public the existence of Qi, it did not disclose the grading system of the 9th stage, because although the number of people in the Federation who have Qi is increasing, it has exceeded 3,000. But the problem is that these more than 3,000 people are all in the 1st stage in theory. As for the Empire, there are countless people with higher realms. Revealing it at this time will only undermine people's confidence. Ji Xinghe was silent for a moment when facing Caitlin's statement. Just when Caitlin thought that Ji Xinghe had been convinced by him, or convinced by him. Caitlin, can you beat me? Yes, I can't beat you, so what? Ji Xinghe's sight moved away from Caitlin and moved to Han Li. Han Li, can you beat me? No. Lame. Left hand, can you beat me? No. Li Yuanba, can you beat me? Not now. Ji Xinghe ignored Li Yuanba, who was forcing the drama, looked at Caitlin again, and asked softly, do you think that the 5 of you together can beat me? Caitlin took a deep breath and calmed down. Just say what you want to say, don't talk nonsense. Jackson got angry when he heard this, holding Caitlin's hand and exerting force again, but Caitlin was unmoved. He didn't believe that Jackson dared to break his hand for you. Although Jackson, a macho man over 2 meters tall, did have this ability after practicing Danjin. Ji Xinghe looked at Caitlin calmly. The Federation has tens of millions of soldiers and 7 billion people. Who is my opponent? Everyone was silent and speechless. Ji Xinghe asked again, I can let you pick 100 people at will, including the 4 of them, And those masters of Nanshanmen who have practiced Ganjin and Danjin and specialize in armor-free fighting. Do you think you are my opponents? Everyone continued to be speechless, especially Caitlin. He subconsciously wanted to grit his teeth and say something harsh, but looking at Ji Xinghe's calm eyes, he didn't dare to make trouble for himself. He knew very well that with Ji Xinghe's character, if he dared to question, Ji Xinghe would immediately let him pick 100 teammates to fight. He was not sure what the fate of the 100 people would be, but if he really dared to do so, Ji Xinghe would definitely break his legs. There is no doubt about it. Yes. Jackson didn't dare to break his hand because he was the corps commander of the Bald Eagle Independent Regiment, but what kind of person was Ji Xinghe? Tu Yuan's leg. Ji Xinghe caught Caitlin's evasive eyes, and also looked away, looking at the 4 ace mecha warriors standing in front of him, a galaxy-level mecha warrior. I am the mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation. Ada Kang, am I the strongest gorilla in the Empire? I have only one opponent, Emperor Wu III. Ada Kang, it should be you who should solve it, but you are not up to the task, so I will do it myself. Watch carefully, learn well, and don't talk too much. Li Yuanba was angry. If you want to show off, just show off. Can you not bring me with you? Only he dared to confront Ji Xinghe at this time, even if Ji Xinghe insulted all of them. Ji Xinghe was unmoved, and his tone was still very light and calm. If you must ask me to give a reason, I can give you 3. First, I won, which means the Federation won. Second, the official dare not disclose the 9th stage, so I will give them the courage. Third, this is my gift to the blind, to all heroes, everyone. Jackson let go of his hand, and Caitlin's hand with the bracelet swung down weakly and did not raise it again. They were convinced, but they didn't know that Ji Xinghe had another reason that he didn't say. And this reason is the real reason why Ji Xinghe can continue to become stronger. He wanted to prove that Ji Xinghe was not wrong. Chapter 600, Unprecedented Shock. 10 hours passed quickly. Whether it was the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone or the Mountain of the Gods War Zone, all the battles stopped before this moment arrived. This was a scene that had never appeared since the Empire arrived at the alien planet through the jump gate. Even when the Federation did not deploy troops on the alien planet at the beginning and was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the Empire, the war never stopped. More than 20 years ago, those technicians, scientific researchers, workers and other professionals on the alien planet never gave up resistance when they were at an absolute disadvantage. Resistance will not stop, and fighting will not stop. Today, more than 20 years later, both the Federation and the Empire have sent a large number of troops to the alien planet and have been fighting for more than 20 years. The battle that could not be stopped was paused because of a special battle. October 4, 2093, the Federation calendar, human history will remember this day, and the Empire will also remember this day, if the Empire can still record history in the future. At 2:39 a.m. on the Federal Azure Star Standard Time, the sky on the alien planet had already brightened, and the entire Mountain of the Gods was under the shining of the blue sun. The Z-98 battlefield where Ji Xinghe had fought when he left the alien planet 3 years ago is still a war zone today after hundreds of battles. At this time, the intense battle has stopped. The troops of the Federation and the Empire have tacitly completed the retreat, abandoning the battlefield where both sides have sacrificed countless troops. All conventional troops have retreated to an area where they cannot be seen with the naked eye. In the direction where Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba tried to go up the mountain, 10 kilometers away from the center of the Z-98 battlefield, 2,139 mechas were clearly arranged in a not dense formation. They were supporting Ada Kang, and the lack of dense formation was to prevent a long-range firepower bombardment of the Federation. Similarly, in the completely corresponding direction, in the area controlled by the Federation, more than 1,500 Federal mechas were clearly arranged in a similar formation. In terms of quantity, the Federal mechas are far inferior to the Imperial mechas. In addition to the difference in the number of mechas themselves, it is also because this is not all the troops that the Federation is ready to support Ji Xinghe. The same is true for the Empire. The troops of both sides have not really been put out. Because the troops of the support are likely to directly participate in the war, the two sides do not have enough trust. Even this kind of pre-battle challenge, Ji Xinghe has already carried out several times, and other ace mecha warriors of the Federation, such as Caitlin, Luo Wiki, Han Li, and Jackson have all carried out. There was even an unprecedented pre-battle challenge like Ji Xinghe's challenge before. But trust is too rare for the Federation and the Empire. Temporary trust and trust in a certain thing do not mean that they can always trust each other on the same thing. Judging from the troops of both sides that have appeared so far, although the Empire has a large number of mechas, it does not have an absolute advantage. There are more than 1,500 mechas on the Federation side, and there are 360 mountain-cutting armors alone. There are 60 in the Independent Regiment, 150 in the White Eagle Independent Regiment, and 150 in the Trap Independent Regiment. There are 6 general-level mechas, Lame, Left Hand, Yuran, and the other 3 are also ace mecha warriors, not belonging to the major independent regiments. There are 3 national-level mechas, Hanli, Jackson, and Caitlin. The national-level mecha used by Hanli is Sichuanian's Divine Punishment Armor. After 25 hours of emergency repair, it has basically returned to its peak state. Yes, Hanli is pretending to be Sichuanian today. He actually has a lot to say about this. It was fine to pretend to be Ji Xinghe before, but now he even pretends to be Sichuanian. Hanli, don't want face? Let's not talk about Hanli's face for now. In addition to these troops who are clearly ready to support the formation, there are other independent regiments of pangolins and broken formations in the nearby federal camp. In the federal space fleet cruising in the sky, 120 pangolins of the Azure Independent Regiment are also ready for orbital airdrops. In addition to the mecha troops that can quickly maneuver for support, the federal long-range firepower is also ready. In short, if the Empire uses dirty means to attack Ji Xinghe and the federal troops who are holding the formation, then, the Federation will let the Empire know what nuclear hydrogen is. When Yang Ate was in charge of commanding the ground battlefield of the God's Mountain, his attitude towards Ji Xinghe was not much worse than Tu Yuan. He also dared to kill Ji Xinghe, provided that Ji Xinghe might really die. It is worth mentioning that Li Yuanba and his Overlord armor did not appear near the Z-98 battlefield today, because the Federation had to make the worst plan. And with this plan, the Federation still agreed to Ji Xinghe's challenge before the battle. In addition to no one being able to control Ji Xinghe, it was also because the significance of this battle was really great. Although Caitlin and others were persuaded by Ji Xinghe to conceal his true fighting style, the senior officials of the Federation did not know those significant reasons. But Ji Xinghe was able to kill Adakang, who ranked in the top 5 of the Empire's combat power, in public, and because of the victory in the Battle Scar Canyon, Adakang once again became the Empire's highest commander on the alien planet. There is no need to mention the necessity of this battle. The preparations were not too complicated. Before the start of this challenge before the battle, the Federation established a relatively calm communication with the Empire, and all the details had been communicated. When the agreed time finally arrived, the 2 mechas started to move at full speed from their respective positions, each dragging a huge rectangular block that looked like a coffin and made of metal, towards the central area of the Z-98 battlefield. They were all pulling coffins. But what they were pulling was not a coffin, but the final fortress. With the Empire's technological level and industrial capacity, it is not a big problem to manufacture anti-nuclear strike equipment such as the final fortress. Ada Kang, who is very afraid of death, was driving the Emperor armor made of tungsten steel gold this time. He was also worried that the Federation would directly use nuclear weapons to bombard it after it won. It is always good to have an extra layer of effective defense. The same is true for Ji Xinghe. When the 2 mechas were running, the speed difference was revealed. What shocked the guerrillas was that the expedited mecha driven by Ji Xinghe was faster than the Emperor armor driven by Ada Kang. Is it because the final fortress pulled by Ji Xinghe is lighter than the final fortress pulled by Ada Kang? No. At this time, Ada Kang was going down the mountain, while Ji Xinghe was running on the plain. Theoretically, even if there was a difference in weight, it was enough to make up for it, so Ada Kang's speed should be faster. But now it seems. Is it your 13th generation core engine? Ada Kang's voice sounded from the communication channel agreed by both parties. Ji Xinghe, who is already online, gave a calm affirmation. Yeah, it's really strong. If my mecha had a core engine of this level before, you couldn't have taken it away. Oh, you're dying. Don't you want to say a few more words? Don't be afraid. My knife is very fast. Ada Kang didn't expect that 3 years had passed, and Ji Xinghe's mouth was still so hard. It laughed and asked, why is the mecha you use not equipped with your energy shield generating device? More than 3 months have passed. which is enough for you to transport a few of those devices to the alien planet to upgrade the mecha you are driving in Li Yuanba's mecha. No need, is it not necessary, or can't be modified? Ada Kang continued to smile and said, you don't have the ability to modify my mecha, even if you have newer technology, you can't use it, this is a fact. The allure armor is made of tungsten steel gold. In addition to remelting, any modification involving the main body is very difficult, including the mecha made of tungsten steel alloy. Apart from the national level mechas that use these two materials, mechas that are not equipped with nuclear fusion reactors, even general level mechas, cannot support the energy required by the energy shield generator. It seems to be useless at present, but it will definitely shine in the future. Ji Xinghe did not respond to Ada Kang's statement, as if Ada Kang had spoken the truth. This made Ada Kang suspicious. According to its understanding of Ji Xinghe, if Ji Xinghe really has a trump card like the energy shield generator, he will definitely find a way to hide it and use it at the most critical moment. And if Ji Xinghe does not have such a trump card, he will use the so-called heart-cutting knife to interfere with it at this time. True and false, false and true. 3 years ago, after its actions against base number 5 and base number 6 were collapsed by Ji Xinghe using methods that it could not predict again and again, it has already had a psychological shadow on Ji Xinghe. You have successfully modified my mecha and installed an energy shield generator, right? Han Li is really ruthless. He didn't use it before for today. Well, he doesn't need an energy shield. After saying this, Ada Kang waited for Ji Xinghe's reaction, trying to infer something from it. But Ji Xinghe still didn't respond. He just kept his head down and dragged the final bastion to continue running. Both sides needed to run more than 10 kilometers each. It would take some time for a human or an ape to walk on foot, but it was actually very short for a mecha. After a few words of conversation, it was almost in place. And your energy weapon, it's called a lightsaber, right? Ada Kang once again showed that its understanding of the Federation exceeded the Federation's understanding of the Empire, making people who could hear the voices in this communication channel feel shocked and angry. Using tungsten steel gold or tungsten steel alloy as the main body, stimulating energy and constraining it on the main body of the weapon to enhance the weapon's armor-piercing ability, it sounds good. But the question is, why is it called a lightsaber? Just like, the weapon you are using now is a knife, and after stimulating the light energy state, it becomes a sword? Or can it also be called a lightsaber? Ji Xinghe still did not respond, which made Ada Kang look very stupid at this time. But Ada Kang didn't care and continued, is it because light can only be a straight line, and the knife has an arc, and your technology can't achieve the constraint of the arc, so it is called a lightsaber. Therefore, your weapon does not have a light energy mode, Ji Xinghe finally responded. He had already reached the predetermined coordinates, and he stopped first with his speed advantage. After placing the final fortress, he held a mecha sword in each hand and faced Ada Kang who had just landed. Come, a simple word gave Ada Kang unprecedented pressure. This Ji Xinghe is really confident. Ada Kang was not really afraid of Ji Xinghe, because now he had a natural holy crystal in addition to the emperor armor, which could bring him great help. It was just that Ji Xinghe's strong confidence made it feel that Ji Xinghe must be cheating. Yesterday in the Battle Scar Canyon, you told me with your actual actions that you were not afraid of death, but have you ever thought that what you did was too redundant and too obvious? In fact, you are still very afraid of death, and the Federation is also afraid of your death. Ada Kang continued to test with words. In fact, it was not a test, because in its view, the Federation must be very afraid of Ji Xinghe's death, so in order to save Ji Xinghe in this battle, it was not surprising to do anything. It even felt that Li Yuanba and the Overlord armor were hidden in the final fortress behind Ji Xinghe, and as long as he was in place, they would jump out and join forces with Ji Xinghe to besiege him. Even if it was a full-scale war, the Federation would not hesitate. Or, there were several large-yield and miniaturized nuclear weapons in it. Ji Xinghe was not afraid of nuclear radiation, and was protected by a mecha made of tungsten steel gold, so he could directly hold the nuclear weapons and hide himself. He could not ignore the nuclear radiation. If he was hit by nuclear weapons continuously, Ji Xinghe would most likely survive, but he might die. I told you, don't be afraid. Seeing that Ada Kang was unwilling to put up the final fortress, Ji Xinghe became impatient. According to the previous agreement between the two parties, the battle can only begin when both sides have put up the final fortress. Rules still have to be followed. If one side does not follow the rules, the other side will also not follow the rules. If neither side follows the rules, this battle and the war between the Federation and the Empire will be very troublesome. Adekang heard Ji Xinghe's impatience and frowned, but his tone did not change. Let's raise the stakes. I won't kill you, so after I destroy your mecha, you have to surrender to me. No, because I just want to kill you. Although this is impossible, I still want to know, in your eyes, is killing me more valuable than capturing me? You scared someone who is very important to me. So you are dead. Your granddaughter, Ji Xinghe, Adekang said self-righteously, it's because of my attack on base number 5 3 years ago. At that time, you used her as bait and scared her. But it's your fault. Oh, sorry, I didn't know she should be listening to our conversation, so I'll give you time to explain to her. Ji Xinghe did explain, but not to Ji Xinghe, because Ji Xinghe couldn't hear this conversation now. It was when you bombed me with a nuclear weapon on Hill B-72. That time, I almost died. Ji Xinghe always remembered this incident, because Ji Xinghe cried at the time, and he had those dreams, and after that, he told people that Adekang was dead. Among them, it may not be that there is no reason that Adekang also scared Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who has always been afraid of death, was too close to death at that time. But Adekang never directly participated in the battle, and Ji Xinghe had no chance to try to kill Adekang. And today, he finally had this opportunity, and he was stronger than ever before. Adekang was silent. In recent years, it has been regretting that it used nuclear weapons against Ji Xinghe at that time. If it was given a chance to do it again, it would rather give a jump gate destroyed by small-yield tactical nuclear weapons to Ji Xinghe. If it hadn't been for that time, Ji Xinghe would not be able to master the power of Qi, would not be so strong, would not be here today, and would not have been many days in the past. It wanted to cut Ji Xinghe with a heart-cutting knife, but it was cut by Ji Xinghe with a heart-cutting knife for the first time today. I'll give you a chance. After a brief silence, Adekang suddenly said, don't you call yourself the strongest in the human world? Come, let's fight a disarmament battle. Ji Xinghe was shocked and unprecedented. P.S. Supplement. Please give me some monthly tickets. The double monthly tickets are about to end. Bosses, please give me some help. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.